You are a professional and authentic antique appraisal blogger. You can easily distinguish the authenticity of any treasure through the screen at a glance, and can also provide detailed information about the origin of the treasure. Just because you have awakened the live appraisal system, after successfully appraising the treasure, the system will also reward you with a lottery prize equivalent to the value of the treasure. The higher the value of the treasure, the more generous the reward. At this moment, you look at the 5 people waiting to connect on the screen, scan their avatars, and mutter, "Who should I choose? Huku doesn't seem to have anything good. Ikuan the collector can forget it. Shwebai with long legs, just hearing this name sounds promising. So it's her." Your voice also became gentle. "Hello, miss, what treasure do you want the anchor to identify?" At this moment, a rough voice sounded in the live broadcast room. "Hello, anchor." This voice immediately conjured up an image of a man who was 1.8 meters tall, weighs 180 kilograms, with a full beard and muscular body. Your expression instantly froze, and your eyebrows also furrowed together. "We're not brothers." "What do you mean? Are you a bit perverted?" you said with a look of despair on your face. "Bring out whatever you want to appraise quickly." At this time, the netizen took out a bronze bell from his hand. Your attention was instantly drawn, and you stared at the bronze bell, counting the 8 corners of the bell, each corner with inscriptions, finely crafted and delicate, opening up at a glance. And for some reason, this bronze bell has a familiar feeling. "Brother, this is no longer a matter of value, but a matter of right or wrong," you said. "Come closer, let me see the words above. And don't ring the bell too fast or too slow." After a moment, you finish reading the text above and say, "It's a 7. Do you know what character this is?" The Snow White long legs said, "I don't know. It should be ancient Chinese. This is the gene when used in the Zhou dynasty and the Warring States period, generally only appearing on bronze objects. It's absolutely amazing that 8 Jinwen characters can be clearly and exquisitely carved on such a small bell." The Snow White long legs also became excited and asked, "How many steamed buns is it worth?" The treasure friends in the live broadcast room also became expectant. During the Zhou and Warring States periods, bronze bells with inscriptions were worth much more than a large amount of circulating currency. You press the play button, and music starts playing in the live broadcast room, with a familiar melody and a man's melancholic monologue, making people's scalps tingle. "The greatest tragedy in life is losing one's freedom." The live broadcast room immediately erupted. "Damn, what kind of music is this streamer playing? Isn't it supposed to be valuable? Why is this music being played?" Snow White long legs was a bit confused. "Is this not the Tears of Iron bars? Xian-ge, don't scare me. I'm timid." You said seriously, "I'm not scaring you at all. This thing is currently correct by 7 points. If all correct, the minimum sentence is 10 years, and it is very likely to be sentenced to life imprisonment or death penalty." Hearing this, the netizens fell silent instantly. Viewers in the live stream room saw your expression and suddenly realized that you were serious. The full name of this bronze bell is called the Western Zhou Octagonal Bronze Bell. It is worth 5 million in a 7-point real situation because the content of the golden text on the octagon is King Ji's bronze bell. Ghosts and gods avoid. Translated, this is the bronze bell of King Mu of Zhou, and even ghosts and gods must avoid this place. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked. If it's really King Zhou Mu's bell, 5 million would be an understatement. At this moment, you said, "Let me listen to the sound." Hearing this, the netizen picked up an octagonal brass bell, gently shook their wrist, and a clear and eerie sound suddenly rang out in the live broadcast room. Ding! Your pupils suddenly dilated, and a ghostly figure even appeared on the phone screen. "Wow! This sound, I feel like my eyes are spinning." The netizen gritted his teeth and quickly put away the bronze bell. The viewers in the live stream room are even more confused. They do not recognize this bronze octagonal bell, but only hear you say that this is the octagonal bronze bell of King Zhou Mu. And the sound of the bell is indeed extremely eerie, even having the effect of disturbing people's minds, as if it is enough to prove the authenticity of this object. After a moment of silence, you took a deep breath and said, "You also heard the sound of the octagonal bronze bell. That sound has the ability to disturb people's minds, which is why I had to listen to it. However, even so, I still cannot completely confirm that this object is the bronze octagonal bell of King Zhou Mu. I will tell you the reasons later." You stare at the camera and say, "Brother, I still need to see one more thing to be completely sure." "What thing?" You said seriously. "A crustacean-like creature similar to a dried crab." When this was said, the viewers in the live stream room immediately became unhappy. "Damn! Are you kidding, host? How can you relate antiques to crabs? Are you just making fun of us?" Facing the doubts and the barrage, you remained calm and composed. You did not speak to explain. In fact, when the octagonal bronze bell made that disturbing sound that affects the nerves, you were already sure of its authenticity. But you know that identifying a bronze octagonal bell is simple. But the person behind the bronze octagonal bell is not simple. Identifying a bronze octagonal bell is equivalent to identifying the identity of the bell's owner as a Tomb Raider. So you still want to give this young man a chance. Although this young man has a bronze octagonal bell, he obviously does not know the origin of this bronze octagonal bell. And he definitely does not have that big corpse turtle. Xian-ge. Wait a moment, I think I know what you're talking about. The voice of the Snow White Longlegs came from the live broadcast room. I saw him walking towards the display cabinet by the wall with a mobile phone in his hand. Among the various antiques in the square compartments, there was a blue shell the size of a bull. Is this it? Xian-ge, why are you silent? You stare in astonishment at the green carapace, sighing, since fate has brought this bronze octagonal bell to appear in the live broadcast room, and many coincidences have led me to verify its true identity, I cannot refuse. Listen carefully, everyone. The carapace creature resembling a crab in the camera is called a corpse turtle bug, and it only appears near ancient tombs. Can you understand what this means, brother? The Snow White Longlegs shook their heads and said, I don't understand. You said, it's okay, just take out that turtle from the household and you'll understand. Be careful, don't get pricked, it's poisonous on top. Netizens seemed to understand and took out the entire specimen of the household. You see and say, is it empty under its abdomen? The netizen nodded and turned the specimen over, indeed seeing that the abdomen was empty, as if something had pried it open. Xian-ge, what's going on? The viewers in the live stream room also looked curiously. I just heard you say, the bronze octagonal bell was originally implanted in the abdomen of the household insect. When you took out the octagonal bronze bell, the abdomen of the crab insect was left empty, right? This statement surprised the audience in the live chat room. Even the Snow White Longlegs, which had been very calm, were surprised. Can bronze bells survive with corpse collectors? Who's got it in them? King Mu of Zhou? Zhang Xian shook his head, then we'll have to ask King Mu of Zhou to find out. Snow White Thighs take a deep breath and the octagonal bronze bell was stuffed into the abdomen of the corpse collecting insect, and the result was that it could really be put in. And the size seems to be really appropriate and favorable. Hiss. Brother Xian, you really hit the nail on the head. Right, now you can prove that this octagonal bronze bell is real, right? And how much should it be worth? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment. $10 million. Up. He had just said night when a voice suddenly opened the door from across the room. Still awake? What, $10 million? Who are you talking to? Snow White Thighs, anchor. Middle-aged man, you. Hang on. Before Zhang Xian could remember to speak, the connection was hung up. The pop-ups were instantly brilliant. It's like the kid's parents found out. King Mu of Zhou's bronze bell, this kid actually doesn't know anything, there's something fishy in it 80%. Brother Xian just made it very clear that the bronze octagonal bells and the corpse collector were originally one and the same. And the corpse will only appear in the vicinity of the ancient tomb, so speculating down, is it possible that someone has been to King Mu of Zhou's ancient tomb? Oh? Holy, it's still true. No wonder Brother Xian has been hinting at this kid, delaying his identification. So that's it. Ha, what a pit stop. Zhang Xian saw that it was about time, so he got off the air. Only just off the air, the system's voice rang in his head. Congratulations to the host for successfully identifying the bronze octagonal bell. Items worth $10 million. The host receives a chance to draw $10 million worth of items. Zhang Xian was instantly energized upon hearing this. What a $10 million value sweepstakes. With a little luck, it's possible to draw $10 million in cash straight away. Only the golden treasure chest had appeared in front of him. He immediately confirmed the draw. A burst of golden light followed. An ancient volume surprisingly surfaced. The system's voice also sounded at the same time. Congratulations to the host for winning the full 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secretary in the lottery. As the voice ended, the ancient volume actually drilled into Zhang Xian's mind out of nowhere. As the stream of information melts away in the mind, he unexpectedly began to fuse the contents of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art. Not cash. After a few moments, the contents of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret art were completely integrated by him. And the treasure chest disappeared. In other words, the so-called $10 million draw was actually the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art. Chapter 5, Fire. Ugh. He sighed and seemed a little disappointed. It's not that he doesn't see the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret technique, it's just that in his previous life, as the owner of an antique store. Combined with amazing eyesight, it was inevitable that there would be some contact with grave robbers. So I know a lot about the grave robbing business. The 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret art is simply a magic weapon for grave robbers to find the acupuncture points in tombs. And the second half of this booklet is still about tomb organs. Nowadays, is solely based on the contents of this 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret art. Then you can search for the dragon vein with the mountain and river terrain, and go down any ancient tomb. Put it this way. Not to mention knowing the entire contents of the book, even if you understand a little bit of it, you can be famous in the grave robbing world with it. However, he understands that grave robbers are detrimental to mean virtue and are not destined for a good end. There are countless bloody examples of this. So even though he had amazing eyesight in his previous life, he chose to be a curio store owner. No involvement in the grave robbing business. Of course, in this life he had no such plans. So the 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret was far less valuable to him than $10 million in cash. Forget it, it's always a skill that other people are looking for, so maybe we can use it in the future. Today's income is more than 30,000 yuan, the foot seems to be a bit painful, have to go to the maintenance. After that, he hurried out the door. Castle Lakefront Villa. With black-rimmed glasses. The young man with pure eyes was carrying a cup of freshly brewed tea and handing it to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was tall, lean in appearance, with a flat head, and, though he did not speak a word of, but it exuded a sense of majesty. Third uncle. Don't be angry, drink tea, drink tea. Seeing that the man still didn't respond, the young man said in a depressed voice, but third uncle promised to give me these two things. Now I just got the anchor to look at it, is that enough to get so upset about? The middle-aged man stared at him, Zhou Chang. It's not like you don't know what Uncle Sam does. Can I just make public what I gave you? That's going to lead to a lot of trouble. Zhou Cheng bristled, of course I know, that's why I found a less popular live room. Zhou Zhe became enraged in an instant. But Zhou Cheng hurriedly interrupted, don't be angry, hear me first. Count me wrong this time. But it's not for nothing. Wasn't that Warring States brocade handkerchief Uncle Sam got recorded as the location of a Warring States tomb? But the writing on top of the bronze octagonal bell you gave me is the name of King Mu of Zhou. Uncle Sam, do you think it's strange? The anger on Zhou Zhe's face instantly extinguished as he stared at Zhou Cheng in shock. What King Mu of Zhou? Zhou Cheng smiled smugly, picked up the bronze bell and, pointing to the writing on the octagon, King Mu's bronze bell, ghosts and gods are shunned. Hen said so. It's that anchor from earlier. Zhou Zhe, however, snorted coldly, the writing on the bronze octagonal bell is a lost golden script. This writing has been lost for over 1,000 years. Even those professors at the National Museum couldn't decipher a few of them. A little anchor, how dare you believe what you're saying? Seeing Zhou Zhe's disbelief, Zhou Cheng then grumbled in anger and picked up the specimen of the corpse-collecting insect. And he shoved the octagonal bronze bell towards the abdomen of the corpse collector. Uncle Sam. This octagonal bronze bell was gouged out from underneath the belly of a corpse-collecting insect, right? Zhou Zhe's pupils shook as he surveyed Zhou Cheng in surprise. Terry told you that? Zhou Cheng smiled smugly. It seems that Brother Xian has hit the nail on the head. Uncle Sam. Even I kept your visit to the warlord's tomb a secret. Zhang Xian is just a liar anchor in your eyes. How did he manage to see so much information at a glance? Don't you think it's strange? Zhou Chengyi was silent, but his heart was turning over. This nephew of his had some little wit. But not much heart. The heart is more than capable of hiding things. How could a tiny anchor know the details of their trip to the ancient tombs of the Warring States? Is it possible that someone leaked the information? But the people who went with him were his inner circle. This can't be happening. Seeing that Zhou Zhe didn't say anything, Zhou Cheng got up and said, Third uncle, take me to the second brush warlord tomb. I guess the last loss was mostly related to the inexplicable appearance of King Mu of Zhou. Zhou Zhe stared at Zhou Cheng in shock for a moment before saying, tell me more. With that, he got up and left the room, leaving behind a defiant Zhou Zhe. After Zhang Xian went off the air, the live slices were sent out by the netizens in the live room. Although Zhang Xian's popularity was not high, he was just a small anchor whose attention had not yet broken 10,000. But there are a lot of loyal fans on the air, plus the Snow White long legs are just so screwed up today. So the live stream didn't fire much, but the slices that were sent out by fans did. The second generation of thieves. The bronze octagonal bell of King Mu of Zhou appeared in Xian's live broadcast. What the hell, the sound of the bronze bells almost made me schizophrenic. The imagination of the netizens is boundless. One by one, slices taken with catchy titles were posted by the Waterboys. And all of them were on the small hit list. In the online world, there are countless eye-catching videos, but netizens have never seen this. The sound of bells that can make people lose their minds, plus King Mu of Zhou, and the persona of the second generation of thieves. Directly shot to large wave of netizens. A message appears below the video slice. Holy, that's a weird bell sound. It can't really be King Mu of Zhou's bell, can it? This anchor named Xian seems to know a lot. Is it a big anchor? Can you even decipher the golden script? I just did a search. Gold writing has been lost for thousands of years. No more than 5 have been deciphered so far. How does this Xian know how to do it? It's a big deal. I'll follow the wave to go first. Cybersecurity Supervision Center of Qingzhou. Sergeant Liang Qingyi, who's getting ready to go off duty. Suddenly, I saw many messages from the backstage from many at their official account. As a backstage manager, Liang Qingyi usually reads this kind of news once every 3 days. After all, netizens are so good at spoofing and making jokes these days. She couldn't really reply. But there's no way to help the fact that there's so much news today that it seems a little out of the ordinary. She opened and clicked in, and saw Zhang Xian's live cut. The second generation of thieves took out a bronze bell from the Zhou dynasty to find an anchor for appraisal, and cry to his old man? Somehow, what the hell is this? Liang Qingyi was speechless. It couldn't be another fun thing made by the netizens, could it? Despite this thought in her mind, she patiently looked down and up. As the duty officer, this was a bit of patience she still had. The more he looked, though, the more outrageous he felt. This anchor named Hen is exactly like an antique dealer who yells on the street. Speak, sentence by sentence. What a gold reading. King Mu of Zhou's bells, worth $5 million for 7 points of truth. She's seen a lot of this kind of live treasure appreciation. To put it bluntly, it's all claptrap. Bow traffic mostly. Even the police department hasn't dealt with a lot of people for selling fake antiques. Or a case of appraisal divergence day alerting. She was about to turn it off, but suddenly an eerie voice came from the live feed. She actually shuddered, her realization actually became blurry, and her cell phone instantly fell to the ground. A few moments later, she came back to her senses and actually felt the hairs on her body stand up in sweat. Then I heard Zhang Xian's voice coming from the cell phone on the ground. That's the sound. That's 9 points to 9. Liang Qingyi, huh? Chapter 6. The live broadcast room is being watched by the officials. At noon the next day, Zhang Xian had just woken up to find his cell phone full of alert messages. He glanced at it suspiciously, only to find that the number of followers had risen to 10,000 overnight. He looked surprised. After 3 months of hard work on the year before, only 3,000 plus followers, and last night it went up 7,000 overnight? And there are constant alerts in the background for fan attention. What's the situation? He blinked and pondered for a moment before hastily opening the treasure appreciation video posted by Xi. Sure enough, I found that the video, which originally had only 10,000 or so views, had also suddenly gone up several times. And there are hundreds more messages below. You know Goldwyn? What's with the bronze bells? Anchor, you're in trouble, beware of grave robbers chasing you. What time does this anchor start? After reading several pages of messages consecutively, Zhang Xian already understood what was going on. This wave of traffic was apparently directed toward last night's Western Zhou bronze octagonal bells. But what he doesn't understand is that last night's livestream was only 1,000 or so people. It's not really that hot. How come today when I woke up, on the contrary, it's going to be even hotter than when it's live? He scratched his head, still a bit confused. Feel down with your hand. I'm not sure if it's the big data precision push or if it's just too much. The first testimonial video, surprisingly, is a video of his live stream from last night. Apparently it was recorded by a waterboy last night. Judging by the thousands of likes and the thousands of comments, the airplay would probably have to be in the hundreds of thousands. Holy! I haven't had a fire since I posted it myself. The water users' recorded screens are on fire. Who to talk to? But despite what they say. But after more than 3 months of live streaming, he still smelled a hint of a fire coming. Granted, the bronze octagonal bell is not his, but the Western Zhou, King Mu of Zhou, the corpse, the second generation of thieves, and the weird sound of the bells, but he was the one who popped them. That's what to watch, that's what to live for. And they're things that can only be seen on his live stream. He had a hunch that the number of people in the live room might be able to directly break 2,000 when he started broadcasting tonight. You know, before yesterday, the maximum number of people online in his live room was only 300. While this kind of thing doesn't happen every day, more traffic means more pofos. Novelty babies naturally abound. This is the beginning of a virtuous cycle. Get up and eat. Get your energy up and be good on the air. With a carp, he jumped out of bed. Cybersecurity Supervision Center, Greenville. Seeing Liang Jingyi walking in with a yawn, Xiao Lu, who was on duty, was surprised. What's wrong? Sister Liang? Been sleeping all day, haven't you? Seeing Liang Jingyi sitting on the chair with a tired face, Xiao Lu hesitated for a moment before saying, Sister Liang. Why don't I switch shifts with you from now on? I'll take the night shift, you take the day shift. Liang Jingyi stared at Xiao Lu in surprise. Yo, you still know that you feel sorry for the leader? Louis smiled and said, well nah. Sister Liang is old and hasn't found a date yet, and staying up all night isn't good for your skin. As a young man, you have to share the leader's worries. Who knew that when he turned his head, he saw Liang Jingyi's face darken? Shut up. If you can't talk, don't talk. He said and threw Xiao Lu a blank stare. I really don't know how you can find a date with this kind of IQ. Well, you're off duty. By the way, is there anything to account for? Xiao Lu grinned and excitedly saluted at Liang Jingyi. Then it's hard work, Sister Liang. As for the account. Nothing really. He thought for a moment, then suddenly added, by the way, the back office keeps getting reports of. Said we have a treasure hunting anchor with a grave robber on air in Xinjiang. There's a lot of fuss, and I don't know if it's true or not. Liang Jingyi nodded at her words. Oh, this I know. It does seem a little strange. Xiao Lu revealed a surprised look. You saw it too, huh? It says it's the bronze bell of King Mu of Zhou. We don't know if it's real or not. Gotta be what the experts say. However, the sound of that bronze bell is indeed quite eerie. I feel my scalp tingling when I listen to it. Very strange feeling. Liang Jingyi took out her cell phone with a broken screen. See? I was so scared when I listened to it last night that I dropped my cell phone on the floor. Xiao Lu was shocked. So powerful? It seems like there really is something wrong with that bronze bell. According to that Xian, that bronze bell was found near an ancient tomb. And it's still King Mu of Zhou's stuff. If this thing is really real, it's a treasure that can enter the National Museum. And although it wasn't explicitly stated, the implication of that hen's words was that bronze bell was dug up by grave robbers. Ancient tombs of the Western Zhou dynasty. This is a big case, isn't it? Sister Liang, what do you think about this matter? Liang Jingyi, however, shook her head and hummed, quite good at making associations, huh? Won first-class merit for busting a gang of grave robbers who stole a Western Zhou tomb? I think you've read too many novels. Webcasters garnering traffic, scripts, hype, the usual, really take it seriously? Instead, Louis squared his shoulders and said, no? That bell looks pretty real to me. And I saw the live broadcast at that time. The expression of the anchor named Xian didn't look like a fake. And as you heard, that bronze bell sounded really unusual. Liang Jingyi fell silent, but immediately added, the sound of that bell really can't be faked. Aha! Then keep watching, and report back if you have any more substantial information. Let the leaders decide. Louis nodded in realization. Well, there's no substantial evidence that we're not too good at this kind of thing. Ugh, then I'll go back first, Sister Liang. Xiao Lu had just reached the door with his cell phone, but he suddenly received a call from the chief captain. Overtime? Xiao Lu looked depressed. Captain, I promised my date I'd watch a movie with her tonight. All right. When he hung up the phone, he saw Liang Jingyi's smiling expression. What's wrong? Change of plans? Xiao Lu let out a long sigh. Don't mention it. The party said something about how there's been a lot of cybersecurity issues lately and to make the supervisory center a two-person shift. I'll have to trouble Sister Liang for more care in the future. Liang Jingyi laughed. That's a must. Go get me a glass of water. Xiao Lu blackened his face. Making me do it now? Sister Liang is really careful. He had just risen, but suddenly saw that the clock on the wall showed that it was 6 o'clock, and, after a pat on the head, the Rushing towards Liang Jingyi, she said, Sister Liang, that Brother Xian's Treasure Appreciation live broadcast is on. Why don't you keep an eye on it for a while? Let's see if we'll find anything. Liang Jingyi came back to her senses and opened her cell phone to take a look, and she saw that Xian's treasure appraisal was being broadcast live. After going in, I was surprised to find that the gifts in the live broadcast room continued to flow, and the number of people online had reached 3,000. Yo, it's really on fire. Monk's Hill. Zhou Zaiqi and his group had already arrived at the Cumulus Cave where they had failed last time. This is it. Last time, Terry and I planted here. But the location of the Warring States tomb, as recorded in the Warring States palindrome, is here. This time it's got to be done. Zhou Zaiyi looked at his nephew Zhou Chang. This time, I asked you to come here, so that you can learn well from Terry. One day, Uncle Sam's family fortune will still be yours to inherit. Talking to you, you hear me? A camera on your head is for you to come on the air? Brat! Zhou Chang grinned, third uncle, don't worry. We'll definitely find the location of the Warring States tomb this time. Zhou Zaiyi stopped caring about him and rushed at Terry, who was thicker than Enor next door, and said, let's go. Terry nodded and muffled his paddle towards the entrance to the Cumulus Cave not far away. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive in front of the Cumulus Cave. Zhou Zaiyi rushed at Zhou Chang, who was full of curiosity. The cave is not clean, be careful when you go in. But Zhou Chang is not only not afraid. Instead, he wondered, wasn't that corpse with the bronze bell hidden in its stomach caught right here? Zhou Zaiqi nodded, that's right. Terry, who was at the side, also looked grave and said, it seems that Third Master has told his great-nephew everything. In order to catch that corpse, Black Hump took half his arm. Gee, scary. Zhou Chang stared with wide eyes and a shocked face, but then immediately came back to his senses. With a strange look on his face, he said to himself, it's poisoned, isn't it? Terry showed surprise, that's right. The wound on the black camel's hand wasn't too big, but when he went back, half his arm was black. He said and then looked at Jose, the Third Master doesn't want his great-nephew to get involved. Why are you even talking to your great-nephew about this? Is it hard to change your mind? Jose, however, sighed, there's no way, can't hide it from this kid. Terry looked at Zhou Chang in surprise, oh, my great-nephew eavesdropped on me talking to your third uncle? Zhou Chang hasn't answered yet. Jose, however, narrowed his eyes and said, this kid showed both the corpse shell and the bronze bell to an anchor. That anchor doesn't know what kind of person he is, he's not very old, and not only does he know the corpse cutter. It also recognizes Jinwen, and speaks with the knowledge of the environment of the Cave of Corpses, and even our last operation. Terry looked shocked, huh? No way? Jose nodded, if it wasn't for the fact that it was you and Black Camel who came with me, I would have suspected who leaked the information. Terry blinked, is it that godly? What's the name, I'll inquire. Zhou Chang said smoothly, Brother Xian appraises treasures. Terry muttered a repetition, but then suddenly, as if thinking of something, he. Staring at Zhou Chang in shock, he said, Great nephew, you're really reckless. You're trying to get the police to take out your Uncle Sam and me in a row, aren't you? Zhou Chang, however, didn't care, don't worry, I'm not that stupid. Don't forget, I was an information major in college. The accounts are all fake information, and the cell phones have been specially handled by me, so they won't be able to find them. Terry showed surprise, I had forgotten about that. Oh, what a kid. Josie slowly got up, turned on his flashlight and shining toward the fluorescent beach not far away. Last time we came here, we didn't run into any swarms of corpse crushers this visit, so we should be able to head inside. Zhou Chang looked at the things that were fluorescing green in surprise. What is that? Terry murmured, bodies. Zhou Chang was shocked, all of them? Terry grunted, or what do you think? Saying this, he looked at Jose with a grave expression, Third Master, there's no road ahead. As soon as Jose squinted his eyes, the flashlight shone in front of him, and sure enough, he found that it was a stone wall. Even the water flow breaks off here. Hiss. Again. This is trouble. Live stream. Zhang Xian stared at the ever-growing number of people online, and in his heart, he finally felt like standing up. In this cyber world, the number of people online in the live room is more than 10,000 people already belong to the veritable big anchor. 3,000 people. Not exactly a big anchor, though. But for a live room like his that only has a few hundred on weekdays, it's been getting better. There are already hundreds of treasure lovers lined up waiting to be connected to the treasure appraisal. This was unthinkable before. Host's treasure hunting livestream has broken 10,000 followers and 3,000 people online, unlocking privacy privileges. Privacy writes this live room enjoys the right to privacy externally, all the netizens who enter this live broadcast. Including personal data, IP information, location information, all encrypted, except for the anchor authorization. No one else can just read it. Is the right to privacy on now? Zhang Xian froze for a moment, not realizing that there was such a function. Protecting the privacy rights of Papa friends is tantamount to creating a live streaming shelter. This will help him gather popularity. Nature has to be turned on. Live streaming privacy is on. Brothers. It's more popular today, so give us more likes, and share the livestream. The anchor is giving you a big lucky bag. After grabbing the lucky bags, we'll start today's connected treasure appraisal. There were significantly more pop-ups on the livestream than on a normal day. Of course there are more spammers. What kind of stingy anchor is this, handing out $505 lucky bags for a penny each? Appreciation of treasures, 100 times better. Who cares about your lucky bag, anchor? I want to see Jomu Wang octagonal bronze bell. This anchor only has over 10,000 points of followers, it can't be scripted, right? Is it true or false that the grave robber's connection was yesterday? Is it still coming tonight? The pop-ups clattered by. Zhang Xian's eyes got a little blurry when he saw that the queue was getting bigger and bigger. It then opens up a random connection. This treasure friend, this is Hatian jade, of average quality, not an antique, keep it for your collection. Next. 5 Emperor's money? Modern artifacts, fake at a glance, the patina is made ha. Real antique patina is not that green in color, how much did you pay for it? 50,000? Dude, don't collect it from now on, watch it live more often. Next. What's going on? It's so popular today, and you're giving me a rags to riches special. New viewers thought we didn't have any hard goods on the air. More than 3,000 men, and now less than 2,000 are running. You guys are tearing me down. I still don't believe it. Duty room. Xiao Lu couldn't help but smile as he stared at the screen. Sister Liang, you really hit the nail on the head. There's a real possibility that this anchor could be the one who's messing with traffic and scripting. You see, popularity just dropped and you're pissed off. Liang Jingyi laughed. What did you expect? I've seen a lot of these anchors. Everything is geared toward traffic, coming to treasure hunting at a young age. Is it enough sedimentation? It's time for this claptrap to change. Xiao Lu nodded, that's right. Suddenly the screen lit up and a huge castle appeared in the center of the screen. Good lord, who sent the carnival? That's rich. Louis looked surprised. Liang Jingyi sat up straight. She often hear people say carnival, but have not seen what it looks like. Seeing the end of the special effects, he then said, indeed, it is quite beautiful. How much is this gift? Xiao Lu gave a bitter laugh and said, 3,000. Liang Jingyi's eyes widened, so much? Topped your paycheck for a month. Xiao Lu's face darkened. Sister Liang, can we not be so heartfelt in our conversation? Liang Jingyi smiled, okay. But first, tell me, whose gift is this? Why are you giving it to him? Xiao Lu scratched his head, there's money to burn. Ha! Snow White thighs? Why does this ID look so familiar? Holy! Isn't this the kid who appraised the Western Zhou bronze bell yesterday? He's not going to connect the dots, is he? Liang Jingyi was instantly energized. Only Zhang Xian's voice was heard from the live broadcast. Thank you for the carnival from your brother? You're going to link up for treasure identification, aren't you? Okay, I'm pulling you now. Chapter 7 Brother Xian, is a crystal coffin considered a treasure? The water friends in the live broadcast room became excited when they saw the familiar ID reappear. Holy, the Pit 2 is really here. Pit 2 Brush Carnival plugin connection, did you unearth hard goods to appraise again? It's so programmatic. Ah, it's so 6. Tonight didn't disappoint. I thought the dude was busted, I didn't think he'd have the guts to connect tonight. Zhang Xian also had a strange look on his face, he thought that this brother had already skipped out. I didn't think I'd have the guts to make a big connection today. This kid has some real fat balls. Hello, brother. Hello again, what would you like to appraise tonight? Where are you going with this? Why is the lens so dark? Zhang Xian couldn't see anything, but could only hear the sound of clattering water, and it seemed that the dude was outside. At that moment, his expression became strange. Hen, can you hear me? I'm outside. Wow, you have a lot of people on the air tonight. Zhou Cheng's voice rang out. Zhang Xian did freeze for a moment, the voice echoed as if it was in a cave, and with the identity of this brother. The corners of Zhang Xian's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he lowered his voice a few notches and said, Brother, you're not exploring, are you? Zhou Cheng's laughter came from across the room. Brother Xian really understands me. However, I'm trapped now and want Brother Xian to help me find an exit. Zhang Xian had a black line on his face. Dude, what's your major in college? Zhou Cheng, Civil Engineering. Zhang Xian patted his head and seemed to have a bit of a headache, professional counterpart. The live streaming aquanauts understood what was going on in a flash. Although Zhang Xian said it in a very subtle way, all the old fans knew what he meant. Especially the Waterboys who had seen last night's broadcast were shocked. Awesome! Civil Engineering Program, internship upon graduation. Brothers really bold, down the pit still dare to connect the anchor, not afraid of being along the network cable to check the water meter? Is this dude kidding? Either that or he's crazy. Monitoring Center. Liang Jingyi didn't seem to have heard much of the conversation between the two. Somewhat puzzled, he rushed at Lu Wenbin. What are they saying? Why, it's like a riddle. Xiaolu, however, looked grave and said, Sister Liang, this kid is robbing tombs. Liang Jingyi's face suddenly changed drastically. What? Xiaolu explained, there are sensitive words in the live broadcast, and exploration means grave robbing. A civil engineering major is a professional grave robber. Liang Jingyi stood up violently. I think they're crazy. Xiaolu nodded with a shocked face. I think so. Inside the cave of accumulated corpses. Terry stared at Zhou Cheng in shock. Great nephew, you're really connected? Third master, don't you care? Zhou Zei, however, sighed. This is the last chance to find the entrance. We'll just have to give up. Since this kid is sure, let him try. Terry looked at the crystal coffins on the walls, and the rock face in front of him, and fell helplessly silent. For the sake of this warring state's tomb, he and Zhou Zei almost put their lives on the line. Even the black camel is still lying in the hospital. Cripple. He was naturally resigned. He looked at Zhou Cheng, but saw Zhou Cheng shush at him. Then turn on your flashlight and illuminate the cave. At the same time, Zhang Xian's gravely voice came from his cell phone. It really is the Cumulus Cave. Terry snapped his eyes wide open and looked at Zhou Zei in shock. Only to see Zhou Zei also surprised and nodded at him. And whispered, recognizing the Cumulus Cave at a glance as no ordinary person. Live stream. Upon seeing that the cave does appear in the shot, the aquanauts in the live room were stunned. Holy, it's really down in the grave. Brothers are really ruthless, my nigga scalp is numb. Against all odds. This brother is finished. That's so bombastic, isn't it? Zhang Xian even cried and laughed, although he had guessed it long ago, but seeing the familiar scene of he still felt his blood pressure rubbing up against him. Fortunately, it was the systems that gave him the privacy of the live broadcast, or else he was afraid that the live broadcast would be blocked. But this information is not known to the brothers who are connected. I have to say, this dude has some real balls. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, cough. Expedition trapped, huh? Zhou Cheng, yes brother Xian. Zhang Xian, okay. Saving lives is positive energy. Brothers, positive energy fight. Zhang Xian cleared his throat. Brother, take a look at the surroundings. Zhou Cheng took his cell phone and looked around. A dark river went deep into the end. The green bodies on the river bank were horrific and disgusting. Zhang Xian frowned, wondering if it was the reason why he had comprehended the full book of the 16-character Yin Yang Feng Shui secret. He was surprised to see a looming black aura in the shot. Zhou Cheng's voice rang out on the screen. I came in from the opposite side, and now the water level is rising. There's no going back. Xian, help me see if there's another way out? Zhang Xian's face sank again, and he understood the meaning of the words, saying that he was looking to go out. It's really just about finding the entrance. Ugh, it's dangerous here. Zhou Cheng said, yes, there are still dead bodies with greenish lights next to them. Brother Xian, do you want to see a little better? Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hand. Brother, calm down. I just started the show, don't mess up my live feed. Zhou Cheng, oh. The popularity of the live broadcasting room was significantly more at the moment, having dropped to 2,000 people just now. Now it's over 3,000 again and it's still going up. Numerous water users felt a chill run down their backs when they heard the greenish glowing dead body, even though they were separated from the screen. Holy, that's a corpse with a green light? I thought it was fireflies. What the hell is this place? It doesn't look like an ancient tomb. Shocking as it may be, how come the more I see it, the more it looks like a program effect? This live broadcast is awesome. It's the first time I've seen a treasure appreciation anchor showing someone an ancient tomb. Zhang Xian, brothers, I'm here in the treasure appreciation live room. You're making this difficult for me. Zhou Chang, however, hurriedly said, Brother Xian, saving a life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. And there are treasures here too. Zhang Xian had a bad feeling. What kind of treasure? Zhou Chang showed the camera toward the stone wall above. Coffin. I only saw a crystal coffin hanging 5 meters from the stone wall. It looked exquisite and eerie in the light. Zhou Chang, it looks like crystal to me, so it should be considered a treasure, right? Hen. Zhang Xian rubbed his temples. Alas, it's true that what you fear comes to you. Man, you really opened my eyes. The pop-ups in the live stream suddenly multiplied. Apparently, the waterman was surprised by the coffin. What do I see? What? Panic. Crystal coffins? I copy. It scared me in the middle of the night. Awesome. Break the sound. Brother, go easy on him, don't mess up the live broadcast. By the look of the brother, he went down to the tomb and ran into a trap, didn't he? Chapter 8, do you see the wall still there again? My god. Are anchors messing with scripts and going so over the top these days? Xiao Lu in the monitoring room was directly surprised by the crystal coffin on the wall. Liang Jingyi was even more stunned. This is the script? What do you mean? Didn't you just say they were robbing graves? Xiao Lu raised his head with a serious face and said, Sister Liang, when have you ever seen a coffin made of crystal? Liang Jingyi was still a bit confused. I'm not an archaeologist, how would I know? Xiao Lu said, haven't you ever seen a pig run before? Haven't you seen the ancient tombs unearthed by the archaeological team? The coffins inside are all wood? With the level of craftsmanship in ancient times, how is it possible to make a coffin out of crystal? He shook his head. I think nah, it's mostly scripted. Liang Jingyi was also a bit skeptical. You have a point. Something like a crystal coffin does seem a bit outlandish. What then? Keep looking? Louis nodded. Aha. Let's see what the two of them get up to. Seeing Zhang Xian's surprised look, Zhou Chang couldn't help but say, Brother Xian, I didn't lie to you. Why don't you drop by and get an estimate on this thing? Zhang Xian sniffed but his face froze. It was a crystal coffin cut from a single block of crystal, and with the added value of craftsmanship and artifacts, the value is guaranteed to be worth $3 million. Zhou Chang's voice seemed a bit surprised. Such a big crystal coffin. Not as valuable as yesterday's octagonal bell? Zhang Xian said, it's not at the same level, it can't be compared. But, man, no kidding. You'd better get out of here as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to get out even if you want to. It's not clean here. Zhou Chang, unclean? Where's the uncleanliness? Zhang Xian said, it's that crystal coffin. Zhou Chang sniffed and pointed the camera at the crystal coffin again. Isn't this crystal coffin clean and transparent? Zhang Xian was a bit speechless. That's a whole crystal cut, of course it's clean and transparent. When I say unclean, I don't mean clean on the outside. It's the inside that counts. You should understand what that means. If you don't understand, ask the person you came with. Just as he finished speaking, another middle-aged man's voice did come from inside. Listen to him. Only then did Zhou Chang say, Brother Xian, go on. Zhang Xian nodded and said, in fact, it is not the hole that traps you, but that crystal coffin. This. No sooner had he finished speaking than he heard the sound of cool air being sucked in from inside. Zhou Chang, Brother Xian, don't scare me. It's supposed to be eerie in here. Zhang Xian, however, hummed, I don't have the heart to scare you. Look closely at that crystal coffin, don't you think something is missing? The camera burst into footsteps. Then came a few muffled whispers of conversation. A moment later, Zhou Chang said, Brother Xian, I see that the crystal coffin is quite well preserved. And no bumps or bruises. There shouldn't be anything missing, should there? Zhang Xian rubbed his temples. Ugh, really can't listen at all. Tell you what, I have a way to show you what's missing. Zhou Chang, what way? Xian, say it. Zhang Xian said, did you guys bring candles? It better be ash. After a moment of silence, Zhou Chang took out a bag and inside was a packet of candles wrapped in yellow paper. Here's a packet, 12, is that enough? Zhang Xian said, 3 is enough. Put it on the point in the middle of the cave. Zhou Chang looked toward the center and realized that the middle was the river, so he said, will the boat work? Zhang Xian said, yes. Upon hearing this, he then lit 3 white waxes on the bow of the boat as Zhang Xian had said. And then what? Seeing the candle burning, Zhou Chang continued to ask. Zhang Xian, however, said, don't be in a hurry, just keep an eye on the changes around you. When he said that, he shook his head and stopped talking. But this can be anxious about the water friends of the live broadcast. What Zhang Xian had said was clear enough, that the cave was unclean, meaning that it might be haunted. And he also asked Zhou Chang to light 3 white waxes and wait for the changes around him. Obviously something is going to happen next. Watching a live broadcast for fun, long used to watching waterboys suddenly see content like this. It really felt like his scalp was tingling up. Especially the feeling that it was also real made them apprehensive. Watching a live stream, giving me the chills. Are you sure it's not a haunted house actor across the street? The cave doesn't look like a fake, and as for that what's his name green glowing corpse, we didn't see that either. But the crystal coffins do seem a bit outrageous. Laughing to death, how can there be crystal coffins in ancient times? They are all wooden coffins. Okay, haven't you seen the archaeological documentary? The anchors acted quite like it. The script is undoubtedly there, so don't be afraid, just watch for fun. The way the script was going, the next thing that must have happened was a bit of a stunt. And then there's no more, it's a live effect. Ah, in the end it's true or not, I'm a bit scared. Brother Xian, you say something. Zhang Xian didn't say a word on camera. But the small shot shows 3 sticks of white wax floating languidly on fire in the blackened bow. No one spoke, only the clatter of the water. It must be said that such a scene for the hearts of the spectators who had brushed up from the outside of the. What a shock! The popularity of the live stream is growing. It quickly shot up to 6,000. And the numbers are growing. I'm new here, what's going on here? It's like a haunting, it's scary. Isn't this a treasure hunting live stream? Why are you looking at candles? The eerie atmosphere lasted for more than 10 minutes and the candle had burned a third of the way through. Just when the popularity was no longer growing and the live viewers were almost losing patience with the 3 white waxes suddenly and silently went out. Zhang Xian sat up straight violently, it's coming. Live streaming waterboy? Extinguished? What's coming? So scary. A panicked sound of footsteps did come from the camera. Zhou Chang's shocked voice rang out, I'll go. Why is there another crystal coffin across the street? Another middle-aged man's voice rang out, no. There's a body in this crystal-lined coffin. The camera shook at the sound of that middle-aged man's voice. When the image was fixed, it was only to see that there was indeed a crystal coffin still hanging from the rock wall on the opposite side. And inside lay the body of a black-haired, white-clad woman. Zhou Cheng's voice began to tremble, Xian. Brother Xian. What's going on here? It clearly wasn't there just now. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, white wax can burn unclean qi. This coffin has always been here. It's just the Ian that's blinding you. Just so you can't see it. Zhou Chang came to a realization, so that's how it is. Then why can I see this mouth behind me? After saying that, he subconsciously turned his head back, but suddenly heard Zhang Xian say in a deep voice, don't turn back. Get in the boat and move forward. Zhou Chang was startled by Zhang Xian's tone, but there is a wall in front. But Zhang Xian said, do you look again to see if the wall is still there? Chapter 9 Sweepstakes Looking Glass Eye. Wall? Zhou Chang was a bit puzzled as he looked straight ahead to see. Only the wall of rock at the end dissipated like a mist. The lake clattered forward. It seemed that the scene he had just seen was really an illusion. I'll go. Third Master, what's going on here? Why is it like a trick? Terry was filled with shock. Zhou Cheng's mouth opened into an O shape in surprise, and it took him half a day to come back to his senses. Zhou Zaiqi's brows furrowed, and a look of shock appeared on his face. A few moments later, he took a deep breath and said, it seems that the disappearance of the wall is related to the 3 candles on the bow. Zhou Cheng, who had returned to his senses, excitedly said to Zhang Xian, Brother Xian, it's truly divine. The rock wall has literally disappeared. Can you tell us what just happened? His voice echoed through the broadcast. The more than 6,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were also stunned by this scene. When they first connected, they did see on camera that the cave ended in a rock wall. Now the rock wall has suddenly disappeared. Who can explain this? What the hell? I'm confused. Does the candle going out have something to do with the wall disappearing? Damn, that's scary. Did Xian see the cat in the bag a long time ago? How many years have I watched live broadcasts, and I've never seen this kind of thing in the booth? The surveillance room. The two of them, Liang Jingyi and Xiao Lu, who were watching the live broadcast intently, couldn't help but glance at each other. The faces of the two men were filled with shock. Is it special effects? It was only after a long time that Liang Jingyi popped out a sentence without certainty. Xiao Lu's expression was also permeated with hesitation, a small anchor with only 10,000 followers. Can you make such a big deal out of it? Liang Jingyi frowned, then what happened to the wall that just disappeared? Xiao Lu scratched his head, I don't know. It's so confusing. Keep looking. The host appraises the value of the crystal coffin and receives a chance to draw a prize worth $3 million. Zhang Xian was stunned, not expecting that at this time, a lottery prompt would actually ring out. The golden treasure chest had come into view. $3 million worth of sweepstakes entries. Even if you give cash, you'll be able to buy a suite. He chose OK at once. The treasure chest suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light, and then slowly opened. The system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully drawing the Eye of the Bleeding Eye ability. Zhang Xin froze, Qi looking eye? What is it? Ion Qi, wherever there is a dragon vein, there is purple energy in the air, and wherever there is evil energy in the air. There's no place to hide from the world of yin and yang, from the mountains and rivers, from the seas. After listening to the system's explanation, Zhang Xian immediately took a deep breath. It's like an eye in the sky. 3 million raffle dollars to draw that kind of ability is too good a deal. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes slightly as a ball of energy rushed into his brain. A moment later, he opened his eyes. A purple light actually flashed in his eyes. Look in the camera again. Only to see a black-haired, white-clothed woman standing in the depths of the dark cave. Brother Xian, you're too good. Turn around and when I get out, I'll paint you 10 carnivals. I'm going out first, ha. Talk to you later. Zhou Cheng's excited voice rang out. Zhang Xian saw that the three of them had boarded the boat, and that looked as if they were ready to continue onward. If nothing else, by the time we get to the corner, the three of them would then collide with the white-clothed female corpse. And the yin qi in front of them was so thick that the three of them couldn't see the female corpse at all at the moment. Ugh. This is going to be a big disaster. Zhang Xian sighed. It's a grave robber, but it's 3 lives, after all. Besides, in his previous life, he's often dealt with grave robbers and knew that not all of them were bad people. Big trouble? Xian, who do you think is going to be in big trouble? Zhou Cheng heard Zhang Xian's muttering and paused instead. Who else could it be? Of course you guys. Zhang Xian said helplessly, it is no one else's fault that he, a treasure forensic anchor, has to worry about grave robbers. We? Zhou Cheng was puzzled, Brother Xian, can you clarify? Zhang Xian nodded, although it has nothing to do with me, it's at least 3 lives. It's really in the heart of the matter. Never mind, seeing as you're my fan, I'll give you a few pointers. Brothers, on demand attention. Long snow-white legs gifted to the anchor carnival. Dreamy castle-like effects float across the screen. Zhang Xian instantly narrowed his eyes, bro. Any idea why that wall just disappeared? Zhou Cheng shook his head, I asked you just now and you haven't told me yet. Is it hard to hallucinate? Zhang Xian, however, shook his head, that wall is a yin fury qi illusion. The white wax consumed the yin and the demonic qi, which is why it made that wall disappear and allowed another crystal coffin to appear. Zhou Cheng nodded, so that's how it is, I see. Thank you, Brother Xian. Zhang Xian, however, said, you understand. Zhou Cheng froze, what's wrong? Zhang Xian said breathlessly, aren't you curious about where such a dancing fury qi comes from? Zhou Cheng, however, hemmed and hawed a test me, right? This I understand. It comes from the green light next to it. Zhang Xian shook his head, I realized why your kid is so unenlightened. Rotting corpses and rotten bones, where would there be such a thick yin qi? The top of your head, the source of the yin qi that creates it, is above your head. Zhou Chang looked towards the top of his head in confusion and only saw the transparent crystal coffin. Heads up. There's nothing. He had just finished speaking when he suddenly came back to his senses and sucked in a breath of cold air. That's not right. There were bodies in the crystal coffins across the street, it's only right that there should be in this one too. But how come this crystal coffin is empty? Zhang Xian sighed at this. Brother, you've finally gotten the hang of it. The body in the crystal coffin ran out. Zhou Chang was shocked and looked toward the four in fear. Where did it run? When Zhang Xian saw him shaking the camera, he said, directly in front of where the corner is, on the bank of the river. Zhou Chang gave a jolt and looked uneasily in the direction Zhang Xian had said. But found nothing. Why can't I see it? Terry frowned as well, and the oars in his hands slowed down a few notches. No way? Zhou Zi, however, whispered, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. Be careful. The audience in the live broadcast room had come to 8,000 people at this moment. 8,000 pairs of eyes were also dead set on the images in the camera. It's just like what Zhou Chang said. It's just a little dark and foggy up ahead. But can't see anything else. Brother Xian isn't lying to Huazi, is he? How come I can't see it? Yeah, how come I can't see anything? Really? Squinty-eyed smile. I saw it too. Hey. Don't you guys post pop-ups? You're scaring people and I didn't see it. What's the situation? Can't it be that a corpse can still be fraudulent? Zhang Xian, however, didn't change his face. Keep going forward and you'll see it. I should warn you though, just because you see it, it means it can see you. Although he didn't see it, Zhou Chang didn't dare to be careless. Brother Xian, what do you say? I hear you. Zhang Xian blinked and thought for a moment before saying, it's simple. Light the 3 candles and paddle down the river all the way to the penalty. Keep an eye on the candles during this time. As long as the candle stays lit, you are safe. Zhou Chang's throat rolled in the headset, then. What about if the candle goes out? Zhang Xian shrugged, then close your eyes. Zhou Chang took a deep breath. Closing your eyes is to prevent ghosts and monsters from taking people's souls, right? Zhang Xian, however, shook his head, no. To close your eyes means to listen to God. Zhou Chang, huh? The water friends in the live broadcast room were originally on edge, but in the end, when they heard Zhang Xian say this, they were shocked. Looks like the anchor was working the effects of the show, but it still scared me. Now are you satisfied? Anchor, be a man, don't do this at night. Anchor, I'm all you kind. Inside the cave. Terry also got goosebumps, and if it were normal he wouldn't have believed it. But the sudden disappearance of the stone wall, coupled with the inexplicable appearance of another crystal coffin, made it impossible for him to disbelieve. Third Master, what should we do? Zhou Zi blackened his face, and although he looked calm, his heart was flustered. I'm kind of a mountain out of water, what kind of strange things haven't I seen before? But this hole has really grown on me. Terry revealed a look of surprise. Third Master, you mean? Zhou Ziqi nodded his head and a touch of ruthlessness appeared on his face. It's better to believe it than not to believe it. That Zhang Xian seems to know more about this place than we do, even though he's across the screen. The ability is far above us. And... He looked toward the empty crystal coffin. There should indeed be a body in here. Zhou Chang covered the microphone and rushed at Zhou Zedong with an uneasy face. Third uncle, the corpse can really run by itself? Zhou Zei glanced at this slightly innocent great nephew. Zhou Chang's face changed drastically. Huh? Terry patted him on the shoulder. Your Uncle Sam and I are here. Don't be afraid. Zhou Chang, however, felt his head buzzing and... A moment later, but... Is this scientific? Zhou Zei laughed. Your third uncle, I've been in this 3rd grade of elementary school. Don't know anything about science or not. All I know is that evil places are full of weirdness. Terry, move forward. Terry nodded and rocked the oars toward the depths. Zhou Chang was filled with anxiety as he stared at the candle in front of him, not daring to move his gaze away. The connecting screen doesn't end there. The camera still shows the 3 white waxes with the fire waving in the air. The gurgling of the oars, the clattering of the water, and the heavier and heavier breathing of the... Staggered. The atmosphere got weirder and weirder. As if to vent this tension, there were significantly more pop-ups as well. There was a lot of teasing and trolling, but you could feel the tension of the waterboys between the lines. Numbnuts, don't look. Treasure hunting live, change the hell out of it, awesome. Playing tricks, I don't believe it anymore, come out for me if you can. If you have the guts, the female corpse will be carried home. There were more and more pop-ups, but Zhang Xian's expression grew more and more grave. As the wooden boat pulled into the turn, the fire began to become wobbly. The number of people in the live room also finally came to 10,000 people. Gradually, it seemed, the rate of the waterman's heartbeat began to match that of the fire. Put! Suddenly, the wavering firelight went out abruptly. The live feed was full of question marks. Heavy breathing comes from behind the camera. Zhang Xian also sat up straight and said in a grave voice, "Brothers, it's coming." It was as if this statement had awakened the water users, and the pop-ups increased in number. Holy, for real? I'm afraid to look, it can't be true, can it? I bet the anchor is lying about the shenanigans. False pretenses, I'm not afraid, huh? Arrogant. Although Zhou Cheng's trio closed their eyes, the camera was still recording everything on the bow of the ship. A long white dress, empty inside, floated down to the bow as if it weighed nothing. The camera was only halfway through the shot, but the dark hair that hung down to her waist was in the shot. Plus the wobbly feeling of a traveling boat. This terrifying first view is simply cardiac arrest. What do I see? Holy, that scared the out of me. That's creepy. I'm convinced, it's horrible. Zhou Cheng closed his eyes tightly, but seemed to be aware of it. Voice trembling, "Xian. Is that thing coming?" Zhang Xian's gaze was dead set on the white clothes. Zhou Cheng immediately shivered. Terry's voice came from inside as well, "Holy." Zhou Zei said in a deep voice, "Don't panic, calm down." Zhou Cheng's teeth were telegraphing, "Brother Xian. Save me." Zhang Xian said breathlessly, "I'm not an immortal, I can have the ability to catch ghosts in the void. But don't panic yet. At the moment the female corpse is just standing on the bow of the boat and has not made a move on you. I'll keep an eye out for you guys and let you know if anything happens." Zhou Cheng heard that the female corpse was in the tradition, and had long been too frightened to speak. Terry, who seemed a little unable to bear the feeling of dread, murmured, "How troublesome it would be to." "Can't you open your eyes?" Zhang Xian sneered, "Then try it and see if the female corpse deducts your eyeballs, and you're done." Terry gritted his teeth, "All right then." The wooden boat looked like it had entered a misty formation, and the dark room around it grew thicker and thicker. The camera was no more than 2 meters from the bow of the ship, but the female body in the shot was getting blurry. Apparently this is the place with the heaviest yin and yang. Zhang Xian frowned tightly and suddenly said, "It's broken." He had just finished speaking when he saw the sleeve of the woman's white coat in the cameras. Suddenly several gray nails like white powder stuck out. Those nails are growing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The number of 10,000 people in the live room suddenly turned into 8,000. Scare away 2,000 people in an instant. Naya. Ein yet. Zhou Cheng heard Zhang Xian's tone was not right. The heart became even more fearful, "Xian. What is it doing?" Zhang Xian lowered his voice, "It's stretching its claws." Zhou Cheng, "Huh? Terry, labor's going to fight it." Zhang Xian, "Wait a little longer." Zhou Zei, "Still waiting? Wait for what?" The voice had just disappeared when the camera 3 candles suddenly and steeply lit up. The dense black mist disappeared along with the white-clothed female corpse. Zhang Xian let out a long sigh of relief, "There. It's okay now." Chapter 10, Unlocking the Live Alerts feature. Zhou Cheng slowly opened his eyes, and sure enough, he found 3 candles burning quietly in the bow of the boat. There was no shadow of the so-called female corpse in the press. Terry's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he muttered, "Good lord, it's not supposed to scare us, is it?" Zhou Cheng also froze for a moment, but then he heard Zhou Zei's voice, "Look at that coffin." Zhou Cheng subconsciously turned his head towards the crystal coffin on the stone wall behind him. Only to see that in the originally empty crystal coffin, there was a white-clothed, black-haired female corpse lying. The look was exactly as Zhang Xian had described. "Holy! Really?" Terry's voice was full of shock. The surveillance room. Liang Jingyi and Xiao Lu's mouths had opened into O shapes. The cell phone camera recorded the scene just now clearly. The white-clothed, black-haired woman who had suddenly appeared and disappeared had really startled the two. "Sister Liang. I have always considered myself a committed materialist. But now I don't seem so sure anymore." Xiao Lu had a shocked look on his face. "This is live. If it was faked, with current technology, even if it could be done, it also requires a high level of technical support. Does a small anchor with just over 10,000 followers have that kind of power? As much as he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't find a single bit of logic that he could accept. I still kind of can't believe it. How can corpses appear on their own like living people and suddenly disappear? Louis, do you really think this is true? Louis covered his head. I have a headache. All I can think right now, Captain, is that you made the right decision in putting me on the night shift. This horror atmosphere, it's perfect. Liang Jingyi also shivered. As a woman, her tolerance for bizarre events that Ben is less than a man. She nodded. I also think that it was the right thing to do to get you to switch classes. Otherwise I'm afraid I'll never dare walk at night again. Xiao Lu let out a bitter smile. Forget it, I'd better send it to the first captain to take a look. Let him experience that scalp-tingling thrill too. Convinced. I don't know if it's the signal or what's going on. Contact Zhou Cheng suddenly disconnected the live broadcast. Zhang Xian, however, breathed a sigh of relief, although he had memories of the cave of corpse accumulation among his previous lives. Once, while watching a movie or television, this scene had startled him as well. But this near-real sense of a first-person experience that it still made him feel a tingling sensation in his scalp. If not for the other half of the 16-character yin and yang feng shui secret art that had been written about the underground netherworld, he was afraid he couldn't think of a way to help the last three escape. The female corpse that stood at the bow of the ship, once it stormed out, the three were bound to die on the spot. But along with the worry, a sense of excitement sprouted in his heart that he had never felt before. In his previous life, he was an antique store owner, though he had never been involved in grave robbing. However, he is also quite curious about grave robbing, and likes to study and think about it when he has nothing else to do. If there was ever an ancestor in the family, descendants of the Zhang family are not allowed to descend to the tomb. Maybe he had gone down that road in a previous life. Today's practice in the live room also seemed to open the door to a new world for him. Video linking to grave robbers seems to be a form of grave robbing. And it's not even menacing. The most important thing is that the tomb is full of antique treasures, and by relying on the appraisal lottery alone, he'd have to be a thug. Ding dong, the host's live room has exceeded 10,000 people, unlocking the live queue function. Zhang Xian, whose thoughts were interrupted, waited for a while, only to find that the system did not give an explanation. What direct queue function? Inexplicable. Zhang Xian was somewhat speechless. Give a feature and don't explain it, who would use it? Never mind, we'll see it on the next broadcast. For some reason, after Zhou Cheng disconnected the connection, he was suddenly a bit tasteless. Thinking about the pots and pans of appraisal that will be practiced next doesn't bring up much interest. However, the more than 10,000 aquatic friends in the live broadcast room were still immersed in the shock just now. The horrific images that are so real you can't believe them. A straight-up midnight scare for over 10,000 waterbenders. And the horror is different from watching a horror movie. Even in the scariest of horror movies, the audience subconsciously knows that the movie is fake. The scene ends and the horror fades quickly. But watching it live is different. That real horror is straight to the soul. Subconsciously even think that something unclean will stick even through the screen. This fear from their genetic roots made them realize that trying to get a good night's sleep in a week's time. I'm afraid there's no door. Brothers, that's it for today. Mard, the water friends are too capable of messing up today. I'm afraid the live room will be blocked. Let's broadcast tomorrow. Hearing Zhang Xian's voice off the air, the water user, still in fear, wailed again. They still wanted to wait for Zhang Xian to give them a reasonable explanation. Watching a live stream and being so scared I can't sleep at night. Then the anchor said nothing and left work. Is this what people do? Anchor, if you dare to go off the air, we'll take it off. No, Anchor. Anchor, be a man, tell me it was all a lie just now, okay? I have a night shift tonight. This is a human being? Zhang Xian looked at the pop-up screen but he was heatedly smiling. Brothers, these days continuous high-intensity live broadcast it's making my back hurt. The technician at Red Romance said I'd have to have a course of consecutive treatments to make it work. It's time for me to go to therapy to heal. See you tomorrow, brothers. Zhang Xian went straight off the air. Although the treasure hunting was not rewarded. But a couple carnivals and a small gift would be a nice bonus. He glanced at the balance. Today's gift proceeds, $6,305. I made over $6,000 in 2 hours. Withdrawal. With yesterday's $30,000 or so, there's now a little over $40,000 in the phone. Maybe it's because I've been poor for the past few months. Seeing this balance is even happier than getting the eye of the spotter and the 16 characters of the Yin Yang Feng Shui secret. Xingcheng Royal Garden District. Just after work, Fan Yukai returned home full of fatigue. Seeing his daughter sitting on the couch watching cartoons, excitedly shouting at her dad towards running for a hug. A moment of fatigue cleared away. Mooah. Good girl, did you listen to mommy at home today? My daughter held her little head high and said in a milky voice, of course, mommy even praised me. I am obedient and understanding and the sweet little princess of the world. Fan Yukai saw how cute his daughter was. A smile broke out on his face. With a daughter in his middle age and a young wife 7 or 8, he's older and not as fit as he was when he was a youngster. His wife is 7 or 8 years younger than he is, and many times he has more than he can handle. That's why there's always a sense of worry in the back of your mind. That scene just now really made his hair stand on end. For a moment, it almost felt like the sky was falling. Watching it live scared me. Cuddle up with me tonight. The wife hugged tighter. It seemed really scary. Fan Yukai patted his wife's shoulder, but I haven't eaten yet. The wife shook her head, no more food. Fan Yukai let out a bitter laugh, I have to put my daughter to bed later. Who knew that just after that, my daughter would run into the room and get under the covers, too. Squeeze in between the two. Dad, I'm sleeping with you guys tonight. Fan Yukai was speechless, it looks like Dad won't have dinner tonight. I'm curious, though, what did you watch live that could scare you like that? Is it some kind of unhealthy and vulgar broadcast? Don't forget what your husband does. Cybersecurity Surveillance Brigade, Captain. Dare to scare my wife, see if I don't seal him up. But the wife shook her head, it's the treasure hunting anchor. Arigato froze for a moment, the treasure hunter he knew, the video linked to the netizen, showing an antique collection to an online friend, identifying authenticity, what's so scary about that? My daughter also blinked her big eyes, yes, mommy. The wife said, treasure hunting anchors aren't intimidating, and they're even a little bit cool. Fan Yukai bristled, oh. The wife continued, but there's a connected netizen who says he's trapped in a cave. Let the anchor help him figure out how to get out. Fan Yukai frowned, that's really strange, there's this kind of program for treasure appreciation anchors? The wife nods, the point is. That internet guy ran into shenanigans in a cave. I can't think about it, it's horrible. My daughter was also scared and scrunched her little head. Fan Yukai took out his cell phone and put his arms around his daughter and wife, don't be ridiculous, there are no creeps in the world. I'll take a call first. Hey, Louie, what's up? Discover the situation? Did you send it to my cell phone? Okay, I got it. I'll take a look at it right away. Hang up the phone. Put there before opening the V-mail. His wife and daughter also came over to his head, Dad, you still have to work after work? Putyachoi said helplessly, yeah, Dad works hard. He said opening the video file sent by Louie. On the dark prow of the boat stood a woman dressed in white, whose black hair hung down to her breast and the nails instantly grew half a meter. Ah! The wife let out a scream. Wow! The daughter burst into tears instantly. He was already on edge, and when he was suddenly startled again by his wife and daughter, his cell phone flung out in terror. Ran right under the cabinet. What's the situation? He looked in shock at his wife, who was full of misery. My daughter was grinning widely and crying. The wife was horrified, it's that live streaming shenanigans. He sucked in a breath of cold air, instantly realizing what was going on. The wife's talk of horror forensics is a new situation that Louis says he's discovered. A nameless anger welled up from his heart. He's trying to get to his cell phone. He had just gotten up but suddenly heard a goosebump-inducing wail from underneath the cabinet. The bedroom was a mess again. A countryside hostel outside of Monk's Hill. Zhou Chang, who had no intention of eating, sized up Zhou Zi, who was sipping a roasted knife. Finally, he couldn't help but say, Third uncle, are we going back home? I can't figure it out. Terry, who was eating a satisfyingly fatty meal, however, glanced at him and laughed strangely, what's on your mind, kid? Third Master is known as a ruthless man on the road. It took so much effort to find the clues to the Warring States tomb, how could we possibly give up? Zhou Chang immediately came to his senses and held up his glasses. Excitedly, he said, then why did we have to turn back? I have dry food and water in my bag, enough for us to eat and drink tonight. Jose gave him a faint look before he leisurely said, "Kid, it's time to grow on you." Joe Chang instantly became interested. Terry, who was on the sidelines, just hemmed and hawed, as if he already knew the answer. Jose lit a cigarette before slowly saying, "Our profession is spread all over the country. Fish and dragons. There are at least dozens of sects that can be counted. But no matter what the southern school, the northern school, the eastern school, the western school, or the one who seeks the mountains and feels none of them can run out of the 2 steps of searching the cave and exploring the tomb. The cave of accumulated corpses we're going to today is actually part of the Warring States tomb. The hill in front of the exit should be the location of the burial chamber of the Warring States tomb." Joe Chang's eyes lit up. "Since we found it, let's dig." Jose, however, shook his head. "It's not that simple. Finding the spot to hit the eye is all about precision. It has to hit above the main chamber. This way we can jump over the tomb organs along the robber's hole and enter the main chamber without any problems. It's a skill job, and not many people in our line of work can do it." Joe Chang revealed a surprised look. "Third uncle can't do it either?" Seeing that Jose didn't say anything, Joe Chang looked at Terry again. "Uncle Tai can't do it either?" Terry let out a bitter laugh. "Great nephew, think highly of me. If the third master can't do it, I can't do it anymore. I heard the third master say that finding the acupuncture points and locating the eyes, without decades of experience, you won't be able to find them." Joe Chang came to a realization, but then immediately scratched his head. "It's so troublesome, what should we do then?" Terry did hem and haw and said, "Don't worry, Master San has already contacted the Earth Rascal. Tomorrow." Joe Chang revealed a surprised look. "What ground rascal?" Terry smiled at Jose and said, "It seems that my great-nephew still needs to learn more." Joe Chang looked dissatisfied. "Uncle Tai, don't that I'm joking, hurry up and say it. Quite curious." Only then did Terry say, "It's the strange man who specializes in searching for acupuncture points and hitting the eyes. You'll know it when you see him tomorrow." Chapter 11 Order of Investigation. "Sir, is this your tea and fruit plate? There are boxes next to it." The female technician who put down the fruit plate, with one more gentle reminder, stared straight at Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded. Got it." Seeing Zhang Xian's lack of action, the female technician whispered again, 399.40 minutes. Guaranteed to serve you comfortably. Just don't let me stop until you say stop, okay? Zhang Xian stared straight at the female technician for a few seconds. And then slowly picked up a slice of apple and stuffed it into his mouth. "You're so ugly." The female technician's face sank. Carrying the locket and twisting her small waist, she grunted in the direction of the guests inside. "This is the footbath downstairs in the neighborhood. Nothing he likes to come and take a dip." He wasn't a casual person, despite the thousands of thoughts in his mind. On the contrary, he has principles within him that are different from his debauched exterior. Being in the red world, watching the lights, feeling the release of human sexual desire, and yet being able to leave quietly. Without realizing it, this had become his unique way of catharsis when he was in an alien world. After drinking this cup of tea, he'll be able to find complete inner peace and that's when it's time to leave, too. Martyr, can there be anything good in this hole? A mid-sentence laugh and curse came from behind him. Before he could even turn his head, Zhang Xian saw 2 figures, one tall and one short, walking away from him in bare arms. And sat in the recliner directly in front of him. These 2 are very distinctive. The tall one was a full 1.9 meters, and the thin one was as thin as a bamboo pole, which seemed to be able to be blown down by a gust of wind. The shorter ones were even less than 5 meters, their necks thicker than their heads, their shoulders and necks squeezed together. The head was bare, living like a gas can. The way the 2 walked just reeked of a low-quality look. Before he could lie still, Humpty Dumpty pulled in his throat and spat out a few mouthfuls of thick phlegm, crossed his legs and he also spoke gruffly, not caring about the disdainful looks cast around him. The short fat man rushed at the tall man and said, "Mard, didn't the third master just give $100,000? Not taking me somewhere upscale. I've been wanting to Ioma for a long time. You're paralyzed." The tall man laughed. "Don't think it's a bad place, but the lady's high enough to work her ass off. It'll definitely get you high. The big ocean horse thing, I'll take you there when we get back." Humpty Dumpty, however, wasn't buying it yet. The tall guy had to say, "Can I call you 2? 3. Only then did Humpty Dumpty lie down. "That's fine." A couple of technicians who heard the noise came running over in a huff, wailing and crouching. The tall man seemed to have little interest and just pointed at the short fat man. Just serve this master well, he said, and barked at Humpty Dumpty. Tickets for 2 o'clock, it's almost 12 now. You have something in mind? Humpty Dumpty looked surprised. In such a hurry? Mud, what pit has the third master gone to this time? Zhang Xian, who was lying at the back, instantly looked towards the duo when he heard the word pit. A moment ago, he thought to himself how the two looked so strange. Now that I've listened to the chat, it all makes sense. These two should be grave robbers. The tall man tensed up and lowered his voice. Watch what you say, don't be overheard. The short man, however, looked unconcerned and rushed at the mechanic, who heard that. You? A few of the technicians panicked and shook their heads. That short and fat man hummed again, turning his head to look at Zhang Xian behind him. Arrogantly, he stuck his finger out and said, or are you? Eyes met. Zhang Xian saw a head with a black gas shrouding its forehead. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't say anything, the short and fat man then turned around and, laughing at the tall man, he said, look at your guts. Saying that, he hugged the two technicians again with a grin and said, let's do it right here. Brother, just like the excitement. The tall man frowned and glanced behind him, realizing that Zhang Xian's silhouette had already disappeared. Then he said to the mechanic, I'll pay double if it works. The next afternoon. Monk's Hill Village. As a motorcycle left, the tall and short silhouettes appeared in front of Zhou Chang. After the two called out to the third master. Only then did Zhou Chang say to Terry in a low voice, Uncle Tai, which of these two is the landlubber? Before Terry could say anything, the tall man's ears twitched and, smiling, he rushed at Zhou Chang. This is third master's nephew, Mr. Zhou, right? We're both landlubbers. Zhou Chang scratched his head awkwardly. The third master didn't make a fuss and greeted the two men as they entered the mountain. An hour or so later, several people came to a hillside. The tall man looked at his surroundings, and after digging up a handful of earth on the ground and rubbing it together. Surprised, he rushed at Zhou Zedong. There's sand and ash, and there may be a layer of crushed stone and rammed earth underneath, so I'm afraid it's not good to dig. Master San nodded. Good digging wouldn't have found you guys. It's a big job, and doing it this time will be enough to keep you all well fed for years. The tall man's eyes lit up. Really? Master San nodded. Well, do it. The tall man nodded, rummaged for the loyalist shovel, assembled it, and circled the pine forest a few times. Hit several points one after the other. But it's all about just digging a shovelful of dirt and rubbing and smelling it. Zhou Chang, who was on the side, was a bit confused, so he said to Terry, what is he doing? Terry explains, the ceiling of the tomb was concentrated above the main chamber of the. That's why the soil above the main chamber is different than elsewhere. An expert can find out the location of the ceiling soil of the main chamber by the composition of the soil as well as its humidity. Zhou Chang revealed a dazed look, so that's how it is. After about half an hour, the tall man suddenly nodded his head at Zhou Zhe. Third master, we've found it. If you go down here, you're sure to find the main crypt. Zhou Zhe rubbed a foot of a pile of cigarette butts scattered on the ground and walked quickly towards the tall man. Sure this is it? When he saw the tall man nod, he looked to Terry. Dig. But before Terry could touch the shovel, he was stopped by the tall man. Here we are, brothers. Can we still get Tai to make a move? Saying this, he rushed at the short fat man. Brother, it's your turn to show Master San your hand. Zhou Chang was surprised and looked at the short fat man. I saw Humpty Dumpty take two huge leather gloves out of his bag and the palm side of the top is inlaid with layers of metal clasps. The glove fingertips are also inlaid with triangular and angular metal bubbles. Zhou Chang looked at it with a new sense of wonder. After the short fat man wrapped the bands that were tied around his wrists, he nodded his head at Zhou Zhe and then, like a gopher, he fell headfirst to the ground, his huge gloves stabbing into the earth like shovels. And then the short, fat man swung his bladder, and for a while the dirt flopped. It didn't take long for the whole body to diamond cave in. Zhou Chang watched in wonder, and also suddenly understood why these two people were called ground scoundrels. Duty room. As soon as Xiao Lu, who was working the night shift as usual, entered the door, he saw Liang Jingyi staring at him strangely. He was a bit surprised. Why is Sister Liang looking at me like that? Who knows that Liang Jingyi? He didn't say anything, just turned around and behind him appeared the serious figure of the first captain, Fong Yukai. Louis got a jolt. Captain? What brings you here? Fong Yukai glared fiercely at Xiao Lu before he said, I saw the video you posted yesterday. It's great that this was reported in a timely manner. But also be careful how you do it, at least describe the general content up front. Xiao Lu nodded his head in a hurry. Liang Jingyi took over and said, Team Fong, about yesterday's video. It's all over the internet right now. Is there a need to intervene? Fong Yukai nodded, I was about to tell you about this. Interference also requires justification. Or the repercussions will be even worse. Let's first issue a statement to open an investigation. Liang Jingyi nodded, okay, Xiao Lu and I will investigate the suspect information. Put ya choi, aha. Another pleasant day na. Zhang Xian shoo a lazy body, and it was time to start the broadcast again. He glanced at the backstage and realized that the fans had now risen to 1,100,000. Expected a great live stream last night though. But it was not expected that so many followers could actually go up in a day. It's no longer simply a fire, it's an explosion. He opened the short video page. A dozen or so consecutive swipes revealed marketing numbers, fan clips, and the hot search of the day. I can't believe they all have his account. Almost half of the platform's netizens are discussing his treasure appraisal and encountering grave robbers connecting the dots. And also encountered news of female shenanigans. The netizens commenting below were more than happy to promote his account. I watched the whole live broadcast last night. I was going to watch the treasure appreciation, but I didn't expect to see the white female guile. Scared the hell out of me. Following hundreds of mystery anchors now, and the one that's live in Sealed Gate Village. Never seen such a scary picture. I don't know if it's scripted or not. If it is, I guess the anchor will have to go to the police station. This anchor is on at 6. Let's see if he's still live tonight, and if he isn't. Guess something just went wrong. Zhang Xian understood after reading it. The reason why netizens like to brush up on their videos is that they like to watch fresh videos that they don't see in their lives. But many of the videos on the internet nowadays are faked or staged to attract traffic. This audience has long since grown tired of this. The live content of the grave robber he linked to yesterday, for this group of unseen internet users. It's simply a descending blow. It's hard not to be hot. Yesterday the live stream had broken 10,000, so today was bound to strike while the iron was hot. After a brief wash and a takeout, he began today's broadcast. Unsurprisingly, it was officially pushed to stream today just as soon as the show started. The number of people in the live room rubbed off. In just a few minutes, the number of people in the live broadcast room came to over 8,000. Wow, the anchor is still there? Want to see female shenanigans anymore? Is the anchor actually a treasure forensic anchor or a tomb forensic anchor? Go anchors! Seeing the pop-ups floating across the screen, Zhang Xian cleared his throat, everyone. Don't keep talking about tombs and shenanigans, it makes it easy to get hung up on the air. And yeah, I'll state one thing. The content of this live broadcast has nothing to do with the anchor, not to mention any legal responsibility. Yesterday and the day before were accidents. Let's start the normal broadcast of treasure appreciation today, ha. We're switching things up today because there are more people in line. Ranked by sunglasses, whoever has more sunglasses is automatically ranked higher. The sunglasses were only a few bucks, and he was only doing it to screen the quality of the water boys, and there were a lot of people in the face. A lot of willful disruption occurs. 6. The anchor is starting to circle the meta. Sunglasses trivia game coming up? Brother Xian, I won't watch without a Tomb Raider today. Brother Xian, don't appraise the treasure, it's not popular to appraise the treasure, go appraise the grave robbers. Brother Xian, who the hell was that long-legged guy yesterday and why did he keep looking for you? How Qingcheng connects successfully. Zhang Xian, hello treasure friend, what collection do you want to appraise? Castle Hao, you're Xian na? I'm Castle Ho. The camera is dark and you can't see the figure, but it speaks with a bit of a lisp. Zhang Xian. I recognize words. May I ask what collection you are appraising? Xingcheng Hao, let me ask you, was that grave robber yesterday for real? Zhang Xian. What grave robbers? That's what I get from internet users who are stranded on expeditions. Are you okay? Want to identify the treasure? Xingcheng Hao, I have something to do, I want to appraise the treasure. Zhang Xian, then please get your baby in front of the camera so I can see it. Castle Hollow, what's that, baby I wasn't around. I'll have to go dig it up before I can show you. Zhang Xian? What do you mean? You hid the baby in the backyard? Castle Hollow, no. It's in the Baby Loft Mountain. Dig, you have to dig with a shovel, make a hole down there. Zhang Xian, no, man, are you messing with me? You grave robber. Watch out, I'll call the police on you. Say, is there anything wrong? Castle Hollow, something. Zhang Xian was already impatient. What's the matter? Speak quickly, the treasure friends are still waiting behind us. Don't waste everyone's time. Xincheng Hao, brother Xian, it's like this. I want you to put me in touch with that Snow White thigh yesterday. Zhang Xian was speechless. What's the point of contacting him? I don't know him, can't get in touch. If I don't appraise the treasure, I'll hang up. Castle Hao, wait, Xian. That's right. I guess, my family was poor, and I got out of school after junior high school. It's no good staying home day after day. This dad told me to learn a trade. Zhang Xian nodded. This is a good thing, listen to your father. I'm not your dad to give you advice. Bye-bye. Castle Hollow, Dad. Zhang Xian? What's wrong with you? Don't yell. Castle Hollow, Dad, I've been thinking about it, and I've always felt that a backhoe would be too tiring. The chef chokes on fumes and the beauty salon pussies are whiny. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, not expecting to run into such an oddball at the start of the broadcast. The robber holes simply won't come down. It's good enough to be here. Third Master, it's not possible that you also doubt the strength of our two brothers, right? Zhou Zei didn't say anything. Glancing at the tall and short duo, he said, what are you going to do next? The tall man pointed to the massive stone wall behind him and said, easy. This wall is obviously the wall of the main crypt, and by punching through it, it's just a matter of getting into the crypt. It's a bit of a hassle, but it's the quickest way out. Zhou Zeiqi pondered for a moment before saying, just do as you say. With explosives? The tall man shook his head and pointed to the space behind him. The space is too small. You can't just use explosives. Maybe we'll all go home together. Zhou Cheng immediately said, what then? Humpty Dumpty took a hammerhead out of his bag and assembled it on a wooden handle. Taking out another thick-threaded iron nail to the stone wall, he rubbed his hands together and said, smash out a hole first, then shove the explosives in and blow it up. Zhou Cheng revealed a look of surprise. Isn't this a mining technique? The tall man had taken out the detonator, right on. Humpty Dumpty grunted and slammed hammer after hammer on the threaded nails. His arm was swung almost round without the slightest retraction. The two of them worked well together, and the tall man saw that the nail was halfway into the wall before he let go. After 7 or 8 hammers, the nail had been completely driven in. By pulling out the nail, the hole left will accommodate a detonator. The tomb walls of ancient tombs simply cannot withstand the explosive impact of modern gunpowder. The two were also very experienced and had no intention of smashing a second eye. Humpty Dumpty rummaged through his bag and pulled out another octopus-like tool. Once it was set on the iron spike, it began to press hard on the iron handles on both sides. Zhou Cheng took one look and understood. It's kind of like a screw remover, only modified to be simpler and rougher. The handles on either side are moment levers that yank out the nails embedded in the wall. But it also requires a lot of force from the user. That short fat man had extremely thick arms and great arm strength. Make a strong pressure. Then he slowly pulled the nail out of the wall. The tall man on the sidelines also began to prepare the detonator fuse, just waiting for the nail to be pulled out. Bear! I just didn't realize that the nail had just been pulled out. A crimson-red bubbling white liquid also spewed out down the hole in the wall. The short, fat man was caught off guard and was directly doused by the violet liquid. The whole man turned into a ball of fire, white smoke rising from his flesh with a chilling bared sound. Bad! Terry's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly pulled Zhou Zei and Zhou Cheng backward. The tall man tried to go up and save the day, but he couldn't get any closer. One could only watch as Humpty Dumpty was burned to a crisp. There's acid inside the wall. The tall man was shocked. Chao Ziai pulled the taller man aside and, staring at the short, fat man with no human form from the strong acid, he said, it's hopeless. You'll get a share when we get out, plus I'll give you another $500,000. The tall man sighed at this. They've been working together for over a decade, picking up jobs together, and now Humpty Dumpty's gone. I'm afraid it's going to be hard to find a partner who's so in tune with each other in the future. But matters are such that what else can one do but accept them? Zhou Cheng took out a tablecloth from his bag and covered the short fat man's body. Sort of gives Humpty Dumpty a decent run for his money. the acid in the walls seemed to run out. As soon as Jose looked at the tall man, he saw that he had already recovered from his grief. Then he said, "We still have to find a way to get in." The tall man took out the detonator. "I'll do it." But just as he was about to shove the detonator into the air to set it off, Zhou Chang, however, suddenly stopped it. "Stop. Can't blow it up." The tall man looked at him in surprise. Jose also frowned. Terry said, "Scared?" However, Zhou Chang shook his head with a rare serious expression. "No. The amount of acid coming out is not right." Terry looked surprised. "What do you mean?" Jose walked forward and pointed at the wall. "This wall is 10 meters long and 3 meters high. That's 30 square feet. Suppose the width of the acid stored within the wall is 10 centimeters, or 0.1 meter. Then the total volume of acid inside the wall would be 3 cubic meters. But just now the spray of acid was only half a cubic meter at best." Pressing the numbers. The tall man was surprised. "You mean there's still acid in there that hasn't drained out?" Zhou Chang nodded. "Aha. Once there's still acid in there. When the detonator bursts, the remaining acid will splash every corner of this place. We're afraid we'll all be burned to death by then." The tall man looked at Jose in surprise. "Third master, this nephew of yours is the expert, ah?" Jose's face, however, sank a few points deeper as he stared at Zhou Chang. "Then what do you think should be done?" The three Zhou Changs were staring at him, but he shook his head. "How about cracking it open with a hammer?" After a moment of silence, Terry couldn't help himself. But the tall man shook his head. "It won't work. The walls of this tomb are at least half a meter thick, and the interlayers are stuffed with a binding agent of straw ash mixed with glutinous rice. The sturdiness is far beyond imagination. It's us taking turns. We won't be able to smash it open without a few days." Terry's face was hard to read. "This won't work, that won't work, so how can it work?" He looked at Jose, and when he saw that Jose didn't say anything either, he depressedly took out a cigarette and lit it up. A moment later, Zhou Chang suddenly said, "Why don't we ask Shin to try? Maybe he's got something." Terry looked at him in surprise. "Hen? Still the same anchor, huh?" Zhou Chang nodded. Terry blinked and looked at Jose with some hesitation. "What do you think, third master?" Jose pondered for a moment, but then said, "I think it's fine." The taller man on the side but froze. "What anchor? Why can't I understand what you guys are saying?" Terry said, "It's just a treasure hunter who seems to know a lot. He's the one who pointed us to escape out of the cumulus cave we were trapped in before. A very godly one." The taller man seemed more and more confused, and after a moment he came back to his senses and his face changed drastically and said, "Isn't this just a case of being sick and desperate? People are anchors. The live broadcasts are monitored by the system. Once they realize we're robbing graves. Is it not out of the tomb door and into the prison door?" "No, no." Terry, however, waved his hand. "Don't worry, it won't. This kid's got a knack for it. The police can't catch us." The tall man looked at Zhou Chang in surprise, and when he saw Zhou Chang's confident expression, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. "After more than a decade in this business, the first time I've been able to contact an anchor for help? Team Fong. You're working late with us tonight?" Xiaolu looked somewhat strangely at Fong Yukai, who was seriously watching the live broadcast. Liang Jingyi also said, "Sister-in-law has no opinion?" Fong Yukai said helplessly, "You think I'm willing to accompany you guys to work overtime, nah? It's just that someone won't let me go home. There's no place to go." Xiaolu instantly showed a gossipy expression. "What's wrong? Does your sister-in-law think you haven't paid your rations?" Liang Jingyi, oofed. Fong Yukai glared at him fiercely. "Less nonsense. Watch out, I'll kick your ass." Louis was then honest. Fong Yukai turned back to look at Zheng Xian's live broadcast. "This kid is quite honest tonight. Guess there won't be much to find. I'll leave you two alone for a while." Xiaolu let out a long sigh of relief in his heart. "Team Fong, you'd better go back early. There's no such thing as a nightmare for two people." "Hey!" Liang Jingyi also said, "It's getting late. Why don't the party go back now? I'll keep you posted." Fong Yutsai then got up. "Carnival? Snow White thighs delivered to the carnival?" Louis suddenly exclaimed. Fong Yukai was surprised and turned around to see a romantic castle appear in the live broadcast. "Who?" He looked surprised. Xiaolu looked at him with an excited face. "It's that grave robber. He's connecting again." Fang Yukai was shocked and immediately said, quick, find his location. Live stream. The water users who were watching the action suddenly boiled over when they saw the familiar name. Zhang Xian also covered his face. Brothers. It's time to come. Ugh. Thank you Snow White Long Legs brothers for sending the carnival. Looks like you're linking up with me. Zhang Xian rubbed his temples, even though he hadn't started connecting yet. But he had more than likely guessed what the opposite side was going to do. Tonight's live stream numbers have been steadily over 10,000 people. What happened on the air 2 days ago has been a big deal online and has made it to the top of the hot search engines. Grave robbers, plus a female corpse, this kind of thing won't go unnoticed by the authorities. The reason why there is no movement yet is probably a forensic investigation or the dawn before the storm. He had a feeling that if he turned on the connection, he was afraid that the show would be even more explosive than the previous 2 days. The live stream may even top 20,000 people. Seeing Zhang Xian hesitating, the water friends in the live broadcast room were not happy. A hyped-up pop-up drifted by. Brother Xian, don't be a wimp, it's not like you're the one who robbed the tomb you're afraid of. Xian, I'm a lawyer, you're just an anchor, even if the opposite side digs up Qin Shi Huang. And it's got nothing to do with you legally. Brother Xian, people are sending Huazi, hurry up. Anchor, hurry up. Seeing the pop-ups floating by one, Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Even if it's even, I'm afraid of nothing. But I'll repeat the disclaimer first. Treasure hunting anchor, pure entertainment, no legal liability. With that said, he grinned and accepted the connection. A familiar voice rang out, hello Xian. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and took a deep breath. There are echoes. Confined space. The volume of space is about 500 qubits. Dude, are you off exploring again, or are you still out? Zhou Chang, alas, it's true that Brother Xian has hit the nail on the head, it's really not a lie, we're trapped again. A huge stone wall appeared in the camera. Brother Xian, look. We're blocked by the wall again. I don't suppose we'll run into something unclean this time, will we? Zhang Xian opened his eyes and after seeing the brick and stone wall, his expression was fixed. Zhou Chang, Xian? What's wrong with you, Hen? The live streamers were also stunned. The lights illuminated the walls, and a wet, antique scent came through the screen. That's got to be a thousand years, right? Awesome. This brother really dares to get on the hard stuff. This is the wall of an ancient tomb, isn't it? Brother Xian, people are stupid, this brother is the devil, right? Surely it's time to come. Zhang Xian. Bro, just a warm reminder, thanks to you, I have over 10,000 people in the live room right now. And it's on the hot seat, and some people are already following me live. Dude, you know what I mean? Zhou Chang, understood. But it's okay. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, okay. Only a wall labeled arrow appeared on the screen and had a few lines of text on it. Live queue feature? Zhang Xian snapped to last night's unlocking function. Is it possible that this is what it means? He fixed his eyes on it. Name, Western Zhou Blue Brick Wall. Size, 1,100 325 50 centimeters. Description, the inner hollow contains alumic acid, and the square box is the alumic acid storage area. There are 8 parts. The text describes it very clearly, even labeling the alum acid distribution area. Just a portion of the middle shows a gray shadow and is labeled with the word emptying. Seeing the small holes in the walls, he realized what was going on. Brother, this is a Western Zhou Please brick wall, 11 meters long, 3 meters high, and half a meter thick. And it has alum acid in it, which is very dangerous. Inside the ancient tomb. The tall and thin man's eyes almost rolled out of their sockets when he heard Zhang Xian's voice. How does he know everything? Could he have been here? Terry shook his head and gave him a look of shock as well. Zhou Zai, however, said, you don't have to have been here to know. I've heard that a real expert can tell which location has an ancient tomb just by looking at a map. Even what age is and structure can be deduced. The tall skinny guy looked shocked. Really? I've been in this business for more than 10 years, and I've never seen such a godly man. Zhou Zai, however, did not reply. Zhang Xian's voice came again from Zhou Cheng's cell phone. There are holes in the wall again, but there is no acid drainage device. It seems you are unaware of the information about another alum acid in the wall sandwich. You guys? Someone's been in an accident, right? As soon as these words came out, even Zhou Chang raised his head violently and stared at Zhou Zai's several people with wide eyes. The tall man even sucked in a breath of cold air and looked in horror at the body of the short fat man that had been moved to the back. The atmosphere in the live room was starting to get tense as well. Zhou Cheng's voice soon rang out in the live broadcast. Aha! Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Is it serious? Zhou Cheng sighed. Brother Xian, it's too detailed for me to tell you. Anyway, it won't survive. Zhang Xian's heart sank slightly. Got it. Can't live? What do you mean? Dead? Holy, is that scary? How did the anchor become so scary all of a sudden? It can't be true, can it? Chapter 13 Guided Blasting. Duty Room. The three Feng Yukai who heard the conversation between the two instantly changed their faces. Captain, it looks like there's a human life across the street? Louis was shocked, but his tone seemed a bit unsure. Feng Yukai also had a strange expression on his face. The conversation between the two men was so clear that anyone with eyes could understand that something must have happened. And it's mostly human cases. But it was precisely this kind of conversation between the two, in front of more than 10,000 people in the live broadcast room, without any scruples that. Instead, it made him feel a little surreal. Ordinary people are at best shocked by such news. But as people who deal with criminals on a regular basis, it's unbelievable. There are simply too many grave robbers to catch from time immemorial. One reason is profit, even if someone gets caught and gets shot. But there will always be flukes who think they can make a buck and won't necessarily catch them. This has led to a steady stream of new recruits joining the grave robbing gangs. Another reason is the degree of professionalism. Grave robbers are different from ordinary pickpockets if you don't have some real skills in this business. It's pressurized to do it. So when it comes to the level of quality of individual criminals, grave robbers are far more powerful than petty thieves. It's also much more difficult to make arrests. As far as he knew, some large groups of grave robbers would come in the form of families or even gangs. And their leaders will also use special methods to pass on the acquired experiential knowledge to their men. This creates, they have the ability to rob tombs far beyond ordinary people, as well as the ability to counter surveillance. They even have a specialized underground network of forces that can share information and circumvent capture. It's no exaggeration to say that the tightness of the gang is comparable to that of secret agents. But it's precisely that, in turn, that makes Feng Yuce feel like he can make a big deal out of connecting to the anchor. And exposing yourself to grave robbing in a live broadcast of over 10,000 people was not going to happen with this group of well-trained people. Holy! He rubbed his forehead, and for a moment he actually felt a sense of disbelief he had never felt before. What's wrong? Liang Jingyi was a bit puzzled. Feng Yukai shook his head. It's fine. It just feels a little off. But as to what's wrong, I can't say yet. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Lu on the side said, Trouble. The other side signal is encrypted, unable to locate the other side's signal position. Xiao Lu's words were like an electric shock to Feng Yukai. His heart fluttered violently, and the puzzling thoughts suddenly became clear. Encryption. Holy. I said, why are these assholes so blatant? So it was prepared. Feng Yukai stood up violently. I feel like I've fallen into a huge conspiracy. If you can't find out the linker's information, check this anchor named Zhangxian. Xiao Lu froze for a moment, then nodded heavily. Good. Hen. Seeing that Zhangxian stopped talking, Zhou Cheng's tones also tensed up. At this moment, in this situation, even his heart was too big to relax. Zhang Xian raised his hand and interrupted him. Stop it, I know. The only way you can get out now is through this wall, right? Seeing that Zhang Xian understood him, Zhou Cheng hurriedly said, Yes, Brother Xian. But here's what you said about alum acid. Zhang Xian nodded, That I know. But leave it alone. The area 1 meter to the left and right of the location of the hole in the wall is free of alumic acid. But beyond that it's flavored acid. The space within the walls where the alum acid is stored is actually one adjacent compartment. Can you understand when I say that? Zhou Cheng had originally guessed that the acid within the walls was not in a space that. Now Zhang Xian's words had undoubtedly confirmed his suspicions. He immediately turned the camera around and nodded at the tall, thin man. However, the tall and thin man did not seem to understand Zhou Cheng's meaning. Zhou Ziqi, who was on the side, tapped him on the shoulder and said in a deep voice, Use a detonator. The tall, thin man nodded at this. Zhou Cheng was nervous, even though the phone had been tampered with by him to hide his location information. But after all, they're doing something that's not honorable. And with so many mixed audiences watching in the live room, it was only right to be careful. Only perhaps due to too much nervousness, the camera, when it pans behind it. Or the unintentional shot of the burnt to a crisp Humpty Dumpty. But he was so focused on talking to the tall, thin man that he didn't notice. Zhang Xin frowned when he saw the shadow. Burnt dead bodies. With the eye of vision, his eyesight is extraordinary. The tall and thin figure that appeared on the screen also allowed him to capture it, along with the newly unlocked queuing feature of the live stream. He quickly identified the dead man with the people at the scene. It's the fat guy he saw at the foot bath last night. No wonder I saw him last night with a black brow. It turned out to be an omen of a short life. However, this fat man is not a good person, he has a fierce look on his face, so I guess he has carried a human life on his body. Dead and dying. He didn't care. Although the netizens in the live broadcast room didn't see it as clearly as Zhang Xin did. Still, the charred black figure lying on the ground covering half of his body was seen. Mud, what did I just see? Something dark on the ground, it can't be a dead person, can it? Is grave robbing so scary? Holy scalp. This live studio is so awesome, can this kind of footage be broadcasted too? Just chatting away. Suddenly a muffled sound came. The screen also vibrated a few times, and smoke appeared in the frame. Third Master, it's blown up. A voice of surprise came faintly. Third Master? Fong Yukai took out his notebook and alertly wrote his name on it. On the side, Xiaolu said, this treasure appreciation anchor is called Zhang Xian, male, 19 years old. Fong Yukai froze, so young? Louis nodded, well, post 00. This kid lives in the East Garden neighborhood of Castle City, in a rented house. The party can be subpoenaed at any time if they want to investigate. Fong Yukai, however, sighed and seemed disappointed. The two men were uncertain. A moment later Fong Yukai said, it's better not to summon it for now. Xiaolu showed a surprised look, why? Fong Yukai said, at the age of 19, you've just graduated from high school, and you haven't even stepped into society yet. There's no way an age like that could be associated with grave robbers. Even if we find him, we won't necessarily get a clue. On the contrary, it would have spooked the snakes. After all, once these grave robbers don't dare to connect with Zhang Xian, then we won't even have a chance to find out what they're doing. Liang Jingyi nodded, that's the truth. But Xiaolu said, however, although Zhang Xian is only 19 years old. But he seems to have seen more than a grave robber. And I didn't find out anything about his parents, it's like he's an orphan. I'm wondering if there's any chance he might have any special background? After all, high school teachers don't impart this much history to their students. Fong Yukai slowly looked at him, are you saying his family is related to grave robbers? Louis, don't rule it out. Chapter 14 Direct Broadcast Instructing Grave Robbers? Third Master, this man is truly divine. The cave is not too big or too small, just enough to fit us in. And it causes the alum acid to overflow elsewhere. It's like he knows the explosive power of my detonator. The tall, thin man was shocked. Zhou Zeiqi waved his hand. Seeing a dark and somewhat damp and cold place outside the cave entrance in front of him, he realized that they might have really found the tomb of the Warring States. The words of a few people blurred in his ears as well. He held up his flashlight and catapulted himself down the hole slowly. Terry followed suit. Chocost wants to hang up the live link. But the thought that the sound of the explosion just now was heard by the audience of the live broadcast. There didn't seem to be any point in hiding it any longer. Then he followed stiffly and dug in as well. That movement just now was a detonator, wasn't it? Playing pretty hard to get, even blowing up ancient tombs directly. Worthy of being a grave robber, you just don't strike lightly. Having seen live archaeology, but not live grave robbing, we kind of witnessed the crime scene, didn't we? The number of people in the live broadcast room doubled, and soon exceeded 30,000. The atmosphere's also gotten weird. Zhang Xian had thought that his opponent was going to hang up, but when he saw the camera go through the blasted hole and into the wall, it was a bit of a head-scratcher. Bro? Can you hear me? Zhou Cheng's voice came from the opposite side, Brother Xian, I can hear you, I brought headphones. Zhang Xian. With headphones? What are you going to do? Want a sneak peek? Zhou Cheng, aha. Zhang Xian. Holy, dude, you're undercover, right? The netizens in the live broadcast room were also stunned, did this pit's second generation finally start well? Zhou Chang, however, said seriously, no. Zhang Xian was a bit confused. Then what are you doing? Don't you realize that some of the content is inconvenient to show? Or it will not work out too well. When he finished, there was silence across the room. He wasn't hinting anymore, he was making it explicit, and he didn't believe that the other party didn't understand. A moment later, Zhou Chang's lowered voice rang out, I feel like we're about to run into a life-threatening situation. I don't feel comfortable without even you. Zhang Xian. Good reason. But I have to say, you do feel pretty accurate. Zhou Chang was surprised, what? Zhang Xian shook his head, it's fine, I'm rambling. Zhou Chang took a deep breath and aimed the camera right in front of him. Only an imposing underground palace appeared in the shot. Zhang Xian saw the palace and instantly realized that they had arrived at the main chamber. This is the most sinister part of King Lu's palace. Zhou Chang said in a deep voice, Brother Xian, can I trouble you with something? Can you not connect to anyone else tonight? Before Zhang Xian answered, a man's voice urged from inside, Great nephew, what's the ink? Hurry up and keep up. Zhang Xian blinked his eyes and rushed to the screen, brothers, it's a bit tangled. Do you think I should have done what he said? The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded. For them, it may be the only chance in their lives to see real grave robbing. For them who were not afraid of seeing what was going on, they definitely did not want Zhang Xian to hang up. Brother Xian, don't, I've swiped all my living expenses to you. Anchor, don't hang up, it's a chance to give the police a clue. Anchor, this is an act of justice, don't hang up. You can connect, but don't give the grave robbers any help. Brother Xian, why do grave robbers trust you so much? Zhang Xian looked at the pop-up screen and didn't know if he was in a tangle, or for the sake of the program's effect. Somewhat embarrassed, there are many different opinions. Forget it, just vote. If the majority tells me to connect, then I'll connect, and if the majority tells me to hang up, then I'll hang up. With that said, the voting campaign was opened. Squad. This isn't a vote, it's a disclaimer. This kid really doesn't look like a 19-year-old. Xiao Lu seemed to be convinced by Zhang Xian's maneuver. Liang Jingyi also nodded, anyone can see it. He's the one who wants to give the grave robbers a helping hand, but with a good reason for doing so. It's made for us. Fang Yukai has more than 10 years of experience in handling cases, and his vision is so old-fashioned. Zhang Xian's intentions naturally did not need to be explained by the two of them. He took a deep breath, yes, it's coming for us. But there's no excuse. He's an anchor, and the first thing he thinks of is self-preservation. And like the pop-up said, if he doesn't connect, we lost the investigation instead. That's fine, I guess. At least we now know for sure the number of grave robbers, their gender, their age, and names, relationships, and other general information. It would be nice if we could find out where they are located next. Well, the votes are in. 99% of the audience wants me to continue. Uncle Policeman, you can see for yourselves that it was not of my own free will. The audience made me do it. Ahem, in that case, I'll take your word for it and open the special tonight. Zhang Xian said seriously. Pop up, holy, the anchor is framing the netizens? It's simply too hard to be your fan, and you're legally liable for voting. Anchor you as a human being. Zhou Chang was also a bit speechless by Zhang Xian's operation, but he understood that this ancient tomb that even had mechanisms in the walls was not that simple. It's simply not possible to rely on Uncle Sam and Uncle Tai alone. It has to be Zhang Xian. As for leaking information, it was too late for him to think about it. Holy! Is this a tomb or a palace? Third Master, no wonder you were so anxious for us to come. So it's really a major discovery. The tall, skinny man strolled through the crypt with an excited look on his face. Although I can't see as much as Third Master, I'm considered a veteran underground worker. Ancient tombs of this size, I've never seen them in my life. This is at least at the level of princes and marquises, right? Zhou Zei was much calmer, and after looking around the week, he slowly walking to the huge tong ding in the center of the chamber, after looking up and down, he said, this bronze tomb suppressing tripod is even bigger than the one in the National Museum. Marquis of Kings? Guess what could be worthy of this? The tall, thin man's eyes instantly widened, it can't be Emperor Qin Shi Huang, can it? Terry suddenly laughed, what nonsense. This is a warring state's tomb, Qin Shi Huang's wasn't even born yet. After saying that, he sighed again. This bronze tripod is at least 1,000 pounds. How much is this going to be worth? But it's a shame it can't be moved out. Jose also scrutinized the lines on the bronze tripod. It ended with, "Move out and forget about it." But it's got enough dingbats on it to cover the cost of our visit here. Terry showed surprise. So powerful? Joseichi laughed and took out his topiary. "Wait for me, I'll topiary it down." Shinji, who was looking around the stone pillars on the side, suddenly heard Zhang Xian's voice coming from his earphone. "Brothers, stop for a second. Lens up and up." Zhou Cheng froze and looked along the stone pillar, only to see that there was actually a dragon head stylized on it. He scratched his head. "What's this?" Zhang Xian's voice followed. 9/4 Dragon Flame Everlasting Lamp. Chapter 15, Family Group, First Day Internship? Huh? Zhou Cheng also looked surprised and looked carefully, but he didn't see anything. "It's the long light, isn't it?" Upon hearing Zhou Cheng's voice, Zhang Xian nodded but said with a straight face, "It's the everlasting lamp. But not just any long-lasting light. This 9/4 dragon flame lamp can burn for 1,000 years. Hearing that it could burn for 1,000 years, not only did Zhou Cheng look surprised. The viewers of the live broadcast also found it unbelievable. Burning for 1,000 years? Are you sure you can burn for 1,000 years? Nuclear power? Xian is bolting again. Guess what I believe? Zhou Cheng also said, "Brother Xian, are you joking again? A solar-powered light bulb can't stay on for 1,000 years. Zhang Xian, however, said with a straight face, "Brother, it seems that you haven't accumulated enough expertise. None of this. To tell you the truth. The lamp oil in the bowl of this long lighting lamp is boiled with deep-sea whale blubber mixed with several rare minerals. Its best feature is its resistance to burning. Burning for 1,000 years is not an ancient exaggeration." Seeing Zhang Xian's serious face, Zhou Cheng still felt that Zhang Xian was teasing him. He held up the flashlight and looked again. "So how come it's out now? Could it be that this ancient tomb has existed for more than 1,000 years? Ha! Wait, the Warring States is more than 2,000 years away, like it's really more than 1,000 years. Why, anyway, the lamp oil in it had burned dry for who knows how long. I'll just barely believe you." Seeing Zhang Xian reveal a smug smile, the audience then realized Zhang Xian's intention of saying so. Anyway, there is no evidence, so he can take as many years as he wants. Sure is a chicken thief. But I didn't expect Zhang Xian to grin and then say seriously again, "Brother, you're wrong again." Zhou Cheng seemed a bit confused. "Wrong again?" Zhang Xian nodded. "Then what else?" Seeing that Zhou Cheng didn't say anything, Zhang Xian then said, "Brother, in order to facilitate communication between you and I'll start you off with a little test question. So I can find out your true level." Zhou Cheng, "Okay." Zhang Xian said, "Briefly explain the function of the long lighting lamp." "Just name 2. Zhou Cheng, huh? Oh. The legend of the everlasting lamp guides the way to the Yellow Springs for the reincarnation of the shadowy souls. Zhang Xian nodded. "That's right. What about the second point?" Zhou Cheng, "Let's see." Zhang Xian waved his hand. To hesitate is to not know. "Well, I know your level now. To give you a bit of science, the long light, in addition to the intent you just stated, there's a more practical use for it, and that's to deplete the oxygen inside the tomb." Zhou Cheng froze. "Huh?" Zhang Xian laughed. Large ancient tombs usually have metal silk taiyong and other accompanying burial goods within them. The owner of the tomb wished to enjoy these glories and riches even after his death. So how to protect these burial objects from decay is also an important issue. After the burial, the tomb is sealed, and the lamps will keep burning in the tomb until the oxygen inside the ancient tombs is completely depleted. This will ensure that the burial vessels inside the ancient tomb will be preserved for 1,000 years without rotting. Zhou Cheng's voice was full of astonishment. "So the ancients still have such wisdom?" Zhang Xian laughed. "Otherwise, you think. Why are those freshly unearthed burial goods in as good as new condition? But as soon as it sees air it immediately begins to decay? That's what the long light is for." Zhou Cheng took a deep breath. "Brother Xian, listening to you is better than reading for 10 years. Tot." The audience in the live broadcast room was also convinced by Zhang Xian's words. A pop-up drifted by. "This anchor really has some insight, ha. Xian is still a bit strong. Kudos. Long time coming." Zhang Xian listened to a meal of rainbow farts, but he frowned. "Brothers, I see you're slightly slow to respond, and there are some things I have to tap several times for you to understand. I'm guessing you haven't been working very long? Still an intern? Facing Zhang Xian's eyes, Zhou Chang was a bit embarrassed, cough cough. It's hard not to be a little unfamiliar on your first day on the job. Zhang Xian revealed a shocked look. You dare to play such a big project on your first day of work? Then your boss is quite enterprising. Zhou Chang just smiled awkwardly and stopped answering. The audience in the live room, however, went crazy with laughter. This anchor is so alive, you'd think they were talking about work if you didn't know. However, Zhang Xian clearly didn't want to give up and added, then how about bringing your master's level? Zhou Chang subconsciously glanced at Uncle San and Uncle Tai, who were in the process of topping the tripod. But it was a bitter laugh, it was okay. Can't compare to Hen though. Zhang Xian revealed a pleased and humble expression, overrated, overrated. Hey! So are we a family business? Zhou Chang cleared his throat, aha! Zhang Xian nodded, I understand then. A family business, playing the Warlords program on day one. You're starting from a high point then, brother. I'm guessing the future is likely to be the head of the family. Zhou Chang was a bit embarrassed by what was said, so he had to say in a hard and awkward way, pretty much. Xian, it's better to talk about something else, corporations have confidentiality regulations. Zhang Xian nodded, understood. Well then, since you're a future corporate heir and it's your first day of internship, then I'll give you a little bit of trivia. Maybe it will help you in the future, and in the meantime, what about opening the eyes of the brothers on the air? Save me from always saying I blow awesome later. Zhou Chang nodded, aha. A professional gang of grave robbers with family ties, currently with only membership, uncles, and nephews. Fang Yukai put down his pen with a thoughtful expression. Xiao Lu scratched his head, Captain, do you think we're suspecting the wrong direction? Fang Yukai gave him a look, what do you mean? Xiao Lu pointed to the notebook that Fang Yukai had recorded, doesn't the captain think that all of this information was deliberately given to us by Zhang Xian? Fang Yukai froze. Xiao Lu continued, look at how he just asked about everything. If they really have a stake in the grave robbers, how could they expose this information? Fang Yukai blinked, staring at the screen in surprise, and for a moment, he actually showed a thoughtful expression, that's true. After saying that, he scratched his head again and seemed to have a headache, I really don't understand. What the hell is this kid up to? Is he really just a mere anchor? Liang Jingyi frowned, there are indeed many things that don't make sense. Fang, I think it's best to report this to the directorate. It's better to leave it up to them how to decide. After all, it's likely that this group of people actually entered a tomb from the Warring States period. This is already a major level of grave robbing. Fang Yukai sighed, well. Chapter 16, What's with the anchor? Tomb Raiders don't even know as much as you do. Live stream. Zhang Xian cleared his throat, brother, what's your name? Zhou Chang. Snow White long legs. Zhang Xian, I'll call you Xiaobai then. Zhou Chang, how come it has the same name as my dog? Zhang Xian, that's called Snow? Zhou Chang. It's better to be called White. Zhang Xian, Xiaobai, now go around behind the pillar and see if there's a bronze casting of a little beastly table with cigar-like things on it. Zhou Chang was unsure, but still looked around the pillar as Zhang Xian said. A few moments later, he did find that behind one of the stone pillars, about 1.5 meters high, there is a dragon bronze bowl embedded in a pillar. And there is a gray line that winds around the stone pillar on top of the dragon bronze bowl. He stuck his head out and looked at the. It was actually true that I saw a cigar-like bronze stick in the bronze bowl. This was actually not even close to what Zhang Xian had said. Hiss. Brother Xian, are you a human or a ghost? Hearing Zhou Cheng's voice, Zhang Xian was a bit unhappy. What are you talking about? How did I become a ghost, a living man? Zhou Cheng was shocked, then how else would you even know about the bronze bowl behind the stone pillar? I wonder if you were here before us. Brother Xian, you're too godly. Zhang Xian, however, changed his face drastically. Brother, what are you talking about? I've never been there. It's knowledge, get it? Uncharted. A word to the wise. This is the power of knowledge. Dude, you still have to sink your teeth into it. Zhou Chang, I really want to give myself a mouthful. Zhang Xian, what's wrong? Is it because I'm so good that you feel inferior? Come on, there aren't many geniuses in this world after all. Zhou Chang, that's not true. It's just that I feel like I'm being mouthy and shouldn't have complimented you. Zhang Xian. It's okay, don't whip your mouth next time, just punish you for sending a wazoo to the anchor. Zhou Chang. Pop up, sure enough, nature is hard to change, just looking for you a little change of opinion, turn around and want wazi. Anchor don't pretend, even grave robbers don't know as much as you do, it looks like you're a veteran. It's so true that you get on your mouth when you're complimented. Zhou Chang was also a bit speechless by Zhang Xian, who was in the middle of an intense tune rating. He made it into an entertainment program instead. Brother Xian, this 9/4 dragon flame everlasting lamp is so powerful, it should be worth a lot of money, right? Zhang Xian nodded, according to the current market price. The value of this complete set of changelings is at least 800. Zhou Chang, however, seemed a bit surprised, only 500? You were saying before that the bronze bell was worth 1,000. This long light can be bigger than that bronze bell. Zhang Xian shook his head and said with a straight face, the bronze bell is above King Mu's name. Something with words and something without words are two prices. Zhou Chang, okay. He picked up the bronze stick and fiddled with it a few times. What's this? Zhang Xian blinked. What is your leader doing? Zhou Chang, they're studying the tripod. Zhang Xian froze. Tripod? Zhou Chang, aha. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly said, that means your leader didn't look at you right? Zhou Chang, aha. Zhang Xian, well then, I'll brush up on your kwai. Zhou Chang, huh? Zhang Xian didn't explain, but instead sat up straight and whispered, see the slit in the center? Zhou Chang looked down at the. Sure enough, I saw a small slit in the center of the bronze stick that wrapped around the wick. Well, see. Zhang Xian, this thing can be opened, but it has a coppery odor on it, so I guess it will be difficult to pull it out. Be careful and try to pull it out. Zhou Chang followed what Zhang Xian had taught him and carefully twisted, and sure enough, he pulled that cap off. Something black like a wick leaked out. Hen, what is this? Zhang Xian stared at the wick-like thing for a moment before saying, it still works. Here, take a puff. Cho Sung, Shu? Zhang Xian had a black line on his face, letting you blow a mouthful into the wick, not you booing. Brother, with this kind of enlightenment, how will you inherit the family business in the future? Worry me to death. Zhou Chang came back to his senses and hurriedly blew into the wick. A miraculous scene appeared, the dark wick actually lit up a faint flame. Zhou Chang's eyes widened at once, his voice filled with shock, Brother Xian. Is this a fire break? The netizens in the livestream were also confused on the spot. Caught? Holy, it's been thousands of years and it's still alive? Amazing. Zhang Xian snapped his fingers, correct answer. This is the fire folders used to light the 9/4 dragon flame lamp. Here, put it in the copper bowl and you'll see the magic. He raised his voice a few notches as well, watch out for the brothers on the air as well. Today I'll let you all see what is called the wisdom of the ancients as well. What a ritual! The appetite of the nearly 50,000 spectators had already been completely whetted by Zhang Xian. Quietly watching the screen took Zhou Chang put the fire folders in the copper bowl. Zhang Xian's voice rang out again on the air, come on, back up, camera ready for the copper bowl. As the camera pans back, a fire soon flared up in the copper bowl. And that fire was burning its way up the gray line that snaked around the stone pillar. From a distance, it looked like a small fire dragon was rising into the air. Zhou Chang was also surprised by this scene. Only to see the line of fire burning faster and faster, climbing up the dome in almost a few breaths, and then moments later the dome spreads rapidly in a circle. Then a tongue of fire nearly a meter long suddenly erupted from the mouth of the dragon sitting on the 4 lamps on the stone pillar. The dark, cold chamber lit up abruptly. Holy! What a stunning design! Zhou Chang was dumbfounded. The viewers of the live broadcast witnessed the entire process of the burning of the 9/4 dragon flame lamp. It was even more shocking. The screen full of pop-ups went straight to 66. Zhang Xian said with a satisfied face, how was it? No kidding. This is the complete lit form of the 9-curved dragon flame everlasting lamp. Fire dragons surrounded the entire palace, and flames erupted from within the bodies of the 9 curved dragon mouths. Extremely creative and designed. This 9/4 dragon flame everlasting lamp. Zhou Chang, awesome. Zhang Xian. A voice full of surprise and a little bit of doubt came from the background, holy. Why are the lights on? Shouldn't be seeing ghosts, right? Another voice rang out, "It's a long light. It's an unlucky sign when the long light comes back on. Probably ran into something unclean." Zhou Chang, brother Xian, close the mic first. I'm going to pretend in front of the leader. Hey. Zhang Xian nodded, "Make yourself at home." Live streaming gifts kept appearing all of a sudden. Pointing out grave robber interns? Grave robbers Kwai? Now rolled into this? I have to say, the anchor is really powerful. I'm afraid this group of grave robbers don't know as much as the anchor. The everlasting light really rocks, and if this thing can really be bought for $5 million. I'd like to get a set in my living room too. I don't know if it would work. Dude in the front designates the penalty. Chapter 17 Taotai Dragon Tripod. The host has successfully appraised the 9/4 dragon flame lamp, and has obtained a chance to draw a prize worth $5 million. The system's prompt rang out in Zhang Xian's mind. Familiar treasure chests also come into view. Zhang Xian rubbed his hands together and confirmed the draw. As a golden light surfaced, the system's voice sounded again. Congratulations to the host for successfully extracting the 5 million cash red packets. Zhang Xian's eyes snapped wide open. 5 million cash bonuses? He hurriedly picked up his cell phone and saw a message about a change in his bank card balance. A transfer was received to your card balance with the tail number 7068 and the current account balance is 5.045.620.1. Holy! A sense of ecstasy surged through him. Sure enough, $5 million arrived. Zhang Xian suddenly felt that the old saying was really right. What is the happiest thing in life? The happiest thing in life is to be alive and have money to spend. 5 million. It's simply too much to spend. It wasn't that Zhang Xian hadn't seen money in his previous life, and had walked away from him with goods worth 8 figures. But that money wasn't as easy to make as it is now. Just as he was about to contemplate how the money would be spent, suddenly notice a black and extremely large beast-patterned bronze tripod appearing in the camera. And what made him feel most surprised was that there were actually densely written words on that bronze tripod. Although it was only a cursory glance, and not the back, However, the number of texts is visually estimated to be over 300 at least. If there is more on the back and sides, the text could number in the thousands. It was a shocking discovery. "Uncle Sam, what are you doing?" Zhou Cheng's voice rang out. The man Zhou Cheng called third uncle said, "Oh, I'm topping the book. The writing on this should record information about the owner of the tomb, and if the gold text is deciphered in the future, then the contents of these texts can be translated." Zhou Cheng froze for a moment. Third uncle isn't going to take this tripod out? On the side, Terry laughed. "Brat, this tripod is at least 1,000 pounds. Do you think your third uncle is a bully, and can lift a tripod with his bare hands?" Zhou Zai also said, "This tripod is a national treasure. Even if you get it out, it will be damaged. There's a way to steal, you can't ruin the old ancestors' treasure." Zhou Chang then scratched his head. Terry blinked, and suddenly, as if he'd thought of something, rushing at Zhou Chang, he said with slight confusion, "Great nephew, I see that I just circled around behind the pillar. You didn't make the lights up there light up, did you?" Zhou Zai and the tall and thin man also looked at Zhou Chang in surprise. Zhou Chang nodded. "Oh, you said the 9/4 dragon flame everlasting lamp. I saw it was too dark in the tomb, so I lit it to give you some light." Terry. Zhou Zai, however, frowning, glanced at the everlasting lamp on the stone pillar. 9-curved dragon flame everlasting lamp. What a professional name. The tall, thin man nodded. "It's pretty professional. Being in college is different, you just know more than us dirtbags." Zhou Zai, however, shook his head. "I don't even know the name of this long bright light yet. I've watched this kid grow up. How much ink is in his stomach? How can I, as a third uncle, not know that?" The tall, thin man looked surprised. "What do you mean?" Zhou Zai looked at Zhou Chang. "Zhou Chang, don't blame Uncle San for my bad words. What we did today is going to cost us our heads. Absolutely no one else must know." The tall and thin man sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Zhou Chang in surprise. "No way?" Zhou Zai, however, grunted. "Honestly, where did you inquire about this?" But Zhou Chang was calm and collected, pointing at the 4 long lights and saying, "Shoo. Hear anything?" A few people frowned, and sure enough, they heard the occasional tinkling sound coming from the dome's candelabra. Seeing this, Zhou Chang said, "Does it sound like a dragon's roar?" Zhou Zai stared at him with an odd face. Terry laughed right out loud. "Chicken dragon song." Zhou Chang said with a straight face, it was recorded in the Book of Warring States. In the ancient tomb of the king, he used mermaid ointment as a candle, so that the heads of the 9 dragons cast in bronze were converged into a platform from which the flames came out. It seems to have a dragon's voice, and this is so exquisite that it is called the 9/4 dragon flame everlasting lamp. Saying so, he looked at Zhou Zai, third uncle. I didn't come up with this name. People's ancients have been taking it for a long time. Only then did the tall and thin man's face ease up. Third master, how cultured your great nephew is. Don't be unconvinced. I really thought I ran into something unclean just now. Terry also gave a thumbs up. Great nephews can be great. He said, waving at Zhou Chang, great nephew, come and see what kind of monster is painted here. What's the word again? Zhou Chang walked up and was surprised at just a glance. So many gold texts? This beast tattoo is also familiar. Hearing Zhou Chang say that, Zhou Zai's tense brows suddenly stretched out. Eyes also brightened slightly. Recognize? Zhou Chang took a deep breath, crossed his arms and. But he said faintly, percent pi is not enough. Chao Zi, what? Zhou Chang grinned, let me think about it. The live stream was buzzing. This brother really learns now, doesn't he? Awesome, really swiping pi with the anchor. Laughing my ass off, pretending to be something you're not. You don't say. Those who don't know can really be fooled by this kid. Brother Xian, this is going to be in the reminder, quickly help someone look at the tripod. Zhang Xian revealed a mesmerized smile on his face and whispered, Ahwazi. Zhou Chang, pop up, good job while the fire lasted. I knew you would, shameless. What kind of anchor are you? Just be a bandit. Come on, don't wear out your shirt later and it won't be fun. Zhang Xian coughed lightly twice, and his eyes were steeply sharp. Brothers. Prepare your Uncle Sam. Zhou Chang, Uncle Sam, listen up. Zhou Zai's gaze glowed. You really recognized it? Zhang Xian, this is called the Taotai Dragon Tripod. It's something that only existed during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Zhou Chang took a deep breath, his gaze slightly shocked as he stared at Zhou Zai. Terry was in a hurry. Why won't the boy talk? What? Zhou Chang took a deep breath. Third uncle. We're rich. This is the Taotai Dragon Tattoo Tripod. Something from the Shang dynasty. Zhou Zai's pupils dilated violently. Unbelievably, he stared at Zhou Chang. How is it possible? Terry and the tall and thin man, however, did not care about this, but just pulled Zhou Chang excitedly. Great nephew. Uncle Tai didn't hear me just now. What tattoo? What period? Say that again to get Uncle Tai excited again. Zhou Chang also felt his heart beating wildly and uncontrollably, although he wasn't sure how the price was. But the name is priceless when you hear it. Tao Tai. Dragon Stable Cauldron. Shang Zhou period. Terry gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. This time I've made a fortune. Zhou Zai took out his cigarettes. Terry busied himself with one, and gave another to Zhou Chang and the taller man. A few people just smoked, and no one said anything. Zhou Zai stared at the Taotai Dragon Tripod with a flickering gaze. How could it be from the Shang Zhou? Could it be that King Mu of Zhou really exists? Chapter 18 Sphinx. The number of people in the live room had come to 80,000. Zhang Xian's live broadcast was considered a complete fire. Countless viewers started sharing and retweeting. Ah, the Taotai Dragon Tripod. Something from the Shang Zhou period. Even if you don't understand it anymore, listening to the name and looking at the dignified and domineering shape of the vessel. Also know that this must be a national treasure. Zhang Xian also took a deep breath, and this tripod also really surprised him. He calmed down a few times and said, Brother, listen to me. Now circle around the tripod, not too fast, but walk slowly and pretend to observe. Zhou Chang silently followed Zhang Xian's request and circled around the dragon pattern tripod. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Zhou Chang stopped. Zhang Xian's expression also became more unnatural, so he asked for another cigarette. Went to the side and smoked it. Hen, how's it going? What I heard from Uncle Sam's musings is that this is a Warring States tomb. There is no way there would be Shang and Zhou vessels. Is it a mistake? Zhang Xian shook his head. Can't be wrong. And it's really played out this time. Dude, listen to me. Taotai is a Chinese divine beast, unlike the Kirin and the Green Dragon, whose shape is inherently exaggerated. Chase predator. Using it to represent a symbol of royalty was a way for the ruling class and slave societies to mythologize their majesty. The real use of dragons to represent imperial power still evolved and formed slowly only after Qin Shi Huang. So but whenever you see a Taotai pattern, it must be from the Shang and Zhou periods. Of course, the Warring States, as a transitional period between Zhou and Qin, had traces of Taotai patterns for a certain period of time. But that Taotai pattern has changed considerably from the Taotai pattern of the Shang and Zhou periods. And there are a lot more other touches to the grain. In short, it's not like this one. Zhou Cheng took a deep breath. Got it, brother Xian. Zhang Xian added, I see that your third uncle and the others are still working on it. I guess they couldn't read the writing on it. That's right, later on, instruct them to try not to touch this Taotai dragon tattooed cauldron. I see that what's his name Uncle Tai of yours is excited. Zhou Cheng, oh, can't you move? Zhang Xian. No. You really want to move? Put it to you this way. This thing isn't even in the National Museum. If you don't move it, even if something happens later, there may be a reprieve if you give an honest account. But move it and die straight away. Zhou Cheng was visibly silent for a few moments, and after a few moments, he said, Third uncle can't talk about this thing either. And it's really too big to get it. Zhang Xian, okay. Go pretend in front of your Uncle Sam. Remember to speak slowly so you don't scare people. Zhou Cheng, hey. But, Xian, you haven't said what that upper text means? And there's another animal print on the back, is it also a Taotai print? And again, it seems to be a person? Zhang Xian took a deep breath, brothers. What I just told you is enough to turn your internship around. And I have to translate the gold text. There's enough on there for a short story. Think of nothing. Zhou Cheng, huh? What about all the stories? Okay, I got it. And one last question, what is this Taotai dragon tattoo tripod for? Zhang Xian said, sacrifice. It's for keeping slaves for burial. Zhou Cheng, huh? Zhang Xian drank a mouthful of water before he managed to calm down a bit. What? If you don't believe me, just stick your head up and see if it's there. He took another deep breath. The Taotai tattoo was rare, but it was as far as it would take him. It was what was on it, and the Sphinx on the back that was the thing that alarmed him. Duty room. It's... The National Museum doesn't even have anything? Xiao Lu's face was horribly ugly. Fong team. Is this a big deal? A national treasure. Liang Jingyi also realized the seriousness of the problem. They were just thinking of observing slowly. Looking for clues yet. I didn't realize it hadn't been much longer before the case appeared to have escalated. Fortunately, this group of grave robbers had a bit of a conscience, and with Zhang Xian's discouragement, they weren't prepared to touch the national treasures. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be a pity for the country. Our sins. Without a word, Fang Yukai took out his cell phone and hesitantly dialed a call quickly. Calling Director Chen now. Louis saw the name and immediately became serious. Captain Fong, what is it that you are looking for me at this late hour? The phone was connected and Director Chen's voice soon came from inside. He appeared to be sleeping and had just been awakened by a phone call. Fang Yukai seemed to be a bit nervous as well. I'm sorry, Bureau Chen, for disturbing your rest. There's a sudden situation that I have to report to you. Bureau Chen, well. Fang Yukai hurriedly opened the notebook in which he had taken notes. Clearing his throat, he said, we're monitoring a live grave robbing event on the internet. After 2 days of tracking and investigation by myself and my comrades on duty. Finally, some valid information about the grave robbing gang. The case is being investigated rapidly. Bureau Chen, well. Fang Yukai, according to our original plan, when we have fully grasped the information of the grave robbers. Then we'll join forces with other departments and conduct a netting operation to wipe out the grave robbing gang. But things suddenly went awry. We found a Taotai dragon bronze tripod from the Shang and Zhou dynasties in the live video of the grave robbers. According to people in the know, this Taotai bronze dragon tripod is not even in the National Museum. He finished. Across the room, however, there was silence. A moment later, Bureau Chen's voice rang out, are the grave robbers from Qinzhou? Fang Yukai, information on the location of the grave robbers cannot be determined for the time being. Bureau Chen sighed in relief, that's good, I'll report this news. You guys keep tracking, you can't slack off. Well, I'm off to bed. Fang Yukai, okay, Bureau Chen. Zhao. But the linking anchor is from Green State. Director Chen, what? Say that again? Fang Yukai, the grave robber, was connected live to a treasure hunting anchor whose IP address is Qingzhou. Director Chen, are you in the duty room? Fang Yukai, yes, Bureau Chen. Bureau Chen, okay, I'm coming over now. Get up sound. The phone hung up. Fang Yukai. Xiao Lu, is Bureau Chen coming? Jing Yiliang, I guess so. Get ready, there may be action tonight. Fang Yukai gave her a look, you think so? Liang Jingyi shrugged, Bureau Chen is going to come in person, with his temperament, if he doesn't make some noise. How can that be? Fang Yukai seemed to be in a tangle, then what do you think Bureau Chen will do? Liang Jingyi shook her head and smiled bitterly, you're also too high on me. How would I know about Bureau Chen's decision-making and deployment? But there's certainly nothing wrong with one. Fang Yutsai looked at her. Only Liang Jingyi stretched out 5 fingers and made a chicken claw shape, catch Zhangxian. Fang Yukai slapped his head, I'm afraid of this. Chapter 19 The Tomb of the Son of Heaven, who dares to touch it? The camera was showing Zhou Chang approaching towards Zhou Zai and the others. Third Master, why are you so torn? Who cares if it's Western Zhou or Warring States, as long as it's a treasure, isn't it? Besides, what period? That's for archaeologists to worry about. We're grave robbers. Getting money is the thing. The tall, thin man couldn't seem to figure it out, and didn't dare to rush Zhou Zai too much, so he only smoked his cigarette impatiently. He came on this trip and his partner folded in. If he gets a few more antiques from before, he'll lose a lot of money. It was just that I didn't expect Zhou Zai to keep dwelling on the age of this bronze tripod. In his opinion, it was completely nosy. Seeing that Zhou Zai ignored him, he also stopped saying anything. Only to turn to Terry for help, brother, persuade the third master. Terry sighed at that and cleared his throat again, ahem, third master. Just as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Zhou Zai. It's clearly recorded on the map, this location must be an ancient tomb from the Warring States period. Now there are Shang and Zhou bronzes in ancient tombs from the Warring States period. He gave the two men a faint look, what does that tell you? Terry shook his head, how would I know? After thinking for a while, the tall and thin man said excitedly, it means that the owner of this Warring States tomb is also a grave robber. Zhou Zai suddenly frowned, what do you mean? The tall, thin man said excitedly, third master, doesn't this make sense? It's right that the owner of this ancient tomb of the Warring States period built his tomb here. But he was a collector in his lifetime. There's a lot of stuff stashed in the house that's been thrown out of nowhere. He died wanting to enjoy the glory and honor he had before he was born. So let someone get him antiques to be buried with him. Terry's eyes lit up as he listened, it's a little more imaginative, but it still makes quite a bit of sense. However, Zhou Zai shook his head, a period of a bronze tripod, I naturally don't care. But here's the problem. With that, he pulled a wooden box out of his pocket, and after opening it, surprisingly, it was the octagonal bronze bell that Zhou Chang had previously taken to Zhang Xian for identification. When Terry saw the bell, but he showed surprise, third master, why did you bring it? Zhou Zai said indifferently, I was afraid that this could be useful, so I brought it. The tall and thin man did not recognize the bronze bell, and the puzzled look on his face intensified, third master. What's the bell for? Zhou Zai glanced at Zhou Chang, who was behind him. Only then did he say to the two, I didn't really trust that anchor named Zhang Xian before. So it wasn't a big deal about his translation of the gold text. But twice he's helped us find our way out of the trap, and we've seen it here. It belongs to the same period of time as the Taotai dragon tripod, he said, King Mu of Zhou. I don't think it can be a coincidence anymore. Terry slowly narrowed his eyes, third master. What do you mean? I didn't quite catch that. Can it be that this is not a tomb of the Warring States, but an ancient tomb of the Zhou dynasty? Zhou Zai's eyes steepened and sharpened, that's right. There is a gold inscription with the name of the Western Zhou Son of Heaven, and then there is a Taotai dragon tripod that is most likely from the Western Zhou period. I doubt it. This is the ancient tomb of King Mu of the Western Zhou dynasty. Tai snapped his eyes wide open and stared at Zhou Zai, shocked, speechless. The tall, thin man was also shocked. A few moments later, the tall and thin man looked around the Taotai dragon-lined cauldron again. His eyes were a bit dazed as he said, the ancient tomb of the Western Zhou Tenno, King Mu of Zhou. If we are dug up by his tomb, we will be assassinated even if we run abroad, right? Chaoziai, that is, now there is only the death penalty. This crime would be a great offense to put 9 clans to death in the ancient tomb. Terry also nodded with a hard look on his face. That's right. The grass has to be pulled. Eggs have to be shaken out of their yolks. The tall, thin man glanced at Terry in surprise, no humor at this time. Saying that, he eagerly looked at Zhou Cheng again. Little brother, your third uncle and I are old acquaintances. It's okay to punch a senior and call you a great nephew, right? Seeing Zhou Cheng's acquiescence, he then said, you just said that this is a Taotai dragon ding from the Shang and Zhou dynasties. That means it could be Shang or Zhou. But because the bronze bell has a gold inscription on it about the name of the son of Zhou. So that rules out Shang, and only possibly Zhou. But is it possible that the end of the Zhou dynasty and the Warring States period overlapped, and there is no possibility that this bronze tripod is actually a product of a period halfway between the Zhou dynasty and the Warring States? When these words came out, even Zhou Zhe looked at Zhou Cheng expectantly. The ancient tombs of the Warring States and the ancient tombs of the Zhou Tianzi are obviously not on the same level. The ancient tomb of the Warring States, he gritted his teeth and really dared to move, but the heavenly prince of Zhou he was still unwilling to touch in his heart. Zhou Cheng was also confused by the question. Such a detailed question hadn't really occurred to him. Seeing that Zhou Cheng looked a bit odd, the tall and thin man couldn't help but press the issue. What's wrong? Just as Zhou Cheng hesitated, his ears suddenly heard Zhang Xian's voice, tell him that the don't bull me. Gulp. Zhou Cheng's throat rolled a bit, and he subconsciously waved his hand, don't pull a few eggs. The tall, thin man froze, his face hard. It seemed that he didn't expect Zhou Cheng to speak to him without a bit of politeness. Even with foul language. Terry was also surprised. Zhou Zhe cleared his throat and glared at Zhou Cheng, cough. Zhou Zhe also realized that he had a problem with his words and hurriedly smiled awkwardly, sorry. Quick mouth. Only then did the tall, thin man's face ease up, and he smiled graciously, it's okay. I liked to talk with a mantra when I was younger. But Zhang Xian's voice came back on the headset, bro, let me tell you, this is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go back there, and we might run into something that's going to kill us. Counting on these three cobblers, you're all afraid you're going to die in there. Listen to me, you can't be too nice to them. To show them your swagger and strength. That's what's going to save you, you know? Zhou Cheng listened with a little bit of weakness in his heart and muttered in a low voice, can it work? Zhang Xian sneered, just kidding. They're counting on you if they want to get out alive. You're welcome. If it were me, I wouldn't even give face to that Uncle Sam of yours. Don't talk about an outsider. Listen to me and tell them the Taotai dragon stabilizing cauldron information I just told you. Be dominant in your tone, be confident, and don't let them put you down. Let me suffer along with it. Bugger off, keep being so wishy-washy and I'll leave you alone. Zhou Cheng's scalp was numb, but at the same time there was an inexplicable extra bottom in his heart. He gave the tall and thin man a disdainful look, you're quite good at giving yourself a leg up. Tall skinny guy, question mark. Zhou Zhe couldn't help himself a bit, speak politely. Zhou Cheng, Uncle San, you should shut up too. A little bit of, thinking about it, let you come to rob tombs, or let you come to do scientific research? Zhou Zhe's eyes widened and his hand fell toward the belt. Terry was also confused, great nephew, are you on drugs? That's your third uncle. Zhou Cheng didn't pay any attention to him either, just hummed and said, I don't bother talking about others. Saying this, he walked over to the Taotai dragon tattooed tripod and reached out to tap it. The thick tripod roar sounded steeply. Hear that? Is this craftsmanship something those vassal states of the warring states could do? Zhou Cheng said with a disdainful face. The three of them, however, were dumbfounded. The water friends in the live room, however, laughed like crazy. Awesome, this brother's foxing is perfect. This is the bottom line given by Brother Xian. With a great god like Brother Xian, a novice would dare to teach master a lesson. Laughing my ass off, the look on those three's faces was hilarious. Zhou Cheng looked unconcerned and pointed to the Taotai dragon pattern figure on the bronze tripod, although during the Warring States period, there are also Taotai motifs on certain vessels. But its striated features are much different from those of the Shang and Zhou. A more obvious feature is the many embellished patterns that would have been added to the Taotai pattern of the Warring States period. Look at the Taotai pattern on this, it's weird, overbearing and vicious. Only the royal power of the Zhou dynasty can feel this way. So don't doubt that this is the Taotai dragon tripod of the Zhou dynasty. Hearing Zhou Cheng say that, the expressions of the three also changed once again. Seeing Zhou Cheng's reasoned words, the three finally realized the seriousness of the matter. The tall and thin man did not have the heart to argue with Zhou Chang, and the unwillingness in his heart became more and more difficult for him. It's always been his industry standard that thieves don't walk away. Seeing that Zhou Zhe also had a dark face and didn't say anything, he gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Chang, and his tone was a bit more polite. What a fearful later generation. Little brother, since you know so much about the Taotai dragon-marked cauldron, can you recognize the writing on this bronze tripod? If I can decipher a thing or two, maybe just find out why the Warring States tomb turned into an ancient tomb of the Zhou dynasty, and that brother of mine can die for good. Zhou Zhe also looked at Zhou Chang, and to be honest, he was also unwilling. Terry even pointed to the Sphinx figure on the back of the bronze tripod and said, "And this? This isn't Taotai either, is it? It looks like the face of a man-beast amalgamation. What the hell is this again?" Zhou Chang's face turned ugly. Zhang Xian didn't tell him about the above. Not to mention him. Let's have one of the country's leading archaeologists come in person. I'm afraid I can't translate a few words. It seemed to have sensed the anxiety in Zhou Chang's heart. Zhang Xian's voice came from the headset again, "Brother, don't panic. Stand on the back of the bronze tripod." When Zhou Chang heard Zhang Xian's voice, his heart immediately came to life and he scrambled towards the back. The three of them also followed behind Zhou Chang with curiosity. "Zhang Xian, see that Sphinx figure? Tell them. This is the Queen Mother of the West." Zhou Chang violently took in a deep breath of cool air. Queen Mother of the West? The three listened very clearly, and their faces became even more strange. The dark pupils were filled with unbelievable shock. "Great nephew, you say it's the Queen Mother of the West?" Terry stepped forward and stared at the Sphinx in shock. "Just now, I just felt weird, but after hearing Zhou Chang's words and looking at the face again, only a sense of terror that made him feel creepy surged through his heart. King Mu of Zhou hasn't figured it out yet. Why is there another Queen Mother of the West? Isn't the Queen Mother of the West a legendary deity?" The tall, thin man's brain seemed to be starting to go down. Zhou Zhe sized up Zhou Chang and said in a deep voice, "Kid, you can see clearly." Zhou Chang nodded. "It can't be wrong." The three men's faces sank again. Zhang Xian's voice rang out, "Come, I'll translate the contents of the golden text on the tripod for you now. Listen carefully." Zhou Chang nodded. Zhang Xian said, "What is recorded here is actually an allusion to King Mu of Zhou's western expedition to meet the Queen Mother of the West. If you look deeply into the ancient texts, you should be able to find this. To be more detailed, it is that King Mu of Zhou went to Kunlun on his western expedition and met the Queen Mother of the West who lived there. The Queen Mother of the West told him that she could pass on the art of longevity to him. When King Mu of Zhou saw the Queen Mother of the West holding the jade battle, with the splendor of light flowing behind her and her immortal aura covering her body, then he followed the Queen Mother of the West to her palace. The two spent some quality time at the palace. The character and ability of King Mu of Zhou has also reached the recognition of the Queen Mother of the West. So he passed on the art of longevity to him, and they agreed to meet each other after 1,000 years. Zhou Chang was dumbfounded by what he heard, but still followed what Zhang Xian said. The three were told the story of King Mu of Zhou and the Queen Mother of the West wanting to meet. The three of them were also filled with shock when they heard it. As soon as Zhou Zhe came back to his senses, he was surprised. "I remember. There is indeed an allusion to this in the history books. I used to read it back in the day, but it's just been so long that I forgot about it. I remember the name of that segment was called The Biography of King Mu of Zhou." He stared unblinkingly at the statue of Queen Mother of the West. "I never thought I'd see the original in my lifetime." Terry still seemed to be in a daze as he blinked and looked at Zhou Chang. Another look at Zhou Zhe. "So is this a legend or a true story?" Zhou Zhe gave him a blank look. "Nonsense, of course it's a legend. If it were true, wouldn't King Mu of Zhou have lived until now?" Terry scratched his head. "Right-o." The tall and thin man on the side, however, looked as if he had been drained of his strength. "Even the gold text is all about the legends of the Western Zhou. Where's a bit of the Warring States in this ancient tomb? Play cluck, this is big trouble." Terry understood what he meant and gritted his teeth. "You're going to pull out?" The tall, thin man looked torn. "What if we don't withdraw? If it were a tomb from the Warring States, it would have been robbed. Hare found out and there's still a chance of running away. I'm really guilty of Western Zhou's tomb." Terry sighed and turned his head to look at Zhou Zhe, handing him a cigarette. "Third Master, what do you think?" Zhou Zhe exhaled a mouthful of smoke. "The consequences are understood by anyone. But now that we're here, there's no reason to return empty-handed. The big thing is not to bring anything here. Terry showed surprise. You said it was. Go down and look? Chowzi, aha. Old Blackie lost an arm trying to get here, and one of the Groundhog brothers got hitched, too. Even we were almost trapped to death. Leave now and apologize to them and to ourselves. Terry's eyes also firm up at his words, since Third Master has said so. Well then, I'll accompany Third Master. He said and looked at the tall and thin man. If you're willing to go, I won't keep you. Money, Master San won't short you. The tall and thin man froze for a moment, and then said with a fierce look on his face, looking down on who? Just do it. Chapter 20 Director, you can't arrest people. Monitor the duty room. The three men, full of tension, were suddenly surprised by a phone call. It's a call from the duty room. The three were instantly alert. The landline here is an internal phone, so the average person can't call in. She picked up the phone. Hello, Cyber Information Security Monitoring Brigade duty room in Qingzhou. After hearing the other party's voice, her face suddenly changed for a moment. Okay, Director Yang. Said covered the phone and handed it to Fong Yukai, Director Yang of the State General Administration of Cultural Relics. Xiao Lu stared. How did the State General Administration of Cultural Relics call here? Hardly. He looked at Zhang Xian's live broadcast on the screen in shock. Fong Yukai hurriedly got up and took the phone, straightened his collar and, clearing his throat slightly again, hello Director Yang, I'm Fong Yukai, the brigade leader of the Qingzhou Network Information Security Monitoring Brigade. Ha? Aha. Aha. Yes, I'll cooperate. Aha. Hang up? He didn't seem to have regained his senses, and looked at the two men with a trance-like expression on his face. Liang Jingyi and Xiao Lu were also staring at him with nervous faces. Said what? Fong Yukai was just about to open his mouth, but suddenly he heard the sound of a door being pushed from behind him. He twisted his head around and actually saw a bar of 3 stars on his shoulder. The plump face full of seriousness, Bureau Chen walked in. The three hurriedly stood up straight. Bureau Chen. However, Bureau Chen didn't bother with them and stared at Zhang Xian's live broadcast on the big screen after he came in. He's Zhang Xian, right? Seeing the three nodding their heads, Bureau Chen suddenly darkened his face and, punching at Fong Yukai, he said, did you find out this kid's address? Fong Yukai nodded. Aha. Director Chen's eyes went cold. You know the address, why haven't you arrested it yet? Do I still have to decide such things? Now get the man. The repercussions are so bad. The three of them froze at the words. Just seeing that the three didn't move, Bureau Chen couldn't help but frown. What's wrong? Fong Yukai hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and said, Bureau Chief Chen, take it easy for now. We thought about arresting people too. Only to find out later that there's no way to find information on the location of the grave robbers even through technical means. Even if we capture this Zhang Xian, I'm afraid it will only backfire. Seeing Bureau Chen showing an incredulous expression, Xiao Lu also hastened to add, the grave robbers' signal source was encrypted by technical means, obviously they prepared in advance. Liang Jingyi also said, Bureau Chen, it's still prudent. It was only then that Bureau Chen realized what the problem was, but after a moment's thought. Still, he said, has it never occurred to you that this Zhang Xian might have gotten hold of information about grave robbers that we couldn't find out? Afraid to act, allowing them to go on a rampage of grave robbing. And in a public live streaming fashion. How bad is its impact? When you make a break, you get a break. You're a security captain and you don't even understand that? Listen to me, grab. Only action can break the case deadlock. Xiao Lu and Liang Jingyi sighed darkly when they heard this, but still nodded their heads. Only Fong Yucai shook his head. A wisp of anger surfaced on Bureau Chen's face. What? You winged it? Not even following my orders. Fong Yukai shook his head, took a deep breath and said, before you came, I got a call from Director Yang over at the National Archaeological Institute. The anger on Bureau Chen's face dissipated for a few moments, although it wasn't a system that. But the level of the National Archaeological Institute was a good level higher than the local police station. Director Yang? How? It was only then that Fong Yukai said, based on the footage I provided, and the screening by the Archaeological Institute. They suspect that the ancient tombs that the tomb robbers are currently in the process of stealing are most likely from the Zhou dynasty. According to Director Yang, the archaeological value of the ancient tombs of the Zhou dynasty is very high. Even if the National Archaeological Institute wants to excavate it, it still needs approval. Belongs to a national excavation program. The look of anger on Bureau Chen's face had completely disappeared. Instead, his brows were more anxious. Fortunately, the grave robbers are not in Qingzhou, otherwise it would be even more troublesome. He took a deep breath, blinked, and, suddenly surprised, he looked at Fang Yucai, a national-level excavation project, now dug up by grave robbers. "Why are you singing against me, kid, when you know how serious it is?" Said took out his cell phone and dialed the CID brigade. "All right. This matter is out of your hands. I'll have Han Lin pull out his manpower to set up a task force to cooperate with Director Lu's side of the pursuit. It's just that the call hasn't gone through." He then heard Fang Yucai's gruff voice. Director Lu also said, "At least 2 of the artifacts that have appeared in the live images so far belong to the first class of national treasures. There's another one that has even reached the supreme grade national treasure. Let's make the preservation of our heritage our top priority." Bureau Chen looked at Fang Yucai in surprise before slowly putting down the phone. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He pulled out a chair and sat down, pulled out a cigarette and Fang just rushed out his lighter and lit it for him. Director Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at the live feed. "Any ideas?" Fang Yucai nodded. "Actually, we also investigated Zhang Xian's information. It's this treasure hunting anchor. He's only 19 years old and has a transparent background history. According to our analysis, he should be associated with grave robbers. The reason why they got involved in this live grave robbing incident should just be an accident." Chen Jinlu was surprised. This kid is only 19 years old? This talk and insight and state, completely unlike it. "Sure." Fang Yucai let out a bitter laugh. "Okay. I couldn't believe it at first, but the information has been verified and it can't be wrong. At that age, you can basically rule out suspicion. And, right now, the only way we know about the grave robber is through his livestream. Once the live feed is choked off, that means we don't have any chance of pursuing this grave robbing incident." Chen Bureau finally realized why Fang Yucai dared to go against just now. He glanced at Fang Yucai before saying, "It seems like you already have a plan. Tell me about it. Where help is needed, I'll coordinate." Fang Kai has but a somewhat ashamed look. "Bureau Chen, don't expect too much from me. I'm in over my head too. But the only good news is that although Zhang Xian appears to be helping the grave robbers, but it was led in a way that exhorted grave robbers to protect the artifacts. And don't look at Zhang Xian's young age, but his knowledge of cultural relics is extremely profound. The grave robbers also connected to him because they trusted him. If we lose Zhang Xian, this group of grave robbers who can't find their way around an ancient tomb might do something destructive." Bureau Chen turned his head to look at Xiaolu and Liang Jingyi. "You two think so too?" Seeing the two nodding, Bureau Chen nodded as well, using silence as a break. "Well said. But it's not a good idea to keep waiting like this." Fang Yucai saw that Bureau Chen had loosened up, and then relaxed. "Bureau Chen is wise. So I'm going to wait for Zhang Xian to come off the air before I contact him privately. If he will cooperate with our police action, then things are much better. Lead the wolf into the trap." Bureau Chen seemed to understand what Fang Yucai meant. His eyes suddenly brightened up. "Not bad." Chapter 21 Kirin Blood, Bronze Coffin. Live stream. Zhang Xian smiled bitterly with some breathlessness. He didn't expect the gang to be that bold. "I've said all I need to say, and not only do I have no intention of going back. And it looks as if it's ready to take grave robbing to the end. Should have said no, though it's a bit evil for those in the heritage sector." But a flicker of anticipation welled up in his heart as well. If it weren't for this group of grave robbers, this tomb would have been buried deep in the mountains forever. It will never see the light of day. He was originally a traveler, and in his previous life, he was an antique dealer with a scrimmage business. In his opinion, there is actually no difference between a real grave robber and an archaeological excavation. Of course, he was talking about grave robbers who had a proper heritage and could follow the rules of their ancestors. Not those bandits who are purely in it for the money and don't care about anything else. And a lot of the time, archaeological teams are actually no better than grave robbers with a line of work. At least those observant grave robbers preach about taking one of 10 things, being greedy for money and not destroying virtue. Much less dig up the owner of the tomb and make a dried corpse and put it in an exhibition hall to sell tickets for people to visit. Congratulations to the host for successfully identifying the Western Zhou TNZ Taodai Dragon Tripod. Congratulations to the host for winning a lottery worth $100 million. Thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the system's voice. Wait. $100 million in raffle chances? Zhang Xian almost fell off his chair. Holy! It's not going to be a straight cash draw of 100 million, is it? The golden treasure chest is full of infinite temptation. Various scenes of treasures flying out of the box also automatically appeared in his mind. He took a deep breath and chose to confirm the draw. A black shadow suddenly appeared in the blinding golden light. Only the shadow appeared to be a divine beast with black clouds on its feet, a head with legs, and a body covered in armor. Black unicorn? He stared. However, he saw the black unicorn rush directly into his body. A massive force directly caused him to lose control of his body. Instantly, he fell out of his chair. The nearly 100,000 viewers in the livestream were also surprised by his strange appearance. Cast a spell? Anchor excited to take off? 66. Program effects? The way 100,000 people celebrate? Hen? Seeing Zhang Xian lying on the ground and delayed, the live broadcast water friends were also confused. Some people have even started sending out alarm numbers. Congratulations to the host for winning the Kirin bloodline. Zhang Xian only felt his head buzzing, and his skin hurt and itched. It's as if you're dipping in a boiling hot potion. As that feeling grew stronger, he felt like his body was going to crack. But just on the verge of collapse, the brain suddenly became permeable again and consciousness regained control of the body in an instant. That painful tingling and itching sensation also receded like a tidal wave. He climbed up with a confused look on his face and sat back in his chair. The live streaming aquanauts were even more confused. 6. Brother Xian wouldn't have a brain attack, would he? Why does it look a bit off? How come the anchor seems to have changed? There's a mysterious sense of aura about him. Ghosted? Zhou Chang on the opposite side also seemed to have noticed something wrong and whispered, Brother Xian, are you alright? Zhang Xian took a deep breath, feeling a sense of power all over his body, and his mind was incomparably clear. There seemed to be an endless supply of energy, and even his eyes, which were originally somewhat nearsighted, became extremely clear. In a matter of minutes, the whole body seemed to have changed radically. Is this the unicorn bloodline worth $100 million? Earned it. He was ecstatic and took a deep breath. It's fine. Dude, can you still hear me? Just as he finished speaking, he heard Zhou Chang cough. Can. He blinked and his face became grave once again. Brother, don't look at that tripod for now. Turn around in place and turn on your flashlight and shine it back. See anything? Inside the ancient tomb, the pupils of Zhou Chang's eyes suddenly tightened up, and under the white aperture of the flashlight, it was about 10 meters away from him on a stone platform. A huge coffin that was dark green in color and had a dragon pattern protruding from its circumference appeared silently in front of him. Coffins. Coffin. His throat rolled, shock filling his voice. This coffin was at the end of the palace, where the light of the long lamps could not reach it, and the end of the coffin was still facing their main hall, so I didn't notice it just now. The three of them, Zhou, who were studying the Sphinx pattern, were in a trance when they heard Zhou Chang's voice sounding a bit off. What coffin? Terry turned his head and stuttered as he snapped to see the bronze coffin under the circle of white light. Holy! We're really in the main crypt. With that, he excitedly touched towards the bronze coffin. Coffins have a lore burned into the bones for grave robbers. The tall, thin man and Zhou were also instantly attracted. The tall, thin man's eyes glazed over and he muttered, what a big coffin. And the top one has dragon reliefs. Haha, third master, I don't think sub-exterminating the 9 clans is enough. Zhou, however, didn't say anything, but a sharp, refined light flashed in his small eyes. Zhou Chang subconsciously followed suit. But just as he lifted his foot, he suddenly heard Zhang Xian's serious voice coming from his headset, stop. Zhou Chang snapped back, what's wrong? Only Zhang Xian said in a deep voice, tell them to stop as well. Zhou Chang heard the seriousness of Zhang Xian's tone and hurriedly shouted at the three of them, third uncle, you can't go over there. But instead, Terry waved his hand and laughed, scared, huh? It's okay, come over and see how well Master San and I can open coffins. Zhou and the tall and thin man even completely ignored Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang was depressed, Brother Xian, they don't listen to me. Zhang Xian's sighing voice came from the headset, alas, it seems that I really can't count on you. Come on, just don't go over there anyway. They can go to hell if they want to die. Zhou Chang looked surprised, is it that exaggerated? Zhang Xian, however, grunted, "Wait and see." The live audience also got excited. That bronze coffin they saw very clearly. Not only was it especially huge, but it even had a dragon hobble on it. Needless to say, there was definitely royalty lying in there. It was just that he did not quite understand Zhang Xian's refusal to allow them to come closer. But remembering the previous experience in the cave of the accumulated corpses, they also unconsciously associated bad images in their minds. "Brother Xian, it's not like we're going to start another horror livestream, is it? This little brother can't do it, Brother Xian, don't count on him. I think that Uncle Sam is a tough guy, let's see what they can touch when they open the coffin later." "Brother Xian, the police didn't come looking for you when you were so live?" In the face of a screen full of pop-ups, Zhang Xian did not respond, but just stared at the bronze coffin with a deadpan stare. Perhaps it was the unicorn bloodline that had tapped into his sixth sense. Even through the screen, he actually felt the terrifying aura surging through the bronze coffin. He took a deep breath. What a death. Chapter 22, want to hear it? Then kneel down for me. Inside the ancient tomb, Zhou Cheng didn't dare to approach. Zhou Zhe and the three of them, however, had already been glowing. After seeing the coffin, which was carved with dragons in relief on the whole body, and was made of ancient bronze, he said. The fear of the Western Zhou tomb in his heart instantly disappeared into thin air. None of the three of them were generalized. Nor is there one or two ancient tombs that have been descended. I've seen a lot of ancient tombs through the ages. But this is the first time I've seen such a beautiful and dominating bronze coffin. There are no words to describe the impact. Third Master. This has to be at least a prince, right? Terry sounded agitated. Zhou Zhe grunted, uncultured look. Shang and Zhou were all about the feudal system, you think it's Ming and Qing, where did the princes come from? He stared at the bronze coffin, the patina on it glowing a dream-colored blue in the flashlight light, It's a mark left by time. He took a deep breath and tried to restrain his excitement as best he could. But the lips were still trembling involuntarily. I've heard that the Shang and Zhou coffins have two layers, the outer layer is the coffin and the inner layer is the outer coffin. This bronze coffin is actually the innermost coffin. What happened to the outer wooden coffin? Terry shook his head, I didn't touch it. Zhou Zhe didn't seem to want to bother with him and looked up at the tall and thin man. Only a tall, thin man looked around and then also wondered, is it hard to believe that it has been moved? But who needs that broken wood for anything? Zhou Zhe also seemed to think that it didn't make sense. Then he focused on the bronze coffin again. Terry, open it up. If it's really been shortchanged, maybe the burial goods inside are no longer there. Terry scrambled up. Two people in the front and one in the back rolled up their sleeves. They were ready to open the coffin to find out. It was just that the bronze coffin was made of solid material, and the three of them used some strength, but it seemed to be difficult to push it. Zhou Zhe was surprised. Why is it so heavy? Then he waved his hand toward Zhou Cheng. Come here. Zhou Cost was worried to death, but at the moment, Uncle San didn't listen to him at all. He had no choice but to step forward. It was just that Zhang Xian's words were still echoing in his mind. The mind expects that nothing will ever happen. The four men stood at each end of the coffin, and with a shout of 1, 2, 3, they were off again. This time the force was significantly greater. The bronze coffin lid shook for a moment, but then quickly bounced back. It seemed as if there was a spring pulling inside. Terry looked surprised. That's not right. Why does it feel like there's something pulling inside? Zhou Zhe also seemed to realize that something was wrong, and his face actually turned a bit ugly. Zhou Cheng was even more apprehensive. It's too evil, why don't we forget about it? The four of us can't open it. But the tall, thin man laughed loudly, making the three feel weird. The tall, thin man finished his laugh. It's a good thing you can't open it. The three looked at him like he was a patient. The tall, thin man added, this proves that the coffin lid hasn't been opened. The burial goods inside are still there. Third Master. A burial object from the Zhou dynasty. One piece is heavenly. Only then did Zhou Zhe understand what he meant, and his nervous expression turned into a smile. He rubbed his hands together, then try again. Terry, however, waved his hand. Third Master. It won't work this hard. Guess there's an organ in there, said, signaling the three to get out of the way. He himself turned his back on the coffin head and rushed at the three men. I'm afraid it won't work without some real skill, said, settling with his shoulders in the center of the lid of the coffin, and holding the two corners in his hands. The thighs lumbar hold the body in slow motion. Zhou Chang looked confused. Instead, the tall, thin man gave Terry a thumbs up. What an eye-opener for the man. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xian, who had a gloomy face, but suddenly raised his eyebrows, Overlord lifting the tripod? I didn't realize he was really a master. Man, it looks like you've got some talent in this family company. The live stream audience had completely broken through 100,000 people. The camera on Zhou Cheng's chest recorded the image clearly. While the picture quality isn't likely to be a high-definition Blu-ray, that hazy yet watchable feeling of. It has the most authenticity. What way is this? A coffin lid that 4 people can't open must be at least 1,000 pounds, right? Can one person lift it? Overlord lifting the tripod? Brother Xian explained. Brother Xian, isn't it even better, even recognizing this move, looks like Brother Xian knows his stuff too. Ha ha. Zhou Cheng's subtle voice also came from the headset, Overlord Giant Cauldron? Will it work? Zhang Xian nodded. Some coffins use internal sealing mechanisms. It's that there's a snap-locking mechanism under the lid and on the inside wall of the casket, and when the lid is closed, the snap lock is pressurized and automatically snaps shut. The person who stepped in could not open the coffin except by blowing it up, or else no amount of pushing on the lid would open it. But this organ is rarely used. Zhou Chang was a bit surprised. Why? Too complicated? Zhang Xian shook his head. That's not true. Think about it, since the grave robbers were able to find the coffin, it means that people have already entered the tomb. If the coffin is made so strong, won't it force the gang to open it violently? Rather, the burial goods are not precious, not to mention that even the bones of the corpse are destroyed. Giving up this kind of mechanism is also a form of trade between the tomb owner and the tomb robbers. The water friends in the live broadcast room saw that Zhang Xian's words were rough and reasoned, and they were instantly powdered by Zhang Xian. After all, this kind of anchor with real talent is hard to find in the whole network. Zhou Chang was deeply surprised. Ah! What an insight! So can this Overlord Giant Cauldron approach open this bronze coffin? Zhang Xian shook his head. Can't drive. Zhou Chang, huh? Is it Uncle Tai's lack of skill? Zhang Xian shook his head again. That's not it either. I see that you, Uncle Tai, know how to use your waist and shoulders, so you obviously know the techniques of the Overlord's lifting. But nay, there is no internal locking mechanism in this bronze coffin at all. The water boys in the live room were listening attentively, and that Terry raised his hand in concentration. Even the coffin lid showed signs of moving under the drag of his shoulder. They really thought they were going to open it right away. However, it was never expected that it would be rejected by Zhang Xian. Zhou Chang, no? Then why won't the coffin lid open? Zhang Xian took a deep breath, because what lies there doesn't want you to open it. Zhou Chang. Inside the tomb. Zhou Chang sucked in a mouthful of cool air, his gaze dead on Terry. Only the bronze coffin lid, which was 20 centimeters thick, was held up by Terry's hands and shoulders. The lift slowly. And then it fell heavily. Terry, who seemed to have used up all of his strength, was even sitting directly on his butt on the ground. I can't believe it really won't open. Zhou Chang was shocked, and when he came back to his senses, he went forward and pulled Terry up. Is everything all right? Terry shook his head. Glancing back at the bronze coffin revealed a ghostly expression. It clearly moved just now, so why is it still sucked back? According to previous experience, as long as I, the Overlord, lift the tripod and drag up the coffin lid, I can drag down the lid. This time it's like seeing a ghost, as if there's a great powers fighting me inside. What the hell kind of organ is this? Zhou Zi had a sullen face. He had just watched very clearly. The power of that pressurized coffin did appear out of nowhere. He hadn't really seen this type of organ in his memory. Not an organ. A voice came. Zhou Zi looked at Zhou Chang in surprise. What did you say? The tall and thin man sized up Zhou Chang. Little brother, what do you see? Why is your face so white? And the lips are blue? Ha! What's this? The tall, thin man's hand was quick and pinched Zhou Chang's headphones out in one go. Surrounded by fear, Zhou Chang snapped back to his senses and was about to grab it. However, he saw Zhou Zi's figure appear in front of him. Uncle Sam. Zhou Zi didn't say anything, but just reached out to take the headphones in the tall and thin man's hand. The eyes had not left Zhou Chang since the beginning. The tall, thin man laughed. Great nephew's love songs. Zhou Zhe, however, remained silent and stared at Zhou Chang for a moment. Then he slipped the headphones into his own earholes. He saw Zhou Chang's pupils dilating. At the same time, a slightly familiar voice came through the headphones. Hello? Cybersecurity duty room. Duro Chen looked at the three Fong Yukai with an odd expression. Fong Yukai is staring at the live feed. Startled by Duro Chen's eyes, Duro Chen. What's going on? Duro Chen pointed at Zhang Xian in the screen. You said this kid is only 19 and has a clean background. Then let me ask you, even that young grave robber didn't recognize the overlord lifting the tripod. How did he see it at a glance? And it's analyzed plainly, from its origins to its technical principles. You call that a clean background? Fong Yukai scratched his head, but the background of the current investigation is really clean. It's just not very clean to know how to. He said and gave Lu a pleading look. Xiao Lu instantly comprehended and hastily held up. Duro Chen, I know. Duro Chen stared at him, his gaze full of majesty making his heart tremble. The head momentarily went a little blank. What do you know? In the face of Chen's questioning, he stammered and couldn't even say anything. Seeing that Duro Chen was about to get angry, he panicked this time and said, maybe it's from a novel. Duro Chen frowned. Is there such a thing in fiction? Louis, I guess there is. What do you think, Fong? Fong Yukai froze for a moment. Scratching up his head as well, or maybe it was the movie I saw. Duro Chen's face had darkened. Just then, Liang Jingyi suddenly pointed at the screen and exclaimed, what's that sound? The coffin seems to be moving. The three men snapped their heads up. I only saw that the bronze coffin was really shaking. And make weird cackling noises. 100,000 people on the air. And the numbers are growing rapidly. That kind of traffic wouldn't be more than 10 for the entire network. And generally speaking, those kinds of live streams are big anchors with millions of followers. A small anchor like Zhang Xian can have 100,000 viewers. Simply shocking sensational news all over the internet. Just opened, what's this? What is this live stream that's so exciting? Live streaming grave robbing? I'm humanly stupid. Just now, Xian made it very clear that there's something in the coffin pulling on the lid. That thing should be Master Mu. I'm terrified. Inside the ancient tomb. Zhou Zhe was dumbfounded. The four people's entire bodies were tense, covered in cold sweat, and slowly backed away. The bronze coffin that weighed several former pounds shook without warning like a boiling teapot. Even the well-informed Zhou Zhe's face went white. Bad. I'm afraid we're really going to fold here this time. The tall, thin man looked desperate. Zhou Zhe turned his head violently to look at Zhou Chang. Was he the one who told you not to let us open the coffin just now? Zhou Chang nodded. Zhou Zhe sucked in a breath of cool air. He really knows everything. Terry also realized the problem and looked at Zhou Chang in shock. Zhou Chang's perversity just now seemed to have all been solved at once. Zhou Zhe handed the headset to Zhou Chang, begging little brother for a way out on behalf of Uncle San. However, Zhou Chang did not take the headphones, but instead took out his cell phone and unplugged the headphone jack. Turning the sound up to maximum, the camera rushes towards the shaking bronze coffin. Brother Xian, Uncle San asked me to beg you to save us. The live feed exploded. Holy, grave robbers are scared? Tomb Raider gang begs anchor for help? Brother Xian, people are yelling at you to save them, and you're still saying you're just an anchor? Anchor is so awesome that grave robbers are convinced of you. Brother Xian, don't save them, just now you told them not to move the coffin, they non-listen. It's what they deserve. Zhang Xian was really sullen. What has been said is benevolent to the core, and the heart is not ashamed. He said what he should have said. He's the one who didn't listen and had to get killed. Now that you've messed with the big boys, you're looking for yourself to wipe your ass. Where in heaven's name is this good? Not to mention a bunch of grave robbers whose lives are tied to their belts. Third uncle, Brother Xian is ignoring me, still you beg him yourself. Zhou Cheng's voice rang out. Nervous breathing came over the microphone. Little brother, I don't know which school or path you are from. But the skill is far above mine. I'm afraid the four of us will have to fold here today. If Brother Zhang can give pointers on the way to do this, I have 3 lines of men under my name, more than 70 brothers. In the future, we will honor our little brother. 2 more urgent men's voices came from the side, so do we. Zhou Cheng also said, Brother Xian, you've helped me us many times, if you can't help us this time. It's also our destiny to die. Zhang Xian, however, had a cold, ugly face. You guys aren't begging me to help you. It's pulling me down. Zhou Zaiqi sounded flustered. No, no. Zhang Xian grunted, still saying no. What did you just say about 3 ways, in fact, more than one number of brothers? What age is this, and you still have this? You're the king of the mountain, a mountain eagle? Zhou Zai. I was the one who said the wrong thing. Zhang Xian took a drink. Still didn't seem to want to talk to him. I'm just a small anchor with over 100,000 people in my live room. You tell me this in public, I really don't know what you have in mind. Tall skinny guy, it's over. 100,000 people on his live stream. We just go out there and get caught. Dead. Zhang Xian laughed. That tall guy is quite level-headed. Why don't you guys run now? The coffin's not out yet. There's still time. Tall, thin man, little brother, it's not that we don't want to run, it's that coming in here. The dynamite caved in the hole. Now we can't get out. Zhang Xian froze. You guys are dead. Who told you to mess with that big man in there? Love it. There was a silence across the room, and all that could be heard was the thumping and vibrating of the coffin. A moment later, Zhou Zai suddenly said in a deep voice, Little brother, I admit it. But before I die, will you tell me who the grandpa in the coffin really is? Zhang Xian's eyes slowly narrowed. Want to hear? Then get on your knees. Chapter 23, Let me talk to it. Pop up? Brother Xian, it's too much. If you don't help, you don't have to force people to kneel. There's nothing wrong with Brother Xian, these people just don't want to be cleaned up. Brother Xian, there's still such a sexual side to him, but that's a bit of a defeat, isn't it? There's no need for Xian to bother with them. Zhang Xian's words also startled the audience in the live broadcast room. On your knees? Inside the ancient tomb, Zhou Zai stared with wide eyes as if he couldn't believe his ears. Although he didn't want to die here, he was also a man of blood. Across the street is a live room of 100,000 people. Making himself kneel down to Zhang Xian in front of so many people. Not to mention that Zhang Xian may not have the means to save himself, and even if he does have the means to go out later on. Who still puts him, Zhou Zai, in their eyes? On the sidelines, Terry was even darker. Isn't it humiliating to kill a man's head? Zhou Chang was also confused. He's a fan of Zhang Xian's. He's been watching Zhang Xian's live broadcast for months. It never occurred to me that Zhang Xian would do this to them at a time like this. Although it was their fault for not listening. But... Ugh. He sighed and looked towards Zhou Zai, who had an iron face. That bronze coffin was shaking more and more. The horrible sound made goosebumps rise all over their bodies. But a few people were silent. Instead, a hint of hesitation flashed across the tall and thin man's face, but after seeing that Zhou Zai didn't take a stand. An uncontrollable sigh. Third master? He called out, but when he saw that Zhou Zai still didn't respond, he instantly understood what Zhou Zai was thinking. He gritted his teeth and suddenly plopped down on his knees. A great man can bend but not break. What face do you need when your life is gone? If you won't kneel, I will. The tall and thin man simply knelt down, directly confusing the three. Zhou Zai also seemed to be somewhat touched. He glanced at Zhou Chang. This great-nephew was still so young. Bear. Just as he hesitated, a sharp sound suddenly rang out in the ancient tomb. He fixed his eyes on it, only to see that the lid of the bronze coffin was actually jumped up by the top of the black gas that was spewed out. That's thousands of pounds of bronze. Just watered down and jacked up? What is that master in there? Zhou Zai was covered in cold sweat. The heroic spirit in his heart was dispersed in an instant. Put! He snapped to his knees. The fear of death rushed straight to his chest. Seeing that Zhou Zai were all kneeling, Terry and Cho Sung obediently knelt down as well. Zhou Cheng even placed his cell phone right in front of a few people and said to Zhang Xian, who was staring at him, Brother Xian, why don't we kowtow to you twice? Zhang Xian's expression instantly changed from shock to speechlessness. Holy! I told you to kneel to the Grand Master in the bronze coffin, why are you kneeling to me? All four of them froze. Zhou Zai seemed to realize something and stared at the bronze coffin. Kneel him? Zhang Xian's voice rang out, nonsense. You're going to open someone's coffin lid and piss it off, so who are you going to kneel to if not it? Besides, he was at least the son of heaven of Western Zhou in his lifetime. It counts as our oldest ancestor. Is it a shame to kneel down to the old ancestor of the heavenly sun? Grating and hesitating. Jose's face suddenly changed. Western Joe's son of heaven? Could he be? Zhang Xian's voice rang out. That's right, it's King Mu of Zhou Ji-man on the bronze bell. Jose violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The shock in his heart was indescribable. Although he had guessed it, hearing Zhang Xian answer so affirmatively. Still feeling an overwhelming sense of shock. He glanced back at the statue of the Queen Mother of the West on the Tongding behind him. The statue of the god was right at the coffin of King Mu of Zhou. Turns out the legend really is true. He stared back at the grumpy bronze coffin, kowtow. Saying so, he took the lead in rushing at the bronze coffin and knocked it up continuously. 4 heads were pounding like garlic. The tall, thin man was even full of apologies like the old man was sorry. The scene dazzled the live broadcast audience. I said that Xian isn't someone who takes advantage of people, so it turns out that he's asking them to kneel down for the person in the bronze coffin. This is actually the coffin of King Mu of Zhou. Brother Xian, you have to be responsible for your words. Is this really King Mu of Zhou? Oh my god, watching a live broadcast and seeing grave robbers digging up the coffin of King Mu of Zhou? The ancient tomb of King Mu of Zhou, the son of the Western Zhou dynasty. This is a sensational news for the whole country. Inside the ancient tomb, Zhou Chang felt like his brain was going to hit loose yellow, and looked up and it was found that the black gas in the coffin not only didn't disappear, but on the contrary, it became thicker. The lid of that jack-o'-lantern coffin was pushed up like a teapot lid, and it could fly out at any time. It was conceivable that if the big man inside did come out, they could probably be torn to pieces. It's broken, third master. It doesn't work. Terry noticed this as well, alarmed. The hope that had just flared up in Jose's heart also instantly cooled by half. Did God really let Jose die in such a... He gritted his teeth, his heart filled with resentment. But at the same time there is nothing to be done. It really seems to be true what his dad told him when he first started in the business. When you get into this business, you have to be prepared to die. Don't kowtow. This grandpa has too much temper. 80% of you are too late to kowtow, and it looks like you're not going to be spared. It's no use knocking your brains out now. Zhang Xian's voice came from the cell phone. The 4 people's faces turned white. So? We're dead? Zhou Chang began to stutter when he spoke. No one can remain calm in the face of death. He could even feel his legs and feet starting to get cold already. It's just. Seeing that Zhang Xian didn't say anything, Jose closed his eyes and let out a sigh. Terry also looked desperate. The tall and thin man was even more like a deflated balloon, directly lying on the ground. Gulp. Sorry, just had a drink. Zhang Xian cleared his throat. It's actually not without a solution. Zhou Chang's eyes instantly lit up with light. What method? The tall, thin man also sat up sharply and pricked up his ears. Zhang Xian said, if soft doesn't work, let's do it the hard way. Zhou Chang looked surprised. Hard? But we can't get hard. Zhang Xian, however, said, are there any more detonators? Zhou Chang looked to Jose, but Jose looked to Terry, who in turn looked to the tall and thin man. The tall, thin man glanced at his backpack. More. Zhang Xian, okay. Strap the detonator on and I'll talk to it. Zhou Chang froze again. Tied to whom? Zhang Xian seemed a bit speechless. Anyway, it can't be tied to us, any of you can do it. On the sidelines, Terry suddenly climbed to his feet. I'll do it. Then in the tall thin man moved eyes, on the bag of detonators tied on the waist of the tall thin man. And then he patted the tall, thin man on the shoulder. You're welcome. Tall thin man. Jose glanced back at the detonator on the tall and thin man as soon as he turned around. If this thing blew up together, the whole tomb will be lifted off the ground. It belongs together. He didn't know what the significance of Zhang Xian asking them to do this was. And what puzzled him the most was Zhang Xian's last sentence. I'll talk to it? Little brother. I take the liberty of asking, who are you going to? Talk to who? These words wanted to wake up the other 3, and all 4 pairs of eyes were staring at the screen with dead eyes. Only Zhang Xian in the picture casually said, of course it's with that grandpa in the coffin. Who else would it be with? The 4 of them sucked in a breath of cold air. All of them looked at each other incredulously. Zhang Xian's urging voice rang out on the cell phone again, bring the phone closer to the... lest it be deaf to hear. Chapter 24, Quarrel? Seeing Zhang Xian's faint expression, the audience in the live broadcast room also boiled over. Holy, this is even a conversation? No. A live effect at this time? Xian is the one who knows how to livestream and can only say 66. I'm a little confused, is the anchor telling the truth or is he kidding? Awesome, the anchor isn't fooling around with grave robbers for fun, right? Duty room. Director Chen, who was staring at the screen, was already full of shock at the moment. The bronze coffin of King Mu of the Western Zhou dynasty. How did he know? On the side, Xiao Lu scratched his head. Yes. Didn't that bell before have the name of King Mu of Qingzhou on it? And the Queen Mother of the West on the bronze tripod has just the right match to the legend of King Mu of Zhou meeting the Queen Mother of the West on his western expedition. Only then did Director Chen come back to his senses. This is trouble. It would be fine if it was just the tomb of an ordinary prince, but if it really was the tomb of King Mu of Zhou, the son of the Western Zhou dynasty. That's a major archaeological discovery. The slightest problem is a major loss to the country. A trace of uneasiness also surfaced on Fang Youcai's face. Should we contact Director Yan? Bureau Chen immediately said, yes. Only Fang Youcai had just picked up the phone, but suddenly heard Xiao Lu pointing at the screen and saying in alarm, it's broken. How did Zhang Xian let them mutate the detonator? The four men looked at the screen in unison. Only the tall, thin man had a ring of detonators tied around his waist. Although Zhang Xian didn't say so explicitly, anyone knew that once these dozens of detonators exploded. Not to mention the grave robbers won't be able to live, even the ancient tombs will be blown to rubble. Bureau Chen snapped to his feet. Captain Fang. Didn't you say it was Zhang Xian, the boy who could be relied upon? Now what? Is he crazy? Fang Youcai was in a cold sweat. He had wanted to wait for the end of the live broadcast before contacting Zhang Xian privately. But things went far beyond his expectations. It was just a blink of an eye and the situation had gotten completely out of hand. Although the grave robbers also took 4 lives, they entered the Western Zhou tombs privately. Even if there is an accident, it's still not enough to die. But if before you die, you blow up the tomb along with it. Although it is said that grave robbers are not directly responsible for grave robbing in them. But Zhang Xian was in Qingzhou, and it was he who initiated the act of blowing up the ancient tomb. When they are held accountable, they are responsible. Wait a little longer. I can't believe that he would be so stupid. Fang Youcai took a deep breath and calmed his thinking for a few moments. Although Zhang Xian is only 19 years old, judging from his conversation and reaction to encounters, the maturity of his mind is well beyond the age of 19. Cootie. All understand that once the detonator really blows up, then he, Zhang Xian, is the first person responsible. There's absolutely no way he's going to do something as stupid as this unless he's out of his mind. Bureau Chen glanced at him. Do you really believe such bull talk about him being able to talk to things in coffins? Fang Youcai composed himself. Why can't you believe it? Bureau Chen instantly frowned. What do you mean? Fang Youcai said with a straight face, even things in coffins can come to life. Talking to corpses doesn't seem out of the question. Director Chen's clenched pupils suddenly dilated. Inside the ancient tomb. Seeing that Zhou Chang really took his cell phone and walked towards the bronze coffin, Terry looked at Zhou Zhe with an odd expression. Third master. He shouldn't be teasing us, right? The tall, thin man chimed in. Yeah. I just called Grandpa. If that thing in there could understand human speech, it would have left us alone just now. And getting angrier? Zhou Zhe, however, shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, it's already like this, might as well see it. The two of them looked at Zhou Chang when they heard this, only to see that Zhou Chang had shivered and reached the bronze coffin. Lips trembling, he said to Zhang Xian, Brother Xian. Is it okay? Zhang Xian's voice followed, closer. Don't be afraid. Zhou Chang leaned forward a few more steps. How about this? Zhang Xian, come put your cell phone at the coffin seam. Hold it, don't drop it. Zhou Chang's face changed drastically, but he still stretched out his hand stiffly and the cell phone was right up against the slit of a closed coffin. It was only the fear that made his hands tremble uncontrollably. Aha! That's it, I'll talk to it. If we don't get a deal, you'll blow up the tomb. Hearing that he was going to blow up the ancient tomb, Zhou Chang's hands couldn't help but shiver for a moment. The cell phone actually fell down into the coffin. For a moment Zhou Chang froze. Even the three of them, Zhou Zhe, were confused. It seems to have been pressed into service, not expecting this kind of accident. It's over. The tall, thin man's eyes had lost their sparkle. Terry was even more regretful as he slammed his fist on the ground and let out a long sigh full of resignation. Ugh. But just then, Zhang Xian's voice suddenly came from within the open and closed coffin. Huh. How come it's dark? Dude, where is this? Inside the live feed. Zhang Xian stared at the pitch-black screen in a daze. Dude, where are you? He shouted again, but there was still no movement. The pop-ups also expressed confusion. I was watching it intensely, and then suddenly it went black. Zhang Xian pondered for a moment and suddenly revealed a shocked look. Holy. Cell phones don't fall in coffins, do they? Just as he finished speaking, he faintly heard Zhou Cheng's voice coming from the distance. Brother Xian. The cell phone fell in. Zhang Xian's eyes widened. ILO ago. Really fell in, huh? The pop-ups instantly exploded. Where's the funny? This is a video of a fight with zombies? The first anchor in the entire network to video chat with a zombie. 66. 2 add up. Doesn't the anchor want to talk to it? This seems more convenient. Talking under the covers? Zhang Xian took a deep breath and his expression slowly became solemn. I'm going to start. Only his lips were tightly closed, and his throat was rolling slightly as he. A strange voice squeezed out of his throat. The live feed was filled with question marks. Cuckoo. Cuckoo. The four, whose faces were ashen, seemed to have seen the lid of the coffin fly up and the zombie jumps out of the coffin scene too. But it was at this time. Instead, a sound that made them feel creepy came from the bronze coffin. There was something familiar about that voice, but it didn't seem to come from a human. What's the commotion? Terry's eyes widened as the sound made the hairs on his body stand on end. The tall, thin man shook his head, and his eyes were filled with fear. It can't be the monsters inside, can it? When he finished, he shivered in fear himself. Zhou Cheng, who was closest to the coffin, suddenly widened his eyes and took a few steps back. Pointing at the coffin, he said, it seems to be Xian's voice. He's talking to something inside. When these words came out, the three of them immediately looked at the bronze coffin in unison. Cuckoo. Goo. Cuckoo. One could hear that although the voice was bizarre, it did resemble Zhang Xian in its timbre. He can really talk to dumplings? My God. Zhou Zaiqi's eyes opened roundly, his face full of shock. Terry came back to his senses. Also shocked, he rushed at Zhou Zedong, third master. What is he talking about? Why, it's like a fight. You said. They won't fight in there, will they? Zhou Zai had a strange look on his face. Quarreling with dumplings? It shouldn't be so bad, should it? The four men fell silent again. Only Zhang Xian's strange voice inside could be heard getting more and more urgent and louder. Their heartstrings jumped to their throats with Zhang Xian's voice. Suddenly, the cooing sound faded steeply. The bronze coffin that was still shaking uncontrollably actually quieted down. Even the black gas that kept spewing out disappeared. Zhou Zaiyi's face changed drastically. Negotiated? Chapter 25. Don't pretend you're a grave robber. The more than 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room were at the moment staring at Zhang Xian in disbelief. Only his throat rolled and odd oozing sounds came from it. His face was also slightly flushed, as if making that odd sound was a struggle for him as well. It was just that they didn't understand what exactly Zhang Xian was doing. The cold light of the cell phone screen illuminated a faint glow in the darkness of the coffin. It's just the angle that doesn't make it possible to see inside. Could only vaguely see a bronze plate engraved with bizarre patterns next to the. That would be the sidewall of the bronze coffin. The camera was also shaking and it wasn't really possible to see what the pattern actually was. 100,000 people on the air. The pop-ups were pitifully few and far between. It seems that the attention of the audience in front of the camera is on the camera. The eerie sounds coming out of Zhang Xian's throat were more like even weirder music for the horror footage. Even through the screen you can feel the fear deep in your bones. Brother Xian, stop screaming, I'm scared. Holy, Anchor, you have to be scared to death, don't you? Anchor, I'll die in your live room. Huh, why isn't there anything in there? Is it empty? Is it an organ? Oh. Yeah, don't think I saw anything. Huh, what's that? Holy, what is that thing? It's disgusting. Suddenly, the camera shows a dark, what looks like the palm of a hand. But then there was a flash of something long and fleshy and lumpy. Not only the audience in the live broadcast room, but also Zhang Xian's face changed steeply. But instead of stopping, the voice in his throat rasped a few more times. Dang! A loud vibration sounded. The screen jolted a few times. A round, pus-filled thing with rotting flesh and oozing pus slammed into the camera. A dark thing under the sarcoma turned slightly at the camera. Scared less. That's disgusting. What is that? Jesus! What did I see? It looks like a head. Is that blackness an eye? I'm going. Help! There was a wail on the air. Zhang Xian's pupils shrunk. His face instantly rose to a greenish-purple color. There was a surprising amount of anger in the odd voice in his throat. This was his ability to communicate with sinister creatures that he had gotten from the blood of the unicorn. I didn't realize it would come in handy so soon. As his voice became more and more urgent, the reaction of the dumpling became more and more intense. Even through the kind of screen, he could feel the anger of the dumplings almost lifting the coffin boards off the ground. That didn't last long, though. As the odd sound in his throat stopped, the camera has also regained its composure. Boo! After a few seconds of calm, a muffled sound rang out steeply. Only the image suddenly became blurry. After flashing a few times, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, Brother Xian? Phew! Zhang Xian let out a sigh of relief and hastily took a sip of water, which made his throat feel a bit more comfortable. That method of squeezing the vocal cords with abdominal articulation is really uncomfortable. Inside the ancient tomb. See the flying cell phone, and the calm as usual bronze coffin. The four Zhou Chengs were in a haze of self-doubt. No. What just happened? Terry stared wide-eyed, as if his brain was still in downtime. When the tall and thin man saw Zhou Cheng woodenly holding his cell phone, his shocked gaze went back to the bronze coffin. The expression was extremely odd. Cell phones. Was it thrown out by the big man in there? Zhou Cheng nodded woodenly. Aha! A great fear suddenly welled up in Zhou Ziyi's eyes. Snapping to the trio, get out of here quickly. Zhou Cheng froze for a moment. Go. Where to? As soon as Zhou Ziyi looked around in a half circle, he suddenly pointed to the northwest corner of the hall. There. Before the words landed, the person was already running towards the northwest corner. There seems to be a stone staircase here. It should be a tomb passage leading to the ear chamber. Anyway, stay out of the great hall. As he spoke, he had reached the stone steps and shone his flashlight toward the bottom. That's right. It's a tomb passage. The three of them came back to their senses and followed Zaichi Shan lifelessly. But nay, the legs were like spaghetti, limp and incapable of strength. Slow down, don't fall. I've made a deal with the old dumplings inside, as long as you don't lift the lid of their coffins again. People don't bother with you guys. Zhang Xian's playful voice resounded in the tomb passage. The four of them froze steeply. Zhou Zaichi turned back violently, as if he understood something in a flash. Little brother. Was that cooing sound just now the sound of you talking to it? Zhang Xian, or else? Terry looked at Zhou Ziyi in shock. Third master. Is there really anything in the world that can talk to an old dumpling? The tall, thin man was also shocked. Only Zhou Ziyi was the one who took a long breath. Taking a step, he said, I heard the old-timers talk about it when I first started. Legend has it that there is an extremely secretive family of grave robbers. Every one of their people is a master. And their patriarch has mastered several unthinkable means of descending into the tomb, one of which is the ability to communicate with the dumplings. All three were shocked at his words. Huh? It really does have that power, doesn't it? Zhou Zaichi nodded. Of course I haven't seen it either. I also remember that the older generation even said that this mysterious family is very influential. Whether it is the former warlords and dignitaries, or plutocrats and wealthy businessmen, or even mountain bandits and bandits, the lower nine and their families have a relationship with each other. Brilliant to be able to recruit tens of thousands of men with a single command. There was also the incident of flattening 18 ancient tombs in Sandy Ridge overnight. The three were dumbfounded by what they heard. Zhou Cheng was even more glowing with both eyes. It's so powerful. Is this family still around? Can Uncle Sam be reached? Zhou Ziyi glanced at his great-nephew who had a sincere look on his face. You're also looking up to your third uncle too much. Ugh. News of this family has been lost for decades, and the only clue I know is that everyone in this family is named Zhang. Zhou Cheng froze steeply and slowly picked up his cell phone, surname Zhang. Zhang Xian? General Directorate of State Antiquities. Although it was late at night, the conference room was brightly lit. The projector was playing Zhang Xian's live broadcast. Several figures of varying ages at the table had the same hard look on their faces. This is trouble. Even if we find the location of the ancient tomb, I'm afraid we won't be able to excavate it for a while. Director Young looked worried. The middle-aged man sitting across from him wearing a Zhongshan suit with a plate nodded. It's basically certain, this ancient tomb is very unclean. If you want to excavate, you have to secure the archaeological team first. And the black gas in that coffin can lift the lid off a 1,000-pound bronze coffin. That thing in there is much more menacing than a jackal or a beast. The two old men next to him sighed slightly. Director Yang wrinkled his thick, massive brow, and the glasses under his thick lenses suddenly lit up with a glow of light. He looked at the middle-aged man. Chief Fan, I have an idea. Didn't you work for Bureau 749 before? Can we get him to help with this kind of thing? The two old men also looked at Chief Fan. Yeah, if Bureau 749 is willing to send someone to assist us, then the archaeological team's safety is guaranteed. Chief Fan showed hesitation. Bureau 749 is not what it used to be. As a highly classified unit, having been transferred out of my don't know much about the current specifics of Bureau 749 either. But I can try. Director Yang's gloomy face suddenly showed some joy. That's great. With Chief Fan on board, I'm sure it'll work out. But then Chief Fan shook his head. Staring squarely at the screen, he said, I think the priority right now is still to determine the information about the location of this ancient tomb, right? While we were able to see internal footage of the tomb on the live feed. But trying to determine the location of the ancient tomb from these clues is basically impossible. I've heard that the webmaster hasn't been able to find information on the location of the connecting officers either. That's basically like choking off all our leads. Director Yang sniffed but waved his hand. Don't worry, it shouldn't be a big problem. Although grave robbers have a strong sense of counter-surveillance. But this anchor named Zhang Xian might be our breakthrough. And he is in Qingzhou, and the specific address Qingzhou police have already got. I've got them under close surveillance. Seeing Chief Fan showing a surprised expression, Zhang Xian? He's supposed to be just an anchor, would he know information about grave robbers? Director Yang smiled and pointed at the screen. What did that grave robber called Uncle San say just now? You must not have been paying attention. He just said that Zhang Xian's identity might belong to a family of grave robbers. And their family seems to be relatively high up in the industry. And he just said himself that he talks to things that can coffin. Although the authenticity still needs to be confirmed, from the information in the footage, it becomes true. Even if he's not a grave robber, then his background must not be off the hook. What is this if not a breakthrough? Chief Fan blinks. Well, that'll be easy. Cybersecurity monitoring duty room. Bureau Chen snapped to his feet and slapped the table. Listen. Listen. What did I say? This kid is a grave robber, and he's also the boss of grave robbers. Fang Yukai, however, had a black line on his face. Bureau Chen. Why are you so startled? That's just Uncle Sam's side of the story, and it's still hearsay. Whether it's true or not needs to be investigated. And the Zhang family he's talking about, I have a feeling, is even more powerful than the Shanghai Bund bosses. I've been a police officer for more than 20 years, why haven't I heard of any Zhang family? Bureau Chen was just about to get angry, but suddenly saw a familiar silhouette walk in. She was seen wearing a police uniform, with a short, dry haircut. A pair of large eyes as transparent as crystals flashed with a sharp color. You haven't heard of it, not because it doesn't exist, but because you've seen little. Bureau Chen revealed a smile. Captain Lin, what brings you here? Xiao Lu and Liang Jingyi also hurriedly got up. Team Lin. The only one who closed his eyes was Fang Yucai. Secretly, he sighed, it's true that what you fear comes to you. Lin Yu didn't care, she just sneered. Taking out the folder, he patted Fang Yucai. Captain Fang seems to be unwelcoming me, not even saying hello. Here's a profile of the 4 grave robbers in the tomb. Fang Yucai's eyes widened steeply, and he was about to reach for it. But Lin Yu suddenly handed it to Bureau Chen with her backhand. Bureau Chen, take a look. There are actually 5 people in all, the first 3 being a group led by Uncle Sam. The tall, skinny guy who came later was in the same group as the one who died in front of the cave. Bureau Chen lifted the file. Well, not bad. However, Fong Yukai said, we all know what's going on, and we're still specifically bothering Captain Lin to investigate and organize it. It's really hard work. But it's not much use. Duro Chen glared at him, watch your attitude when you speak. Lin Yu laughed, it's fine, the Fong team just has a problem with me. Yes, that information is known to everyone. But that Uncle Sam Nanpai has a famous toff, you know? And that henchman of his, nicknamed Tarzan, who was involved in a street fight 10 years ago. Beats someone into a vegetable, you know? Fong Yukai revealed a shocked expression. Duro Chen nodded with satisfaction, good job. Lin Yu fatally said, that third uncle in the southern faction of the gang of grave robbers and the status of seniority and power are very high, what he said still has considerable credibility. So that anchor, Zhang Xian, is most likely a former Zhang family member. He turned his head to Duro Chen, Duro Chen. On behalf of Criminal Police Unit 2, I apply for full authority to investigate this grave robbing case. Duro Chen also revealed a look of surprise at his words. Fong Yukai, however, laughed, Team Lin, it's not like the grave robbing place is in our area. Duro Chen doesn't have the authority to file a case either. Gotta wait to be notified from above. That's not even known? Duro Chen nodded, Captain Lin, take it easy for now. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lin Yu, of course I know. But you don't know that yet. That one tall and one fat, one of the two who died, left last night from Qingzhou. And the Sand City he went to should be the location of the ancient tomb, and even if it isn't, it's not far from it. As her words fell, a few people's faces instantly changed drastically. Live stream. Zhang Xian's face instantly darkened. Dude, what's up? I just saved your asses, and then you turn around and throw dirt on me? Raise your pants and disown them, huh? Cursing the cook when you're full? He thumped the table, hang up. But suddenly added, I'm going to hang up, and I'll be told I have a weak heart. By the time the relevant departments really come to investigate me, I'll be left with no defense. No, in front of 100,000 people in the live room, I need a reasonable explanation. The live viewers, however, are not buying it. I knew Xian must not be a simple little anchor, now he's revealed himself. Brother Xian, don't be afraid, as long as you haven't been caught red-handed, no one can pursue this matter. A gold basin would be nice. So Anchor is a master among grave robbers. No wonder these professional grave robbers have to beg you. The Anchor is awesome. Zhou Cheng's panicked voice also rang out in the live broadcast, Brother Xian, don't be angry. We didn't mean that. He didn't seem to know what to say, and his tone was flustered. At this time, Zhou Zi's voice also rang out, little brother, I'm sorry. It's caused you a misunderstanding. Let me explain it to you all. Actually. He had just opened his mouth when a surprised voice suddenly came from the screen, I'll be damned. Why is there a human face there? P.S. This chapter is 2 chapters in 1, 4,000 words. Chapter 26, Demolition Ghostbusters. Zhang Xian also froze and fixed his eyes on the. Only a blurry face did appear in the cell phone's lens. Except that the face was far away and unusually large. Seeing Zhou Cheng and the others stop cautiously, Zhang Xian also frowned. Zhou Cheng's voice came from the receiver, Brother Xian, what's that? He said, holding up his cell phone and shining it towards the man's face. Zhang Xian looked at it for a moment, and also suddenly surprised, hee on the tomb door. How did a human face relief come out? The viewers of the live broadcast were also fascinated by the scene in the bronze coffin just now had left them stunned. I didn't expect to see a human face in an ancient tomb only a few minutes ago. This is the rhythm that they have to die in this live broadcast? However, after hearing Zhang Xian say that it was a tomb door relief, he was relieved. Inside the ancient tomb. The tall and thin man who had also heard Zhang Xian's words immediately had a glow appear on his face. Looks like we found the exit. Hey! Third Master. We are saved. Zhou Zai also sighed at his words. After looking at each other with Terry, he let out a bitter laugh. They're here because they're here for the war tomb. I didn't expect to come to the ancient tomb of Zhou Tianzi by mistake. Though 9 deaths and no treasure. But at this moment, seeing the tomb door not only didn't have any disappointment, but on the contrary, there was a feeling of celebration. Zhou Cheng muttered with some confusion, Third uncle, how could there be a human face on the tomb door? And it glows? Zhou Zaiqi shook his head. On the sidelines, Terry said, 80% of them have glitter. Never mind, won't you just go over there and see what happens? With that, he strides in the direction of the human face. Just without taking a few steps, Jose suddenly stopped. That's not right. Zhou Chang looked at him in surprise. What's wrong, third uncle? The tall, thin man also showed a puzzled look. What's wrong? Zhou Zaiqi looked around and blinked. How come the ancient tomb of the Zhou Heavenly Prince doesn't even have an ear chamber? This is so wrong. The two men froze at the sound of their voices as well. The tall and thin man frowned. It seems like it's really hey, look at the underworld temple, it's quite imposing too. How come the specs are so shabby? There's not supposed to be a secret passage here, is there? Generally, burial goods were placed in the ear chamber. Bronze artifacts from the Western Zhou dynasty, bring out a trinket, we didn't come for nothing. When Zhou Chang saw that the tall and thin man had moved, Zhou Chang couldn't help but say, do you want life or do you want treasure? Didn't you hear what Xian just said? In case we anger the Grand Master in the bronze coffin again, no one can save us. The tall and thin man's expression suddenly darkened, seeing that Jose also seemed to hit the idea of the ear-room companion. Then, slightly embarrassed, he said, don't get excited, great nephew, I'm just saying. Let's go, save your life. A few people soon arrived, in front of the huge tomb door with a relief of a human face. Just now, from a distance, the face looked just a little scary. But it was only after seeing it up close at the moment that it was shocking. Even with a hint of spookiness. Third Master. Is this a human being? Wide-eyed, Terry stared up at the huge human face, his pupils flickering with unease and confusion. Jose, however, did not answer, his face permeated with the same expression as Terry's. The tall, skinny guy blinked. Yeah, why do I think this thing is unclean? Just as he finished, he seemed to feel someone walk past him. When he turned back, he saw Zhou Chang walking behind the three of them with his head cocked. The expression staring at the human face reeked of surprise and disbelief. What are you doing? Zhou Chang suddenly stopped in his tracks. Fingers wiggling, he pointed at the human face and said, why do I feel like it's been staring at me? Terry took a few steps back and followed Zhou Chang's lead, changing angles several times to look at the glowing face. In a trance, there really seemed to be a feeling of being locked in. As soon as Jose saw that his expression was not right, how was it? Terry sucked in a breath of air. Mona Lisa smile? Jose frowned. Speak human. It was only then that Terry said, that's a weird face, but standing at any angle of the... It all feels like those eyes are on us. Third Master, this can't be something unclean, can it? Jose's expression also became unnatural. It should. It won't be so unlucky. Seeing Jose's hesitation, the tall and thin man directly carried his bag towards the tomb door. Rambling, all fear stems from a lack of firepower. This door blew right off. What a face, it's the head of Hades that must leave 2 scars. Jose's eyes snapped wide open, then he took another deep breath. That's right. A few people began to back away. Wait. They're going to blow the door. Duty room. Fang Yukai suddenly pointed at the screen and said in a deep voice. Director Yang of the State General Administration of Cultural Heritage has explained. Police action should be carried out under the premise of ensuring the safety of ancient tomb artifacts. Captain Lin, listen to me, we can't arrest anyone yet. Lin Yu's willow brows were furrowed together. Captain Fang, is this an order? Fang Yukai inclined his head. It's not to order you, it's because I'm afraid you'll make a big mistake. Even if you're a history buff, you should understand the value of the tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor. Right now, Zhang Xian is the only person the grave robbers trust and the only one who can communicate with the grave robbers. What if we move him at this time and the tomb robbers blow the tomb flat? Do you want to be a sinner of history? Lin Yu froze for a moment, she stared at the screen, took a few deep breaths but said, the detonator is already strapped on. Did Zhang Xian's ability to communicate with the grave robbers play any role? I don't know what you're talking about. I know that if there's a lead, we have to investigate it, and suspects have to be arrested. When the break is over, it's over. Bureau-chan, I'm going. With that, he turned and walked away. Fang Yukai gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. Bureau-chan, who was on the sidelines, also didn't say a word. It was just that Lin Yu had just pulled open the door, but suddenly heard a slightly familiar voice from behind him, brothers. It can't be blown up. At the same time, Bureau-chan's voice rang out, Team Lin, wait first. Inside the ancient tomb. Zhou Chang snapped and looked at Zhou Zai and Terry. Obviously. They had heard Zhang Xian's words. Zhou Zai made a wink at Zhou Chang, as if he wanted Zhou Chang to ask Zhang Xian about the reason. Zhou Chang also quickly comprehended it, so he said, "What's wrong, brother Xian?" Zhang Xian's slightly depressed voice rang out, "I'm getting sick of stupidity. Didn't you Southies always look down on the Northies, thinking they were brown and unskilled? There's no work in hand. What's the matter with you, you've become such a bear? Move and blow. Are you Southpaw's demolition ghostwriters?" Zhou Zai's face turned blue at the words and waved his hand at the tall and thin man. The tall and thin man was farther away and didn't quite hear Zhang Xian's words. Putting down the detonator with a puzzled look on his face, he came forward. "How about complimenting me on being a demolition ghostwriter? Chapter 27. That tomb door is not an exit, it's an entrance." Terry threw him a big blank stare, "Cursing you." The tall, thin man looked surprised. "That can't be. Isn't ghosting a compliment? And I do have a little bit of wisdom in this one." Terry didn't want to talk to him anymore. Zhou Zai dryly coughed a few times, cough cough. "Junior brother Shang's lesson is true, but this tomb door is very huge and there's no mechanism to open it. The only way to get out is to blow it up. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary means." However, after he finished speaking, Zhang Xian on the opposite side of the table fell silent. There was no sign of Zhang Xian in the camera either. Several people looked at each other. Where did he go? Zhou Zai thought that he had angered Zhang Xian and couldn't help but worry in his heart. Zhou Chang scratched his head, "It shouldn't be going off the air. Xian, it's all 12 o'clock break." Zhou Zaiqi stared wide-eyed, "Huh?" The number of people in the live broadcast room had come to 120,000. The guys are looking at it with fascination. Realizing that Zhang Xian had left without saying a word, he became anxious. "Holy, it's 12 o'clock, Xian isn't going off the air, is he?" "It's over, Xian is going off the air, don't." "Brother Xian, don't you like Huazi? I'll give you a brush, don't go off the air." "Brother Xian, the Western Zhou tomb depends on you, you can't go off the air." Inside the ancient tomb, the atmosphere was quite bizarre. Originally they thought they could get out by blowing up the tomb door. However, Zhang Xian's words directly made them not dare to blow up. What was even harder to bear was that Zhang Xian was directly gone after he finished speaking. "Uncle Sam, transfer some money to me." Zhou Chang stared at Zhou Zai with a serious face. Instead, Terry gave him a kick. "Bastard, what do you need at this time of year, to spend it?" Zhou Zai, however, stopped Terry. "What do you need money for?" Zhou Chang blankly glanced at Terry before saying, "Isn't Xian off the air? He is the anchor, let him work overtime, does not give brush gift well. Why else would people have to help us for nothing?" Zhou Zai suddenly realized, "That's right. I see what you young people like to brush up on Wazoo. Just give him 100 Wazoo swipes." "How much? I'll transfer it to you now," he said and took out his cell phone as well. Although it was underground, Zhou Chang's cell phone was modified and had a signal source. Zhou Chang looked surprised. 100? Isn't that a bit much?" Instead, Terry said, "More what more? Master San is a man of honor, and he can still brush one or two like you kids do. What a joke. Come on, how much?" Zhou Chang, "Okay. 5,000 apiece, $500,000. Zhou Zaiqi froze for a moment, staring at Zhou Chang in a bit of disbelief. But Zhou Chang said, "Too much?" Zhou Zai didn't say anything and directly transferred it to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang also operated with a small hand and directly bombarded Huazi continuously. The live studio audience looked directly dumbfounded. $300,000 of Huazi, Xian got half of it. This kid hacked $200,000 at once. This kid doesn't pit his father, he pits his old uncle all the way. This kid's become a. His third uncle talks like a tough guy. If he knew that this kid hacked him for $200,000, he would beat the out of this kid. That's awesome, $300,000 overtime pay, brother Xian, come on. 100 Wazoo did the trick. Zhang Xian's hurried figure was soon out in front of the camera, seeing the screen full of Huazi bombing. It was also full of surprise. "Thank you, brother, for the 100 Wazoo. Brother is too kind." Zhang Xian grinned and took a gray-hued model and put it in front of the camera. "Can you see it?" Zhou Chang and also Zhou Zai's excited voice suddenly rang out, "Can." Zhou Chang grinned at the trio. 300,000 isn't a white lie, is it? Chao Zi, what? Zhou Chang. Listen to Hen. A few people quieted down. Listening to Zhang Xian's voice, bro, let me ask you, who told you that tomb door is out? Chaozi, what? The expressions of the other three were also a bit confused. What else would they be doing if they weren't out there? They couldn't answer that. Seeing this, Zhang Xian aimed the camera at the gray model. Only then did Zhou Chang see that it seemed to be a hand-carved model of a wooden stone door structure. Recognize it? Zhou Zaiqi nodded his head. Zhang Xian said, this is something I idly carved myself for fun, and it just came in handy. It's not the same as the stone door in front of you, but the principle is similar. This is the door, the front is the mechanism, and the back is the dragon breaker. The mechanism for opening the door is in front, and the dragon breaker stone is behind the door. Zhou Chang couldn't stop nodding his head. He had seen sketches of tomb doors, but a model of a tomb door like this. It was the first time he had seen it. After finishing his speech, Zhang Xian rushed at Zhou Zedong, third uncle, do you understand what I mean? If you don't understand, look back and think about which is before and which is after. Zhou Zi jerked his head back as if he understood something, and when he saw the structure of the stone door, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Wrong, all wrong. Terry, however, was still in a daze. What's wrong? The tall, thin man was also suddenly surprised. Third master. There's no dragon-breaking stone outside, which means it's inside. We're outside the door now, not inside it. Zhou Zaiqi nodded, that's right. This should not be the door to the tomb of Zhou Tianzi. Instead, it could be the gate to the Warring States tomb we've been looking for. Terry's eyes widened, huh? After Zhou Chang was briefly surprised, he hurriedly looked at Zhang Xian and saw that Zhang Xian was holding the model and making a thumbs up. Another wave of surprise surged through his mind. One look wakes up the dreamer. A close call. Zhou Zi had a face of emotion. As a veteran, he actually ignored such an obvious detail. It really shouldn't be. But then in a whirlwind he came back to his senses. That's not right. With the segmented dragon stone on the back, that tomb door is even harder to open. How can we do this without bombing? Zhou Chang also said, yes, brother Xian. How are we going to get out of here without blowing up? Zhang Xian put down the model, pointed the camera at himself, and said with a straight face, then you guys blow it up. Guaranteed to blow up one without knowing the sound. Zhou Zaiqi blinked, then there's something wrong with this stone door. Can little brother Zhang be explicit? Zhang Xian said, didn't you guys just now realize that human face has been staring at you? First of all, let me tell you it wasn't a poltergeist, much less a Mona Lisa smile. Zhou Zaiqi revealed a look of eagerness. What is that? Zhang Xian cocked his head. The tall, thin man was located from the camera. Didn't he just go to the stone gate to plant a bomb? Shouldn't we find out what's wrong with that man's face? The three of them looked at the tall and thin man at once. Terry stared at him with a startled look on his face. Dude, what did you find out? Why did you say anything? The tall, thin man saw that the three of them were not looking at each other. Hurriedly explaining, just now, I wasn't so focused on listening to little brother Zhang's analysis that I forgot to say anything. It's a bug egg. Zhou Zai narrowed his eyes at once. Looking toward the shimmering fluorescent human face, are you saying that the human face is made of insect eggs? Chapter 28, Tomb Door Organs, Near Death. The tall, thin man nodded, well, that's. Before the tall and thin man could finish his sentence, Zhang Xian's voice resounded once again, those are bone-devouring ant eggs. All four of them showed surprise. Zhou Chang looked at Zhou Zai, third uncle, what are bone-devouring ants? A trace of confusion flashed through Zhou Zai's eyes, it should be some kind of ant, haven't seen it before. Zhou Chang. Hen, what's that? Zhang Xian, it's a kind of corpse collector with similar habits, mostly found near ancient tombs. Ants that like to eat carrion. If you run into an ant colony, you four would probably be bones in half an hour. The four people's faces changed drastically, and they couldn't help but look in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Xian said, don't look for it, the bone-devouring ants have extremely strong attacks. If it was around it would have come out by now. The four of them breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Xian continued, its worm eggs are a special structure like diamond-cut facets. It reflects light from any angle, so you can't see inside the egg. All you can see is a particle like an ice crystal. The four of them once again revealed shocked expressions. Zhou Zai looked up at the huge human face as soon as he raised his head. What a strange bug. Still, I don't get it. Why are these eggs forming the shape of a human face? Could this have anything to do with the mechanism that opens the door to the tomb? Terry's eyes suddenly lit up. This tomb door is an exaggeration of the size of the. Again, it's in the middle of the Warring States tomb and the tomb of the Heavenly Prince of Zhou. This tomb door obviously took some thought. To use a person's face as an organ, when it's really possible. The tall, thin man chimed in, I think so. Jose took a deep breath at his words, his heart slightly encouraged as he clasped his arms and, rubbing his chin, just where is the mystery of this organ? A moment of silence. Zhang Xian's laughter rang out. Jose was somewhat surprised as he looked back. However, he heard Zhang Xian laugh. Brainstorming is to be based on sound logic. Jose frowned at once. Again, I heard Zhang Xian continue, as opposed to the possibility that the worm eggs are organs. Has it not occurred to you that the very fact that the egg is laid on a smooth stone is not very reasonable? Worms don't eat rocks, so what nutrients do the eggs depend on for their development? Jose was a bit surprised, I'm not sure about that. Zhang Xian laughed, so don't be brain dead. XX. Go on, come closer and I'll take a closer look. Zhou Chang held up his cell phone and approached towards the stone door, the camera moving slowly over it. It didn't take long for Zhang Xian's voice to come from the cell phone. Got a knife? Zhou Chang froze. Knife? Terry, who was on the side, directly drew the dagger from his waist and handed it to Zhou Chang. Zhou Chang hurriedly said, yes. Zhang Xian, good. Scrape the tomb door with the blade of your knife. Although Zhou Chang had doubts, he still hung up a bit according to Zhang Xian's words. It was just that the tomb door didn't seem to be as sturdy as expected, and a layer of powder was scraped out without much effort. Taste. Zhang Xian's voice sounded again. Zhou Chang, huh? Zhang Xian, let's give you a taste of what you've scraped off. Zhou Chang's eyes widened. It's not poisonous, is it? Zhang Xian's somewhat breathless voice rang out. If it was poisonous, the insect eggs wouldn't have been poisoned long ago. If you don't dare, let the brother next to you try. He looks pretty tigerish to me. Terry. I thank you. Said he reached out and dabbed a little on his index finger and put it on his tongue and licked it. Several people were nervous. After all, it's an underground tomb, and there may be organs at all times. Who can guarantee 100% whether there is any poison or not? Terry suddenly smacked his lips, his furrowed brow stretching into a look of surprise. Huh? It's kinda sweet. The three men looked surprised. Sweet? Terry nodded. Third master, if you don't believe me, try it. Jose turned his head in a hurry. However, he heard Zhang Xian's voice ring out again. Okay. The real door to the tomb is still down there. The surface was coated with a thick layer of sugar charcoal as well as a mixture of white phosphorus. Sugar is a nutrient that brings nutrients to the growth of worm eggs. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, several people were even more shocked. After a long time, Jose still looked puzzled and said, what are they doing with this thing? Zhang Xian, burglary. Chaozi, burglary? Zhou looked like he was thinking of something and suddenly lost his voice. I know. The mixture is explosives, and once we set off the detonator just now, then the whole stone door will become a giant bomb. A few people's faces changed drastically at his words. The tall and thin man, in particular, broke out in a cold sweat. Mom, what a dirty trick. Almost folded here again. Jose was also shocked. I've really seen a lot today. If it wasn't for little brother Zhang's reminder, I really would have died here just now. Zhang Xian nodded and slowly introduced himself, although you have more experience than your nephew. But the level of culture is still poor. So the level will have to do. Now that that's out of the way. By the way, let me give you some specific information about the real use of this white phosphorus and grass ash mixed with white sugar coating. This statement was made. Not only Jose's three people, even the more than 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room pricked up their ears. Anchor's so good, talking the grave robbers down, by the way. That's kind of protecting the national treasure of the country, isn't it? Anchor is really a big contributor. If not for Anchor's dissuasion, the tomb robbers would have already blown the ancient tomb flat. Is what Xian said true or false? The ancient people's organ technology is so advanced? Is this the earliest dynamite yet? Isn't it true that the discovery of the time of the dynamite has to be pushed forward? Duty room. Lin Yu, however, was shocked. Knowledge of mechanisms, knowledge of history, and making his own models of the stone door structures of ancient tombs. How does this guy know more than an archaeologist? Fong Yukai laughed. What else do you think? Young people are still too impulsive. Isn't that right, Bureau Chen? Director Chen, ahem. It seems that this matter still can't be rushed, and we should follow Captain Fong's program. Seek opportunities to make contact when the broadcast is over. Fong Yukai, yes, Bureau Chen. He grinned and glanced at the time. Yo, it's 12:30. Bureau Chen, you old man, go back and rest. Don't simmer down with me, youngsters. The body matters. The Bureau is still counting on you to run the show. Xiao Lu hurriedly got up to see off Director Chen, seemingly longing for this leader to go back. Lin Yu blew out her bangs and muttered, horse's ass. But Bureau Chen waved his hand, come what may, there's no rush. Said, pulling out his chair again and sitting down. Staring at the image on the screen with his arms wrapped around him, he said, this young man is so surprising, I still want to see what he's really thinking. A few people looked at the screen as well. Inside the ancient tomb. The 3 veteran grave robbers plus 1 novice rookie just listened to Zhang Xian's explanation. As soon as Jose came back to his senses, he said with a shocked face, so even if we don't use explosives, it's just that banging on the tomb door with a tool can cause it to burn violently? This is the first time I've seen such an anti-theft tactic of dying together. Zhang Xian was surprised, first time seeing it? Is it hard to believe that Uncle Sam has never been down a pit in the Jinsong period? Seeing the 3 Zhou Cheng staring at him, Zhou Zei became a little unnatural. Ahem, never got the chance. Zhang Xian let out an oh, no wonder then, he would say something so uneducated. The heavenly flame blazed top from the Jinsong period, that's what's really called deranged. Zhou Zei suddenly took a deep breath, heavenly flame blazed top. What's that? Chapter 29 Bronze Bagua Combination Lock. Zhang Xian, a very powerful organ, I'll tell you more about it when I have the chance. Let's open the tomb door while these eggs are still immature. The 4 of them brightened up, finally the key was at hand. How do I open it? Zhang Xian, use fire. Just in time to be burned along with the eggs on it. Terry, with fire? Wouldn't that just explode? Zhou Zei was also confused, the door was coated with a layer of explosives, this is not a joke? Zhou Cheng looked back at the tomb door, it should burn violently and not explode. Besides, we'll just stay away. Right, hen? Zhang Xian gave a thumbs up, smart. When the tall, thin man sniffed, he signaled a few people to step back, stripped the detonator of its gunpowder and then spread it forward along the stone door until a 5 or 6 meter line of gunpowder appears. Third master, watch out. He took out his lighter and looked back, only to find that several people had long since exited 10 meters away. The fire lit up. The gunpowder was smoking and burning fast towards the tomb door. Boom! A huge fire rose steeply. The tomb door was engulfed in flames in an instant. Scorching heat erupted forward along the tomb passage. Several people had long been more than 10 meters away, but they could still feel the rolling heat. Terry's eyes twinkled, holy! If this were to be followed, wouldn't it be burned into a baked potato in an instant? In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xian stared at the fire but his gaze was vaguely glowing. It seems a little different here than in the memories. Why did that worm egg form the appearance of a huge human face? He actually couldn't find the answer for a while. It seems like there's something extra new in between. But that's more exciting. The number of people online in the live broadcast room had come to 150,000. After seeing that tomb door burning with fire, they were stunned. No. I thought you were going to get credit for this, and then you pooped a big one? Brother Xian. Abetting grave robbers to destroy cultural relics is a felony. It's over, the anchor has gone crazy. The tomb was burned. Are you guys stupid? The grave robbers are trapped in the ancient tomb, and if you don't burn the white phosphorus, how do you open the tomb door? It's the lesser of 2 evils. Yeah, that's the effective way to do it, anchor, those standing around are disgusting. Seeing the water friends popping up in the live broadcast, Zhang Xian did not respond. The more popular he became, the more controversial he became, but he was sure that people who understood would see it clearly. No amount of explaining by fools will make them listen. Inside the manor filled with antique style. A fat, black-faced man in a muggle, with a vajra skewer in his hand and a white jade goddess of mercy on his chest, is staring strangely at the watching TV. The ashtray on the coffee table was stuffed with cigarette butts. Dang! The woman in the high heels, the black and gold cheongsam open to the base of her thighs, the woman who comes in writhing and... As soon as he came in, he held a folding fan to his nose. Smoking again. Old Han, you have bad blood vessels, don't you know? Before the woman could touch the cigarette in the man's hand, she wrapped the man in her arms. A mouthful of gold teeth glistened with the luster of a thug, but he spoke with a southern accent. It's a good laugh to see San Ma Zi being lectured back and forth by a little waif. The woman slapped the man, stop touching. Saying this, he craned his head toward the TV. Who? Old Han smiled, the 3 pockets of Sha Cheng. I've been looking for him for a while and no news, but I didn't expect to actually go down to the grave. But it looks like it's going to fold in there. The woman looked surprised. What tomb? Even Uncle Sam can't handle it? But Old Han sighed, the tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor. The woman stood up at once. Huh? Old Han pulled the woman into his arms again. Don't get so excited. But the tomb was ruined by them. Link to the anchor and ask a doll for help. After this time, the reputation of the 3 sparrows in the south is ruined. The woman sucked in a breath of cold air. Uncle Sam is no ordinary man. To be able to do such a thing in spite of his reputation. That means they must have run into some very tricky trouble. Old Han nodded. That's a good point, this Western Zhou tomb is indeed horrible. Blame it on the 3 pockets themselves for being self-absorbed. He took another drag on his cigarette, but then again. This doll anchor he linked to is not a simple character. 3 pockets is as good as a newbie rookie in front of him. The woman's eyes flickered slightly. Isn't he a treasure hunter? How come you know about grave robbing too? Old Han shook his head, then who knows? Old Han says he's a Chang. The woman was surprised again. The Changs? Old Han, however, laughed. The Zhang family has disappeared for decades. How could that young man be? The 3 pockets are scared out of their wits. The woman, however, said with a straight face, if he's from the Zhang family, he must know your blood beads. The smile on Old Han's face slowly disappeared. You mean? Looking for him? The flames are dying out. The smoke cleared. A double beast relief stone door appeared in front of several people. The 2 stone doors looked extremely thick, and the beast statue turned sideways to punch the disc stuck in the middle of the doorway. Zhou Zei approached towards the tomb door with quick steps as if he had discovered something. With a quick glance over, his eyes fell on the disc in the center of the tomb door, bronze structure. It's a combination lock. Poverty, Tao Tai, stand on both sides. This is the tombstone. Sure enough, it's the entrance to a war tomb. Kung Fu is not a good idea. A dark head came up. Master San, can you drive? Zhou Zeiqi blinked. This is the bronze 8 trigrams lock. The structure is very complex. It's even more difficult than a bank vault combination lock. Terry looked surprised. That good? Live stream. Zhang Xian was eating a fruit plate and staring at the screen as if he was watching. He had turned off his mic and couldn't be heard across the room. Guys, another big shipment coming, huh? Such a complete and possibly even working Warring States bronze Bagua roulette wheel. I reckon it's the only one in the world. And the tomb owner's representative used his representative as an organ lock. The mechanism in the back is presumably even more skillfully constructed. No way, no way. This entire stone door is likely a treasure that represents the peak level of mechanical craftsmanship during the Warring States period. But opening this locking disc is expected to be quite difficult. Let's just see if they can open it, huh? Sure enough, the pop-ups were all over the place. I knew the anchor wasn't holding his farts when I saw him mute. Brother Xian, is this to test them? That third uncle also recognized the bronze 8 trigrams lock, so I guess there should be a way to open it. Was there such great mechanical craftsmanship during the Warring States period? It's so surprising. Brother Xian, how much must this lot plus the tomb door be worth? Chapter 30, you're too watery and still need to sink. Inside the ancient tomb. Zhou Chang looked at Zhou Zei with an expectant face. Third uncle sure knows his stuff. Can you open it? On the sidelines, Terry said, Bull. The third master is most proficient in the art of organism. This is not Zhang Fei eating bean sprouts, a piece of cake. Unexpectedly, just as he finished speaking, he heard Zhou Zei sigh once. The 3 men's faces changed slightly. Only to see Zhou Zei shake his head and say, 88, 64 hexagrams, each hexagram is different. Even if we know what the open trigrams are. Accurately recovering the trigrams is also problematic. Terry frowned, huh? Isn't that the end of the calf? Zhou Zeiqi nodded. There is basically no possibility of opening it in a short period of time. A few people were momentarily silent. I didn't realize that the organs on this stone door were more complicated layer by layer. But not for long, the tall and thin man suddenly said, "Third master, I have an idea." Zhou, however, looked at him lightly. "How come I didn't know that you also know the art of organism?" Zhou Chang also looked curiously at the tall and thin man. But the tall, skinny guy pulled a detonator out of his bag and, pointing to the round hole on top of the bronze 8 trigrams wheel, he said, "It's just right to stick it in. Precision blasting. A bomb and no squeak." Zhou. Terry frowned, again? The tall, thin man, however, said, "Just now there was white phosphorus on the stone door, but now there's no more white phosphorus. Don't worry about bombing. Let's not say that no one can open this bronze gossip, and even if they could. And I don't know how many brain cells it's going to take." The two were silent. Zhou, however, gritted his teeth. With a hard look on his face, "This is a rare treasure. If it blows up, future generations will never get to see it again." But the tall, thin man said, "Third master, of course I know this. But we are grave robbers. It's what you eat. Protecting cultural relics, that's what experts do. Now if we protect this gossip wheel, we'll die. You're the third master of Sandcastle, make up your mind." Zhou actually gritted his teeth when he heard this. Reluctantly, he glanced at the bronze 8 trigrams roulette. "Blow it up." Put. Live stream. Zhang Xian sprayed out a mouthful of water. Bombing again? How come these southern guys are even more tigerish than the northern guys? This is forcing my hand. What a headache. I swear I'll never connect with these grave robbers again. It's so infuriating. He had wanted to see the means of a few people, but he didn't expect the results to be too disappointing. The audience in the live room also burst out laughing. This gang of human grave robbers was really going to drive Zhang Xian crazy. But anyone could see that Zhang Xian was intent on protecting the ancient tomb artifacts. Otherwise, what does it matter to them if the grave robbers blow it up or not? They were also a bunch of spectators watching the action though. But there is a natural pride in the cultural treasures left behind by our ancestors. How can you stand by and watch grave robbers destroy it? Small gifts float across the screen full of them. Zhang Xian closed his eyes, opened his mic, and said in an unpleasant tone, "All right, I'll do it." Inside the ancient tomb. Hearing Zhang Xian's voice ringing out, Zhou Zai's expression suddenly resurfaced the color of surprise. This is the Zhou gossip. There are 64 hexagrams in total, and the hexagrams are different. Little brother Zhang Shuren open? Zhang Xian's voice, which was permeated with a hint of breathlessness, rang out, "The 8 trigrams of heaven." Chao Zi, what? Zhang Xian sighed and raised his tone a few notches. "This is not the 8 trigrams of heaven. It's the 8 trigrams of the week. Yes, there are 64 hexagrams, good. But not every trigram works. In his previous life, he would have been well versed in gossip and face reading. The other volume of the 16-character Yin and Yang Feng Shui secret art that I got in this life contains detailed interpretations of the innate 8 trigrams and the innate 8 trigrams." He can't be wrong. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Zai really showed a shocked look. Huh? But the 8 trigrams of Zhou were born at the hands of King Wen and flourished in Zhou. This is the tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor again. How come the trigrams on this are the 8 trigrams of the first heaven? The 3 Terrys on the sidelines were in a daze. They couldn't understand it at all, and they couldn't get a word in at the moment. Zhang Xian sniffed, then sighed. "Brother, it seems that this third uncle of yours is also half-assed. Knowing half of it is worse than not knowing it at all." Zhou Zai's old face was red. If it were someone else, he would have blown up long ago. But the opposite side was Zhang Xian, who had saved them repeatedly. He had to hold it in. Seeing this, Zhou Cheng then whispered, "Cough cough, there are so many people in the live broadcast room. Brother Xian, give Uncle San some face. The 100 wazi just now was swiped by Uncle San." Zhang Xian. "Just kidding, never mind ha. Ahem. That's right. The innate 8 trigrams and the innate 8 trigrams, or the 8 trigrams of the Zhou, though both called the 8 trigrams. And also the 8 characters such as Qian Kan Koanli are used to represent the trigram directions. But there is a clear difference between the two in their arrangement as well as their use. The 8 trigrams of the first heaven, also known as the Fuxi trigrams, were created by Fuxi based on the Luoshu diagram on the back of a tortoise. The study of the relationship between everything in the universe. The Hotian Bagua, also known as the 8 trigrams of Zhou, was created by King Wen of Zhou. The study of the wonders of humanistic medicine. In short, divination, feng shui and other heavenly destinies depend on the innate. Humanities, Chinese medicine, and I Ching rely on the afterlife. Zhou Cheng heard a face of surprise. I did read a book on this before. Forgotten pretty much, though. Now that I've heard Brother Xian say that, it comes to mind. That seems to be the case. Zhou Zhe was surprised to look at the 8 directions on the Bagua roulette wheel. Sure enough, he noticed a difference in its arrangement from the gossip he was familiar with. I didn't even notice it for a moment just now. He took a deep breath and muttered, heaven and earth. Yin and yang. Ancient tombs are buried in the realm of yin and yang, and the tomb door is the door that divides yin and yang. This place is really best suited with the 8 trigrams of the ancestors. Tot. Saying so, he hurriedly rushed at Zhang Xian and asked, little brother Zhang's insight is truly extraordinary. Can you tell me how to open it? The tall and thin man and the 3 of them, Terry Zhou Chang, immediately pricked up their ears. However, he saw Zhang Xian's face with a look of surprise. Huh? You all just said that ancient tombs are buried in the yin and yang realms, and that the tomb door is the door that divides yin and yang. It's all about the answer, I thought you knew. Zhou Zeiqi stared with wide eyes. But it still seemed a bit foggy. Does it have anything to do with the method of opening it? Zhang Xian said, of course. Yin and yang represent life and death. And there are 2 trigrams of life and death in the 64 hexagrams. If I'm not wrong, the code to open the stone door is between the 2 trigrams of life and death. Zhou Zhe was shocked. It can't be that simple, can it? Zhang Xian frowned. Simple? Do you want to hear what you're saying? Zhou Zhe scratched his head. The 2 trigrams of life and death are generally thought of, right? If the cipher is a trigram other than the 2 trigrams of life and death, then it's true that no one can open it. However, after he finished speaking, he saw Zhang Xian directly leaning back in his chair and started drinking water. Zhou Cheng sensed that Zhang Xian was a bit off. Brother Xian. What's wrong with you? Zhang Xian. Tell your Uncle Sam not to go down to the tomb after this outing. Zhou Cheng, huh? Why? Zhang Xian, it's too watery, it needs to settle down for a few more years. Zhou Cheng. Chapter 31. Will you find the ancient tomb, or will the ancient tomb find you? Zhou Zeiqi had an embarrassed look on his face. Zhou Cheng, ahem, Brother Xian, save face for Master San, don't say anything. Zhang Xian sighed, alright, back to business. Never mind, I'll be blunt. Let me say this too, if I were to give you the 2 trigrams of life and death, and then tell you that one of the 2 trigrams of life and death is the code to open the tomb door. What are your odds of success? Terry immediately raised his hand. That's an easy one. 50%. Zhou Cheng gave a thumbs up. You can, Uncle Tai, the percentages are known. Terry grinned. That has to drop. The tall, thin man chimed in. 50% probability indeed. Zhou Zhe, however, didn't say anything, but his ears listened carefully. Zhang Xian smiled and said, not bad, very true. Then if I add another condition to yours, that you do not know of the existence of the ancient tombs of the warring states. And know that the 2 trigrams of life and death are part of the answer. And what are the odds of you opening the tomb door? Terry refused his hand, still 50%. The tall, thin man, however, said, how can it still be 50% when people have given the premise? Terry, however, straightened his neck and said, I don't care what the terms are, I'll take life or death either way. How come it's not 50%? Tall skinny guy. Seems about right. Zhou Cheng was also a bit confused. It seems really right. Zhou Zhe on the side still didn't say anything, but his eyes were already a bit off. However, Zhang Xian's expression became strange. Wrong. It's 0%. The 3 of them immediately showed their surprise. On the other hand, a strong shock surfaced on Zhou Zhe's face. State Administration of Cultural Heritage. Director Yang looked toward Chu, the 2 professors Wei, and Section Chief Fan. 0%? What do you 3 think? Chief Vank said directly, I think it's 50%. Director Yang looked at the 2 professors, Professor Wei, Professor Chu, what do you think? After the 2 had talked for a while, Professor Chu said, according to the math. It's a simple probability question. Our answer is 50%. Director Yang nodded. A normal person would think it's 50%. But how did Zhang Xian say it was 0%? That's weird. Duty room. Director Chen looked surprised. Interesting, really interesting. Even though I'm not very good at math. But anyone who hasn't been to school knows that the probability of choosing one or the other is 50%, right? It's like flipping a coin, heads and tails are the same probability. Lin Shuang, however, shook his head, not 2 and 1. Director Chen looked at Lin Shuang in surprise. Even the three Fong Yukai looked at her in puzzlement. I only heard Lin Shuang say, I'm talking about coin flip probability. The two sides of the coin have different patterns and weigh differently. So it won't be a precise 1/2. Fong Yukai. Xiao Lu, Liang Jingyi. Fong Yukai, Bureau Chen, let's ignore her. Although I think the probability is also 1 in 2. But since Zhang Xian gave the idle condition and was pretty sure that the probability was 0. Then I guess it must be this condition that influenced the outcome. It's just for reasons we haven't figured out yet. Director Chen nodded. Let's hear how he explains it then. No wonder young people like to watch this kind of live broadcast, it's really interesting. They're not the only ones who are clueless. The more than 100,000 viewers in the live room were also confused. It always felt like he was being teased by Zhang Xian, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. See, the pop-ups are also choosing answers, and there's even a fight going on. Zhang Xian cleared his throat and said, don't argue. 0% of what I'm talking about is how ingenious this mechanism is. Of course this 0% is a theoretical 0%. If you run into one like that Uncle Tai, it might really be 50%. Hearing Zhang Xian's words, Zhou Zhe then blinked, so that's how it is. Sure is brilliant. Terry, on the other hand, grinned, hey, or am I right? Zhou Zhe, however, blankly glanced at Terry, I think you're just too stupid to realize it. Terry. Zhang Xian, cough. It seems Uncle Sam has understood. The principle is actually quite simple. Without knowing about the ancient tombs of the warring states, you came out of the main chamber of the. Seeing the gate would take it for granted that the door is an exit from the tomb. Yin inside the tomb, Yang outside the tomb. Yin and Yang correspond to life and death, so the code to open the door is rightfully the Shanghua. From death to life is the way to escape. But as long as you think that, you've fallen for it and will surely die. Zhou Chang sniffed and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. He was not a cutie. On the contrary, extremely smart. Zhang Xian had made it so clear. How he still doesn't get it. A trap. This mechanism really fools smart people, but not little cuties. Just like the white phosphorus on the surface, it's just a chain of tricks to take people's subconscious. It's so overwhelming. But Terry was still a little confused. Third Master, what is the great nephew talking about? Zhou Zedong said, you won't understand even if you say it. You know it's just as well to know that the answer is a dead giveaway. He said to Zhang Xian, little brother Zhang, I only know the death trigram hexagrams in the 8 trigrams of the Zhou. What is the difference between the innate 8 trigrams and the dead trigrams of the 8 trigrams of Zhou? Zhang Xian said, the same. You can try to open it now. Zhou Zhe took a deep breath when he heard this. Good. He only saw him rattling the hanging disc according to the memory of the dead trigram hexagrams. A few moments later, the dead trigrams became. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Only to see the surprising churning sound of iron ropes coming from behind that stone door. The tightly closed stone door slowly opened at this moment. The tall, thin man was full of excitement. It's really open. Simply divine. Terry, on the other hand, showed a dazed look, so that's how it is. Zhou grew relieved and looked at Terry in surprise. You see why it's 0? Terry shook his head, no. Zhou Chang. As the stone door opened, a dark and ancient aura came over the room. Zhou Zheqi's eyes glowed. It really smells like an ancient tomb. Only when the stone door was completely open did Zhou Zhe take the lead towards the inside. The flashlight light was engulfed in darkness. A long, narrow, damp and unseen tunnel appeared in front of us. Hiss. Zhou Zhe sucked in a breath of cool air and tried to calm down. He looked around and realized that there were warlike stone surges on either side of the wall that. The walls also have war stone carvings in the style of the Warring States period. Zhou Zhe's heart grew more and more excited. It really is that Warring States tomb. He greeted them and headed inside. But right at this moment, Zhang Xian's voice suddenly sounded quietly. Wait a minute. A few people stopped in their tracks. Prick up your ears in the dark. Zhang Xian's voice sounded again, only his tone was a bit oozing. Let me ask you guys a question. What you think is that you have found this war tomb. Or is it this warlike tomb that has found you? Zhou Chang gave a jolt and seemed a bit confused. Terry and the tall, thin man were also unsure. Zhou Ziyi frowned. Little brother Zhang, what does that meaning? His voice echoed through the tomb passage. Zhang Xian's voice remained calm. It doesn't mean anything. Breaking through subliminal misconceptions. The only way to pick the right answer between life and death is to know that across the stone door is a war tomb. In fact, this message is the real key to unlocking the open stone door. Just who gave you this key? Zhou Zhe felt goosebumps rise for a moment. He hadn't really thought about that level. A sense of fear gripped his surroundings. Rumble. Before he could return to his senses, however, he heard a rumbling sound from behind him. Terry lost his voice. The tomb door closed automatically? Zhou Zhe turned his head violently, and sure enough, he saw that the huge tomb door had been completely closed. And there is no open door gossip wheel present on the back of the tomb door. It's Chapter 32, New Reward, When Wang Xinghua. Live stream. The connection to the video was suddenly disconnected. Zhang Xian, however, was confused. The audience, still immersed in Zhang Xian's words just now, was also confused. Dropped? Zhang Xian inquired about the account of Snow White long legs and found that it was no longer in the live broadcast. And the pop-ups exploded. What's the situation? No signal? Holy, no, running away when it counts? I don't think it's a lack of signal, it could be a dead battery. If the battery was dead, the dude would have said so ahead of time. How could he hang up without saying a word? Saw the pop-ups were about to get loud. Zhang Xian, however, shook his head. The time when the connection was disconnected was coinciding with the time when the tomb door was closed. It's impossible to say for sure, but there is clearly a direct correlation between the two. Think of the weirdness that can occur in a war tomb. Zhang Xian couldn't help but shake his head. Brothers, the opposite side is gone. Tonight. Just before he could finish, the system's beep suddenly sounded. Congratulations to the host for successfully identifying the bronze 8 trigrams lock. You can get a 5 million level draw. The golden treasure chest reappeared in sight. Zhang Xian, however, had a strange look on his face. Is it only $5 million? After a moment of thought, he nodded darkly again. This thing is integral to the tomb door. The market is definitely not circulating. It's worth more than $10 million on its own, but the price should be priced to sell. Since the system gave it a 5 million rating, it's 5 million. He now has $5 million on his bank card. If I can still get 5 million in cash this time, I'll be a millionaire. Make $10 million a night. And that's not even counting the live streaming gift earnings. If this news is announced, it's probably going to be on the hot seat once again. Confirm the draw. With the treasure chest opened, a burst of golden light surfaced. 7 golden copper coins appeared in his palm. What kind of copper can be worth $5 million? He was just about to question it when he heard the system's alert sound in his head. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Chinese king's divine trigram. A stream of information flooded into his mind. Zhang Xian opened his eyes a moment later. The Wen Wang Xinghua of the 7-star money divination method. It's a big difference from the lottery method that's been handed down. Not only can it divine good and bad fortune, but it can also deduce 100 items of life. Its uses are far more complex and subtle than the divination methods currently in circulation. On scarcity alone, it's worth the $5 million. He didn't get paid, but he didn't care. If you've got the skills, you're still afraid of running out of money. Only money, without the corresponding ability, is moreover only to invite trouble. It would be 2 a.m, and there were still over 100,000 people on the air. Plus blasted live content. Tomorrow is designated to dominate the Hot 100. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn a boat. It's a truth he understands all too well. Later, after the broadcast, he must give himself a divination, a glimpse of good and bad luck. See, the pop-ups are still discussing where a few people are going. Zhang Xian didn't explain, but simply explained a few sentences, and then urged everyone to take an early rest. Then it went off the air. Maybe getting the unicorn blood was the reason why, from 6 p.m. to 2 a.m., for a full 8 hours. He didn't feel the slightest bit tired. Just feeling a little hungry. After ordering a midnight deluxe dinner, he went to take a shower. Duty room. Lin Yu glanced at the time. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. It only takes half an hour at the earliest to get to the neighborhood where Zhang Xian is. I've already spoken to the local brethren. Bureau Chen, give the order. Bureau Chen pondered for a moment and suddenly said, good. Lin Yu was instantly energized, yes. However, Bureau Chen changed his words and looked at Fong Yukai, but you have to go with Team Fong. And listen to the party for this operation. Lin Yu, huh? Fong Yukai, yes, Bureau Chen. Lin Yu. The black sedan sped through the neon flashing streets towards Zhang Xian's neighborhood. Almost there. Team Lin, I still have to warn you. We're not trying to arrest anyone, we're just going to find out what's going on, so watch your attitude. Seeing that Lin Yu didn't say anything, Put Yao Choi added, I know you don't like to hear it. But you've seen the live broadcast, and anyone with eyes can see that Zhang Xian is a treasure protector. It's just that people aren't us and aren't obligated to catch grave robbers. Don't take it out on others because their behavior and attitudes are different from yours. And Lin Yu turned her head impatiently, alright. Just listen to your Captain Fong's command. After about 10 minutes or so, the three went upstairs. 1 Unit 505. Team Fong, Team Lin, this is it. Fong Yue nodded at Xiao Lu, knock on the door and mind your manners. Louis nodded. Knock knock. Knock knock. Knock knock. Louis turned his head, no one seems to be there? It's not supposed to go out, is it? Fong Yue glanced at the time, no way, it's so late. Xiao Lu, however, said, young people have a rich nightlife, especially those who engage in live broadcasting. All night owls. Lin Yu frowned, I'll do it. He said and was ready to increase his strength a bit. But just as he raised his hand, he suddenly heard the sound of elevator doors from behind him. A man in a black pullover, nearly 5'9", not very strong. But the figure walking with an inexplicable sense of oppression was walking towards them with a plastic bag. The three were instantly alert. Only the figure approached and then handed over the plastic bag. Take out. Fong Yukai froze and subconsciously took the plastic bag, 505 points? You're not giving it to him? The man shook his head, the dim hallway light not making it possible to see the face. Called, told me to leave it at the door, said he was out and would be back in an hour. Lin Yu hurriedly said, where did it go? The man turned but didn't answer, just turned and entered the elevator. Are all delivery guys this cool? Lin Yu looked at Xiao Lu with a depressed expression, you really got me, it's 2:40 now. It'll have to be nearly 4 o'clock before I can get back. Xiao Lu looked at the party in depression, what should we do? Why don't you come tomorrow? Fong Yukai shook his head, that won't work. It's only an hour, just wait. At the entrance to the neighborhood, figures in pullovers walked towards the outside of the neighborhood. He was seen removing his pullover, revealing Zhang Xian's face. Just compared to the previous features, angles, as well as skin, as well as temperament have changed a lot. He hadn't noticed the change in the outside of his body when he went off the air just now. But it was only when I took a shower that I noticed the abnormality. The bathtub, which normally fit him just right, was a few inches shorter. Not only did 6 feet 2 inches become 6 feet 7 inches. Even the muscles, which had been somewhat flaccid, had become as tight as a knife. Beneath the mud and dirt of the hot water rinse, pure black unicorns actually loomed on the tough, taut skin. Obviously this was all due to the changes brought to his body by the Qilin blood. As for the scene upstairs just now, it was also he who divined a hanging for himself and saw from the trigrams that there was a message of trouble at his door. At this moment, it seemed that those three people had indeed come to find him. The identity went without saying, and he guessed it. He didn't want to get involved with these guys, it was a lot of trouble. It just so happens that there's $5 million on the card right now as well, so we'll just move tomorrow. He walked over to a cab, pulled open the door and got in, Master. Red Romantic Footbath City. Chapter 33 Certification from National Television? Conference room of the General Directorate of State Antiquities. Director Yang's few people didn't seem to anticipate this outcome. Staring at the blacked-out live feed was actually a bit confusing. That's the end of it? Chief Fan was also surprised. On the side, Professor Chu said, not good. Chief Fan scratched his head, no. That group of grave robbers are still in there? He just ended it without a word? Professor Chu sighed, it does seem a bit irresponsible. What if that group of grave robbers mess up after entering the ancient tomb? And he hasn't even helped us find information on the location of the tomb yet. On the side, Professor Wei was looking at them strangely. You two are sleepy, aren't you? What's with the dream talk? I'm just an anchor, and I'll hang up if I don't get a signal. And you expect people to help you investigate grave robbers and protect national treasures? Do you pay people? Ridiculous. The two were told to look embarrassed. Director Yang, who was rubbing his temples, however, sat up straight violently. Professor Wei is right. Can't wait around so stupidly. People don't get paid to listen to us. Something has to be done. Professor Wei looked at Director Yang with a surprised expression. What? You're really going to pay him, huh? Director Yang, however, shook his head. I'd like to, but I'm afraid he won't see it. Professor Chu, huh? I've heard that anchors make a lot of money these days. He can't look at 3 melons and 2 dates. Chief Fan said, it's not appropriate, is it? Director Yang slowly narrowed his eyes. The gang of grave robbers trapped in the tomb might still contact him. And after this incident, it's very likely that other grave robbers will also appear in Zhang Xian's live broadcast. It may be a disaster or a rare opportunity for an archaeological excavation. It's up to us to capitalize on it. Chief Fan, I hadn't thought of that level. Now there is a lot of talk about this Zhang Xian on the internet. Some are after him, some are skeptical, and there are a lot of different opinions. Any official action at this point will cause a public outcry. Director Young took a deep breath under. Eyes suddenly firm. It seems like I have to discuss this with Dean Liang. If necessary, we need to give him something he can't refuse. The 3 men looked at each other. Chief Fan, women, huh? Director Yang was speechless. Are you kidding me? I'm talking about names. All 3 of them showed surprise. What name? Director Yang looked mysterious. The name of the name. Inside the building. Xiaolu slapped left and right. Why are there so many damn mosquitoes? Team Yang, Team Fong, it's almost 5 o'clock. Is he still coming? Fong Yukai didn't say anything, but his stomach rumbled twice. Louis stole a glance at him. I'm hungry too. Said eyes peeked over to the takeout box hanging on the door. Lin Yu narrowed her eyes. Nope. That delivery guy just now, and he wasn't wearing a delivery suit, and the delivery was actually given to us? It's like he knows we're here to find Zhang Xian. Fong Yukai gave him a look. So? Lin Yu blinked. You said? Could that delivery guy be Zhang Xian? Fong Yukai looked surprised. No way? On the side, Lu had already opened the takeout box. Upon seeing the takeouts inside that had long been eaten, his eyes widened. Ouch, I'll go. It's really him, isn't it? The next morning, Zhang Xian directly contacted an agency. Rented a suburban villa for $200,000 a year. Having money is convenient. Moving in, shopping, all can be done by phone. It's on the outskirts of town, but the air is good. And with the strict management of the villa area, he wouldn't be harassed for no reason. Since 5 o'clock this morning, he had received many cooperation messages from guilds one after another. Naturally, he wouldn't hitch a ride. Of course, these people are actually pretty easy to deal with, just ignore them and you'll be fine. But some people are a pain in the ass. It's not just a matter of ignoring it. Dream Dragon Lake Villa? Louis stopped the car. With a surprised face, he looked at Fong Yukai and the co-pilot as well as Lin Yu in the back seat. Live broadcasting can really make a fortune. It's only been 1 night, and the rental has moved into the villa area? Fong Yukai took a deep breath. Shocking indeed. This is a rich area in Xingzhou, and the neighborhood security is very strict. It's just that police cars can't just drive in. Looks like it's guarded against us. He said, pulling open the door. Get out of the car. More than 10 minutes later, the 3 of them arrived at Zhang Xian's villa. Just after seeing the silhouette, Lin Yu recognized it with a glance. It's really him. Fong Yukai was also taken aback. This guy, it turns out that he really guessed that we would come. What an imperceptible young man. At the same time, Zhang Xian, who was standing in the doorway, also made an invitation gesture at the 3 of them. Though it's a parallel world, his live streaming content also wanders on the edge of danger. One little bit of mishandling can be a pain in the ass. So, trying to go live without a hitch. It is necessary to turn passivity into initiative. As hard as that was, the 2-timer had planned for it. And he had just gotten an important message. Hello, Mr. Zhang. I'm Fong Yukai, captain of the Qingzhou Network Information Security Monitoring Brigade. This is Officer Liu. This is... He hadn't finished. Yang Shuang then stared at him with a strange smile. Captain Lin Yu of the Qingzhou Criminal Investigation Detachment. We met last night. Zhang Xian revealed a hint of a smile. Oh, yeah. But it doesn't matter. The important thing is that I don't have a lot of time, and I may have a group of guests later. The three officers may wish to speak up if they have something to say. If needed, cooperation is guaranteed. Lin Yu instantly frowned. Fang Yue on the side was much more sophisticated. Mr. Zhang, it's like this. You're live, we've all watched. There are some problems. Zhang Xian looked at him. Captain Fang, have you read my report? Interrupted in his thoughts, Fang Yukai couldn't help but freeze for a moment. What? Zhang Xian revealed a smile. Today's noon news program on national television at 12 o'clock. There's a special issue about me. Did Officer Fang look at it? Fang Youcai's face changed drastically when he heard this. The midday news report on national television. He instantly realized the seriousness of the problem. On the side, Xiaolu even took out his cell phone and searched. Sure enough, I found a news report about Zhang Xian. Team Fang, Team Yan, look. The host's well-worded voice rang out. Good noon, viewers. It's the Noon News Watch program. Today we meet such a young man who used his wit and talent to protect the national treasures and artifacts from damage. His screen name is Zhang Xian Forensics. According to the reporter, the young man who appraised the treasure, in the course of a chance connection. Accidental connection to a member of the Tomb Raiders. But instead of being frightened like an ordinary man, he calmly communicated with the grave robbers, and with his rich and profound knowledge, he gained the trust of the members of the grave robber gang. His wisdom and knowledge have, time and again, transformed the destructive actions of grave robbers. The ultimate guardian of a national treasure. Zhang Xian smiled faintly and walked towards the restroom. Xiaolu looked at the two in surprise. A special commendation on national television? It's not giving him the gold standard of official seriousness. Can people still listen to us? Lin Yu. Fang Yukai, on the other hand, let out a bitter laugh. Listen to what's going on, maybe we even have to cooperate with him. Xiaolu. What then? Lin Yu, let's go, what else can we do? Just as she finished speaking, she heard Zhang Xian's voice from the restroom. Excuse me. I've got a bit of a stomach ache, so I can't give you guys a ride. Lin Yu, Fang Yukai. Louis. Chapter 34, 3 million pink pieces. Last night's fireworks by Zhang Xian did not actually go out of the ring. Although the highest number of people online in the live broadcast room reached 150,000, with a total of more than 1 million viewers. But there are over 1 billion internet users. 1 million may seem like a lot, but it's only a drop in the bucket of over 1 billion. Sure. If given enough fermentation time, unsurprisingly, the Zhang Xian's treasure appraisal and encounter with grave robbers will also sweep a wave of the internet. And because of Zhang Xian's odd performance in pointing out grave robbers on the live stream. We'll keep this topic under discussion. Overnight, his account has gained more than over 1 million fans. Even faster and faster. Many concerned fans just saw the self-published story and did not see it live. Yet it was enough to make them go forward and grab the attention. The reason is simple. I'm just afraid that if I pay attention late, I won't be able to see Zhang Xian's live broadcast. Just kidding. Live streaming instructions for grave robbers to raid the tomb or the royal tomb of King Mu of Zhou, the prince of the Western Zhou dynasty. It's not like dancing on the tip of a knife. The slightest mistake, and that's just cool. It's not surprising that live streaming is blocked for all the little things that go into the station in handcuffs. However, Zhang Xian has one thing that makes his fans feel more at ease, and that is that this guy is too cocky. Although he was doing the job of instructing grave robbers to rob graves, his mouth was full of propaganda for the protection of national treasures. Plus a performance of tangled helplessness. It really felt like he was forced to do so. Sure enough. With the announcement of the midday featured character on national television. Zhang Xian, who was already on the hot seat, is now straight out of the ring. Although people don't watch much TV anymore. But it's national television. Influence and dissemination is not at all comparable to online self-publishing. And here's the most important point. The attitude of the state TV station represents the attitude of the upper-level authorities. Not only was Zhang Xin not held accountable, he was even set up as a direct cyber archetype. In one afternoon, Zhang Xian's fans surpassed 3 million. It's downright scary. The platform pushes streams like crazy. The self-publishing media also went crazy with reprints. A stencil draft with more likes than backgrounds went viral. Geez, who gets it? This anchor is outrageous too. I asked you to help with treasure identification, but I didn't ask you to help with grave robbing. What happened was that it started with a little treasure hunter blogger who was doing his daily treasure hunts. Instead, I ran into a second-generation thief who brought a strange bell to identify the treasure. The blogger recognized at once that the inscription on the bell belonged to the Western Zhou Emperor. And tell the second generation of thieves that there must be an ancient Western Zhou tomb near where this bell was found. By this point, bloggers had thought it was over. Just to my surprise, the next day just after the show started, the blogger was once again connected to the second generation of thieves. The second generation of thieves came up and swiped a wazoo, then asked the blogger for help. It turns out that the second generation of thieves knew that there was an ancient tomb of the Zhou dynasty, so they brought their third uncle to rob it overnight. Ended up trapped in a cave full of corpses and couldn't get out. Here comes the more outrageous one. In the spirit of saving lives, the blogger helped the second generation of thieves escape the cave. I thought it ended there. But I didn't realize that on the third day, when the blogger was on the air, he actually received another connection from the second generation of thieves. As soon as the blogger looks at it, it turns out that the second generation of thieves has managed to find the tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor. Blogger instant flax belt. Of course, it's not over yet. Here comes the most outrageous. The blogger was going to hang up. But it was found that the second generation of grave robbers and his third uncle and a couple of other grave robbers were too stupid and very savage and violent, and had a lot of detonators with them. Fearing the destruction of artifacts, the blogger had no choice but to act as a guide for the grave robbers. I didn't realize the missteps. The blogger actually did guide the grave robbers to find the Qinggong coffin of the Zhou Emperor. Even found another ancient tomb of the warring states after helping grave robbers escape. The blogger is also speechless, and now the tomb robbers are still trapped in the ancient tombs of the warring states living and dying. Just when fans were worried about whether the blogger would block the live stream or whether he would be invited by his uncle for tea. Here comes more and more outrageous. National television actually put out a featured person story at noon, which recognizes bloggers by name. Let's just say there are more outrageous things than this year. The portal in the comments section was frantically sending fans to Zhang Xian. NYYDDS, caught up on the livestream all night last night. Honestly, the most wonderful live broadcast I've ever watched in my life. Xian is open all the way. Grave robbers are about to recognize Xian as their grandmaster. Behind in Dumpling's voice connection, the live room directly bombed. In order to see the live, girlfriend open good room I did not go. 50W likes. Xian's little fan, that Dumpling scared me silly last night. A few grave robbers almost kneeled and kowtowed to Xian, and one grave robber even said that Xian was a member of some mysterious family 66. 20W likes. Pangolin, my grandfather was a grave robber and was sentenced to 20 years. Yesterday I showed the video to my grandfather. I also say that Talking Lad is better than the Chief General in his day, PS that Chief General was shot over 20 years ago. 30W likes. Wow. Zhang Xian walked out of the restroom holding his cell phone. Almost 3.5 million followers. Growing up so fast. We're kind of a big anchor, hey. It's 5 p.m. and the show starts normally at 6 p.m. tonight. The villa is packed. The live room is on the second floor. With the current heat and fan base, it won't be hard to get over 100,000 viewers for tonight's opener. But it's hard to stabilize 100K. Internet heat is like a child's face, it changes on a whim. This point, Zhang Xian's cognition was still very clear. If you want to keep the fire going, then you have to have pop all the time. And, the heat is only one side of the equation, the rewards are the most important. The real treasures that can be drawn for transcendent rewards are in the ancient tombs. Like the unicorn blood, which took him straight from being a weak-ass geek. Become a superstar who fights 10 with 1. That's what it's worth. He entered the room, tapped his fingers lightly on the table, and after a long period of contemplation. But sighed, after all is said and done, it's still up to the grave robbers now. If more grave robbers connect the dots, then the heat can stay on the. And I can get a glimpse of the world's secret treasures even if I stay at home. He blinked. The heart grew more and more excited. The current situation is very favorable. Especially with the national TV coverage, it's also like giving him an official certification. Even if someone tried to get at him, one must also weigh whether one has the strength to go against national television. And as a man who has lived 2 lifetimes, life experience tells him that the state television report that it actually represents the attitude of certain high-level departments. But this official certification he wasn't going to ask for. Because he understands that there is no free lunch in heaven. There must be an intention in the higher authorities to support him. Though I don't know who this person is and what their intentions are. But he understands that by recognizing this official accreditation, it will then become a pawn in some people's game. What good can come from a pawn? Chapter 35 Dragon Bone Heavenly Book Topography. National Museum, Office of the Director. Dean Liang, with his Mediterranean head and a black mole bulging from his nose, turned off the TV and, looking a little strange, he rushed at Director Yang. The news report material from the TV station, did you give it to me? Director Yang nodded, right. Dean Liang leaned back in his chair and was silent for a moment, looking at him again, isn't that holding someone up too high? I heard that this Zhang Xian has gained 2 million followers in one afternoon today. The internet is roaming all over the place in pursuit of him. Is that really good? Director Yang, however, smiled down and said with a confident expression, Dean, at a time like this, the higher the height the better for us. Dean Liang, oh, how so? The smile on Director Yang's face spiraled up, I'm betting against the reputation of the Archaeological Institute. I just want to praise this Zhang Xian. Make him someone the grave robbers trust. Seeing Dean Liang frown, he continued, as the survey improves, as well as infrastructure development across the country, archaeology has seen big changes. The number of ancient tombs discovered in just this decade is the sum total of the previous 30 years. This is good for us archaeologists. But also a huge amount of work. Archaeology graduates nowadays. It's already far from being able to meet the needs of ancient tomb excavations at this stage. He sighed, we can't even take care of ourselves right now, how can we have the energy to fight grave robbers? And in the past, grave robbers were technologically backward and communication was not well developed. Grave robbers also show regionalization, with various sects not connecting with each other. But it's different now, and technological developments have not only favored archaeological teams. The same goes for bringing about a big change in grave robbing nowadays. These people have become more disciplined and more sophisticated in their methods. And sects that used to not communicate with each other are now collaborating. Where we can't see, we don't know how many ancient tombs are being dug by grave robbers. Dean Liang nodded, you're right. But what does this have to do with holding up Zhang Xian? Director Yang cleared his throat and laughed, a grave robber trail has been discovered over in Qingzhou. The location of the tomb of the Western Zhou Emperor is likely to be near Shachang. In less than 3 days, there will be concrete results of the investigation. These are the information that investigators have found based on the live footage. Dean Liang looked surprised, really? Director Yang nodded and continued, of course it's true. And a grave robber is always a grave robber, and when others take advantage of them, it's the same as them taking a loss themselves. Once the Zhang Xian can gain the trust of the grave robbers, the darker side of those hiding underground, it will be automatically exposed. Even if we can't stop it in time, through Zhang Xian's guidance. Reduce the damage to the tomb. When the floodwaters are overflowing, it's never better to plug them than to dredge them. Dean Liang revealed a thoughtful expression, and a moment later he said, this Zhang Xian. Is it still on tonight? Director Yang said, I think it will. Dean Liang nodded, what about those tomb raiders? Will it show up again tonight? Director Yang then shook his head, I can't say for sure. It's also possible that they've been trapped inside, after all, they've been in the tomb for almost 2 days. With that he glanced at his watch, it's 6 o'clock. Should it be on already? Saying that, he opened the projector, and before the picture came out, he heard Zhang Xian's voice coming. No one helps me to aspire to the green clouds, I will tread the snow to the top of the mountain. This is the Flying Dragon coin, excellent quality, 1 glance and a big open door. Prices start at 500 at today's rates. Dean Liang put on his glasses and frowned slightly, is he Zhang Xian? What's all the commotion? Director Yang smiled, young people are just energetic. Dean Liang stared at the Flying Dragon silver coin on that lens, is it really a Flying Dragon coin? I've never even seen a couple of these. Director Young narrowed his eyes as well, looks like it. If only Professor Wei was around, he's an expert in this area. The two were chatting in between. But suddenly, he heard Zhang Xian's voice sink a few points. Big brother, happy? A chuckle came from the camera. Zhang Xian's face was actually serious. I forgot to tell you, the unit is yuan, not 10,000. The voice on the other side of the room screeched to a halt. Zhang Xian directly hung up, without saying a word. Come up and make a fake flying dragon coin for me to see. Go down you. Dean Liang. Director Young. In the live broadcast room, Zhang Xian took a sip of water and rushed to the 100,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Brothers. In the future, when you come across this kind of flying dragon coins, Earth coins, be sure to keep your eyes peeled. These things are commemorative silver coins, and there aren't many of them in total. It's even rarer to have a complete character. Like the one in his hand just now, it's enough to mess up the real thing, and ordinary people can't even see the problem. The real thing, you can't even touch it, don't fall for it, haha. Okay, let's keep connecting. It just turned on and the familiar avatar connected again. You again? Zhang Xian showed displeasure. Just now he did not say in detail in the live broadcast, this kind of person looks like an antique liar. Just now, the live streaming connection was nothing more than an attempt to capitalize on the popularity of his live broadcast and sell off the counterfeit currency. With more than 100,000 people in the live broadcast room, he naturally wouldn't allow this kind of person to cause trouble. He was just about to hang up again. But suddenly saw little white hands with red-stained fingernails. A gilt iron coupon with a dull yellow sheen and burst of history appears in the shot. The woman's coquettish voice rang out in the live broadcast. Brother Xian, don't be angry. I was just joking with you. Said camera pan to the trash can, only to see the flying dragon coin lying inside. Zhang Xian. Throw it away? The woman daintily said, if Brother Xian says it's fake, I'll throw it away. The pop-ups were hilarious. 66. This sister isn't being cheated, is she? Brother Xian asked him how much he paid for them? Just throw it away? Anchor, how can you hang up a beautiful woman's connection? Apologize. Zhang Xian, cough. Girl, speak properly. By the sound of your tones, I'll have to call you sister. The opposite side even giggled. Okay, you call me sister, I call you little brother. Zhang Xian. Ahem, watch the language. Well, let's get back to the point. Since sister threw away the fake coins, it means that sister is a player with principles and strength. First of all, kudos to my sister. But that's alright, I see that gilt iron coupon on my sister's desk just now is quite interesting. The woman brings the gilt iron coupon to the camera. Hit the lights again, my husband collected this a while ago. I've had several people look at it, and they all say it's old, but they can't quite recognize what it is. Look, there are symbols on the back of this. Saying that, he turned the iron coupon over, and there were indeed several lines of strange symbols on the back. But that's not the most important thing. Above all, that sort of ordered strange symbol is raised, and there is also the center of the square that is at the center of the bulge. It looks like something that was mold imprinted. The woman said half a day but saw that Zhang Xian did not say anything, and there were a few more points of shock in her eyes. I can't help but wonder, Brother Xian, what's wrong with you? Zhang Xian took a deep breath, and his eyes actually brightened up, truly stepping through the iron shoes and finding no place. It's not easy to come by. Girl. Do you know what this is? Woman, what? Zhang Xian took a deep breath. This is the topography of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. Chapter 36 3 Pockets Acquaintance? Ha! The woman's surprised voice rang out over the air. The water boys are also looking confused. Most of them don't know anything about antiques, and even 99% of the water friends in the live room come in for fun. In their minds, antiques are generally ancient household items or certain special purpose utensils. But whatever it is, it will have a clear purpose. But this Dragon Bone Heavenly Book topography had obviously become a blind spot in their knowledge. Dragon Bone Heavenly Book topography? Listening to the name is something extraordinary. Holy, just started the show and the big stuff is coming? Dragon Bone Heavenly Book, awesome. By the look on Xian's face, it's obvious that this is an extraordinary treasure. I wonder how much it can be worth. Dragon Bone Heavenly Book topography? Dean Liang looked at Director Yang in surprise. This Zhang Xian live is truly magical. I can't believe there's even such a thing. Director Yang also looked surprised. It should be a fake, right? Dean Liang laughed. It's not supposed to be, it's definitely fake. That's the stuff of legends, how can it be real in the real world? The way this Zhang Xian is talking in a fervent manner makes a heritage worker like me very uncomfortable. Director Young, however, laughed, probably for the live broadcast effect. Dean, don't be so serious. Let's see what he says. Hen. What is this Dragon Bone heavenly book you speak of? I don't really get it, hey. There was a hint of anticipation in the woman's voice. Zhang Xian waved his hand. It's normal that you don't understand. This thing can no longer be described as rare, it can simply be said to be rare for the ages. I'm sure none of the brothers on the air know either. I'll tell it then. He took a sip of water and said with a straight face, the topography of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book is actually 3 things. Dragon bones, heavenly books, and topiaries. A topo is something everyone can understand, it's something that's been topographed. What about dragon bones, which aren't really dragon bones in the true sense of the word? Rather, it refers to the 3 longitudinal bulges in the turtle's armor. See that square-shaped dent? Then the topography of the dragon bones. The woman was surprised. You mean, the topography of this tortoise armor? I'm sorry to make Brother Xian laugh, I thought it really had something to do with dragons. Zhang Xian waved his hand and stared squarely at the camera, no harm done. Neither of those are critical. The key is the Book of Heaven. The Book of Heaven is not written by man, but by heaven. The woman touched the symbols on the topiary, the voice was permeated with a bit of disbelief, this thing. So powerful? The pop-ups were also shocked. Masterpiece? Here comes the whole job again, huh? It's not better than the movie? The skywriting is out. Awesome, is there really a heavenly book? Apparently people don't believe it. But that's normal. Normal people with 9 years of compulsory modern education. Who would believe that there really is such a thing as a heavenly book? However, Zhang Xian looked confident, and the music in the live broadcast started. His voice also raised a few points. The Yellow River floats a dragon horse, carrying the river map to offer Fushi, and that's how we got yin and yang, the 4 elephants, and the 8 trigrams. During the time of Dayu, a divine turtle floated up from the Luo water and carried the Book of Luo on its back to offer it to Dayu. Dayu successfully ruled the water according to the Book of Luo Shu and divided the world into 9 states. This is the origin of Hichu Luo Shu. Legends cannot be verified. But the 4 signs of yin and yang, as well as the 8 trigrams, and even the 9 states of the world, have been passed down to this day. And it's still affecting lives. Ask, who dares to say that there are no heavenly books in the world? The pop-up was a shock. Huh? That's okay? I feel like I'm actually on the verge of believing it. There's no way to prove there isn't, and there's no way to prove there is, so there is, and that logic is unbeatable. Playing so big, not afraid of scaring us, Hichu Luoshu is out, invincible. The woman seemed to be agitated by Zhang Xian's words as well. Picking up the gilt iron coupon, he couldn't stop measuring it. So is this a river map or a Luo book? Am I going to give it to the state? Zhang Xian suddenly grinned. Hey. You don't have to give it to the state, just keep it for yourself. I was just throwing in the towel earlier. Woman. Brick? She threw the gilt iron coupon onto the table, so it's fake again. Almost got a heart attack from you. Bummer, happy for nothing. The pop-ups are also a bunch of contemptuous emojis floating by. Zhang Xian was also a bit speechless. Sister, be careful. It's gilt on there, and if the wrap is broken, you'll have to sell a lot fewer buns. Woman, oh. Zhang Xian helplessly said, I said the brick is contrasted to the Luo Shu Hichu as a brick. But it's also a golden nugget compared to the antiques. From my point of view, this dragon bone topiary is the real thing. It's just that the symbols on it are not heavenly but human. Woman, oh, I thought it was something precious. Just a gilt topiary. Can Xian give an estimate? Pass it on if it's appropriate. Zhang Xian froze. It's really hard to value this thing. Although it is of gilt workmanship, it is uncertain who made it and for what purpose. And it's presumably the only one of its kind, pressed for a reference price. So it's really not good to pass it on. The woman laughed, even you don't want it, so 80% of it isn't a worthwhile item. The bad old man's eyes aren't working either, so I guess I'm really going to lose money this time. Turn around and I'll throw it in the trash. Zhang Xian, however, sighed, don't. How about this? It just so happens that the show just started today, and it's still early. If you have a tool around, topograph the symbols on it for me. If the contents are right, I can give you an estimate even if I don't take it. Never throw ha. Who knew that just after the words were spoken? Instead, a middle-aged man's voice suddenly appeared on the opposite side. Why did you take this out again? Put it away quickly, it's distracting to look at. The woman replied, I'd be happy to, and then said to Zhang Xian, I've got a topography machine here. It'll be out in a minute. A sound of drumming machinery followed. Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. So specialized? Okay. I'll wait for you. When he finished, the man started talking again. Yo. Isn't this the pretty boy who linked up with the 3 pockets yesterday? How do you connect with him? Zhang Xian frowned. San Mazi? Spinning around in surprise, he said, You mean the 3rd master? The man seemed to be drumming on something. The sound was a little far away, and with the sound of the lighter. The man said, Outside people call him 3 masters, familiar people call him 3 ma several. I watched yesterday's broadcast too. Sanpaki's character is a proud one. I've never seen him bow down like anyone. Pretty boy, you're good. Zhang Xian tilted his head to reveal a look of surprise. Holy, is the amount of information so great? You can even run into an acquaintance here? The water friends in the live room were also shocked, not realizing that there was actually a follow-up. Chapter 37 In Yang Seal's Secret Word. Men act like they've been through a lot. There was a strong sense of confidence in his words. The world is a small place. By the way, what did my wife tell you to look at? Zhang Xian said, Oh, let me give an estimate. But the contents of this thing can't be deciphered on it, and the valuation can't be estimated. The man listened, but was silent. Zhang Xian, big brother? Stuck? But there was still no word from the other side. The woman seemed to finish her topography and adjusted her lens to the topography. Can you see it this way? As the camera angled in, Zhang Xian instantly frowned. The symbols on the iron coupons are not clear because of the wrapping. However, after the topography and debossing process, the symbols on it are clearly recognizable in the light. I'll go. Cloud seal? The woman froze. What? Zhang Xian blinked and took a deep breath. This is the script used in Taoist charms, the cloud seal. And it's still the oldest version. No wonder it looks like a ghost picture. The woman froze for a moment and said with some excitement, So you recognize it? Just before Zhang Xian could open his mouth, he saw that the topography was snatched by the man walking over. The woman snapped, What are you doing? Give it to me. The man was a bit impatient. What's there to see? Go to sleep, go to sleep. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and felt his blood pressure rise. The man's simply here to make trouble. Even though he had only glanced at them just now, he had already recognized a few of them. That seems to be a poem. And there seems to be a reference in the poem. And the cloud seal. It's just a shame he didn't read it all, or he could have definitely translated it. But just as he was depressed, he saw the same words suddenly appear on the pop-up screen. Xian, I took a screenshot, look at the private message. Brother Xian, look at the screenshot of the private message. Anchor, I took a screenshot and private messaged you. Zhang Xian froze, clicked on the private message, and saw the screenshot sent by the netizens. He narrowed his eyes and recited, The eastern underworld and the Ying Sea, dense and reflective of color, and the augur out of the earth's ghosts. The earth is cloudy and the sky is green. As Zhang Xian's voice rang out, the sound of arguing across the street came to an abrupt halt. Zhang Xian couldn't see the opposite side of the room and could only hear the woman's voice say in surprise, What's wrong? Give it to me. The man didn't seem to snatch it, but only said in surprise, You actually humanly recognize the cloud seal too. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes, a hint of sharpness in his gaze. Also, recognize? So, you deciphered it a long time ago? The man fell silent. The woman was shocked. When did this happen? Didn't you say that only the 3 pockets could translate it? You lied to me. The man's voice was permeated with panic and helplessness. It's on air, don't talk nonsense. Talk to you later. The woman stood there, but didn't move a muscle. Zhang Xian took a deep breath and moved the teacup in front of him. Big brother, you've been there, haven't you? Man. Woman, you. Say what? Where did it go? The waterbenders in the live room also realized what the problem was. There were more pop-ups instantly. A pair is a pair if you can break it up. Sister-in-law sounds quite energetic, wasted after big brother. Brother Xian, power to you. And the surprise? Zhang Xian cleared his throat and said squarely, Big brother, may I speak? The man didn't say a word. The woman said, Brother Xian, go ahead, I'll swipe 10 wazi for you. Tapped his cell phone when he finished speaking. 10 wazi effects appeared in succession in the live broadcast room at once. Zhang Xian took a deep breath. Since that's the case, then I'll respectfully follow your order. The North Mediterranean Terra Nova. Translated as a fairy mountain on the North Sea, it is the North Sea Island. This is the spot. The dense reflection of color is the appearance of a rainbow in the sea mist. Here's the sign. The auger out of the Earth's ghost represents the emergence of evil from the bottom of the sea, understood as a dark current or a deep sea spring. It's time. The Earth is turbid and the sky is green, in reference to Pangu's opening of the Earth and the world's embryonic form. It can be understood that all chaos comes back to order, and this is the result. Connecting the dots, go to the North Sea Fairy Island and find the place with the foggy rainbow. Waiting for the deep springs to appear and then going in, only to die and have everything go back to normal. It's a trap laid out for death. If your big brother does go and comes back safe and sound, that's just a blessing in disguise. Don't say anything, buy 10,000 buns of fireworks and set them off. Pop up. Woman. Instead, the man said, just kidding, how could it be a trap? That's Yuan. Forget it, this can't be said. It can't be a trap anyway. You pretty boy must be full of. Pop up. Holy, this big brother is really a grave robber too. This big brother was blindsided? Awesome, this live broadcast room has become a Tomb Raider's special place. Big brother is still not convinced, laugh me to death. Woman. The corner of Zhang Xian's mouth twitched, ahem. Big brother, are you saying that this dragon bone heavenly book topography was obtained from Yuan XX? Sure you weren't fooled? Man, flip a chicken wow, I personally. No. With my own eyes. Not true either. It's me personally. Oops, the total chicken is real. As for the result, just like the 3 pockets, it was an accident law. Zhang Xian raised his hand, alright, I understand. With that he took a deep breath, in that case. Then I know what the problem is. Sister, please reverse the topography and hit the light from behind. The man was a little confused, what are you doing, pretty boy? Instead, the woman followed what Zhang Xian said and turned the topography over, sticking it directly onto the strong flashlight. Upon reading the words on it, Zhang Xian's pupils shrunk, indeed. This is the real cipher. The man remained puzzled, what are you talking about, pretty boy? The woman also wondered, if you look at it like that, aren't the words reversed? Zhang Xian nodded, Anti is right. Your guild iron coupons are actually molds. It's topiary straight from the tortoise shell. It's just like a printing plate, the text on it is actually reversed. The only way to be negative is to go through a secondary topography. Can you understand? The woman nodded, aha. Zhang Xian continued, nowadays, tapographs have an automatic correction function. So the topos you topologize are actually still reversed. It's only right to look at it the other way around now. It's just reverse and then it turns positive. The woman shook the topiary in her hand, how many times against? Zhang Xian was a bit speechless, don't mind a few times. You just have to know that it's only right to turn it over and look at it. The woman nodded then, oh. Zhang Xian said with a straight face, in that case, it seems that this character is not a cloud seal, but a Taoist yin and yang seal. The woman's voice dripped with surprise, the yin-yang seal? What's that? Zhang Xian explained, it's a type of Taoist rune that predates the ancient-style cloud seal. Taoism emphasizes yin and yang, and the original seal has yin and yang as well. The positive is the yang seal, the negative is the yin seal. It's one word when you're looking right at it, and another word when you turn it over. Double translation of one word. But this writing was too difficult, and with the influx of competition from the Buddhist. This yin and yang seal, which is not conducive to the spread of Taoist culture, then slowly evolved into the cloud seal, which is now commonly used in the Taoist sect. The original yin and yang seal was then slowly forgotten. The woman looked surprised, it's so complicated. What does that say up there? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly frowned, it seems like it's still a secret word. Wait, I'll see, ha. The yellow sand is 3,000 zhang in size, the thunder falls on the heavily immortal abode, the ghosts and Buddhists chant the burial scripture, and the sky grants the snake cypress rice. Snake cypress. Hydra cypress? Zhang Xian sucked in a breath of cool air, only to feel his heart thumping wildly. Suddenly there was a sense of lifting the clouds and seeing the sun and the moon. The audience in the live room was directly confused by what they heard. The woman seemed to be confused as well. What does that mean? Just before Zhang Xian could open his mouth, he heard the man curse, "Marred. No wonder this asshole, Sanpaki, had to find the Warring States tomb. So it's a trick on me. Deserved to die in a tomb. Pretty boy, thank you Ao." With that, he hung up the connection. Zhang Xian? Live viewer? Chapter 38-24 Purple and Gold Bells. Chinese style in the living room. The woman in the black cheongsam that was open to her waist was staring at the man with eyes that wanted to eat him. The man turned to go. Instead, the woman took a few steps to catch up, grabbing the man by the ear while spinning 90 degrees and. The man wailed and screamed at once. The woman said coldly, "Fatty Han. How dare you play games with me, huh? Last time you said you were going to Sand City to look for the third master, that he was not happy to see a woman, and that you were gone for half a month. Practically went to the North Sea, didn't it? Where's Blackie? You didn't bring it back?" Han Sanjin pushed the woman to the ground with one hand, and after panting heavily for a few mouthfuls of rough air, without uttering a word, he sat down on the couch, lit a cigarette, and took a few sharp puffs. The woman looked like a mad leopardess. "Are you dumb? Where's Blackie? Dead." Han Sanjin did not raise his head, and his already dark face was even more ugly at this moment. The woman immediately looked like a deflated ball. Leaning over the corner of the table and covering her face, she cried out, "My old auntie the Golden Lotus is sorry for you. Old Han killed my poor old brother Han Sanjin slammed the table and said angrily, "It was Senmatsu who killed Hype. Not the old man. If it wasn't for Blackie, I wouldn't have made it back." The woman stared at Han Sanjin in shock. Han Sanjin took another sharp drag on his cigarette. Wagging his index finger, Sanpaki must have seen through the secret of the Yin Yang seal script just like that pretty boy named Zhang Xian just now. That's why he deliberately told me the location of the trap on the Yin seal and tricked me into going to the North Sea to look for the Immortal Island. He himself went to the ancient tomb of the Warring States. Jinlian sniffed and stopped crying, climbed up and stared at Han Sanjin. "Isn't it Li Chuanfeng's tomb? What's he doing in a war tomb?" Shouting Sanjin shook his head, "Not a few ways. But it's definitely related to finding the real location of Li Chuanfeng's ancient tomb." With that he snapped his eyes to the woman. "By the way, what that pretty boy Zhang Xian translated just now. Do you remember? That bastard Three Pockets is now trapped dead in an ancient tomb. If one can penetrate the meaning of those verses. The 24 purple and gold bells in that tomb are ours. In time." The woman named Jinlian sniffed and suddenly got up from the ground, took out her cell phone and flipped through it after. Handing it to Han Sanjin, "I recorded the screen." In the darkness of the ancient tomb, a candle flame gave off a goose yellow glow. 4 figures leaned messily against the corner around a candle flame. A pile of water bottles and bags of compressed crackers were scattered on the mossy green flagstone. Zhou Cheng's eyeballs were covered with blood and he stared at the burning candle flame listlessly. Terry squashed the empty bottle in his hand and leaned toward the damp stone wall behind him. Lighting a cigarette to himself, last glorious cigarette. "If we can't think of a way out, we'll really fold here." Only it didn't answer him. He took a few puffs before the tall, thin man on the sidelines grabbed it. After smashing a few puffs of the tall, skinny man's blaze, he actually twirled the small half of his cigarette toward the ground. Terry's eyes widened at once. "You're ing sick, aren't you?" Who knew that the tall and thin man had a dark face and rushed at Zhou Zedong, who was sitting in the corner, "Third master. Instead of being stuck here, let the police take us away. At best, the second half of your life will be in jail. At least it saves a life." Just Zhou Zewon still uttered a word, but the sight of Terry gave him a kick. "Waste old son half a cigarette. Just come up with a bad idea like that? If we could make a phone call, would we still be stuck in this hellhole? Tall, thin man, is there no other way?" Terry pinned the tall, thin man straight to the ground. "Who are you asking? Waste of old man's cigarettes. I'll hammer you to death." Zhou Cheng seemed to have become numb to the two men, holding the candle heads that glowed with yellow light. Walking over to Zhou Zhe, he squatted down. The candle flame illuminated Zhou Zhe's gloomy expression, causing Zhou Chang to shiver. Seeing Zhou Zhe staring straight at the ground, he was still pinching a small section of green brick head in his hand. He blinked. Only then did he see that Zhou Zhe had used a green brick to draw an oval on the ground with a pipe pattern on top of it. It's... What? Zhou Chang was astonished. The two Terrys who heard the commotion also came over. Terry reached up and glanced at the drawing on the floor. What's the third master drawing? A corkscrew. Zhou Zhe's gloomy expression finally changed a bit, but the expression still looked twisted. Drive your ass off. Terry was taken aback, but he heard Zhou Chang say in surprise, it's not an overhead view of the Warring States tomb, is it? His finger landed on the 7 points within the circle. These are the 7 coffins. And then pointed to the mouth of the tube. This is the tomb door. The center is where we are now. It was then that Terry gave a look of dawning realization. The tall, thin man frowned. I don't feel it in there, but looking at the chart like this. Why does it feel a little weird? Who designs their crypt to look like a corkscrew? Zhou Zhe shook his head. This is also something I can't figure out. And the Warring States emphasized etiquette, especially among the nobility. There are strict specifications for ancient tombs. Tomb passages, underworld halls, ear chambers, burial pits, you can't have one without the other. But there are only 7 coffins here. Nothing else. With that said, he looked up at Zhou Chang. Still no signal? Zhou Chang nodded. And the hell of it is the water is gone. We may have a hard time making it another 24 hours. Terry chimed in. What's worse is the cigarettes are gone too. The crowd lapsed into silence. From the wavering firelight, they seemed to see the shadow of death. Ha! Zhou Chang suddenly had a light in his eyes, gently held up the candle, and looked around for a. It was surprising to find that the candle flame had swayed even more. Terry, who had been a little confused, saw the flames that danced from side to side and he lost his voice and said, Ghostbusters? Just as he finished, he felt a kick in the ass. Upon seeing that it was Zhou Zhe who had risen from the ground, this revealed an aggrieved expression. Third Master, why are you kicking me? Zhou Zhe's dark eyes however lit up as he stared at the fire and to Zhou Chang, he said, lean further toward the wall. Zhou Chang tried, and when close to the wall, the fire really did wiggle more violently. It's over the wall wind. Follow the over wall wind forward, there should be ventilation holes. The words came out. A few people came to their senses. They had walked here so many times that they hadn't found an exit, but the terrain was familiar. A few people followed the direction of the candle flames as they swayed along the wall. Sure enough, he found the wind source a few dozen meters after entering the oval-shaped hall. Strange. There are obviously air currents, but why are there no orifices and seams? Zhou Chang again reluctantly took a picture of the stone wall, the whole of which was hollowed out from the mountain. There are no seams in the press. Zhou Zhe also reluctantly turned on his flashlight, and the 4 of them just stuck to the stone wall to feel the source of the wind. But strangely enough, the wind seemed to come out of thin air, and the stone wall pressed on and found nothing. Strange. Is it hard to believe that it's really a ghostbuster? Zhou Zhe snapped his head back, and his flashlight shone right on the 7 black coffins that were 3 up and 4 down. The air was as quiet as if it had frozen. A moment later, Terry suddenly cursed, Mother-er. It must be the 7 of them. I'll fight it. Zhou Zhe pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. Terry, however, said, Don't worry, Third Master. The 7 goods probably don't have any real skills, or else they would have done it to me as long ago. He had just finished speaking when the pull to stay in Zhou Chang's hand suddenly went out. Several people's pupils instantly dilated. The hairs of sweat stood up all over his body. LOL. Suddenly an eerie sound came. Zhou Zhe stared wide-eyed. What's that sound? A few people looked flustered. Zhou Chang subconsciously pulled out his cell phone from his arms. Instead, I saw a text message sent in XX Unicom welcomes you. He slowly widened his eyes. Uncle San, there's a signal at this location. Chapter 39, Resurgence of the Dead, 7-star suspicious coffin. This kid talks like he's real, he's not making it up, is he? Dean Liang looked at Yang Yuming, Director Yang. Can you find a way to find out about the person who just connected? That man looks like he's a grave robber, too, and his hands aren't clean. And knew the so-called Uncle Sam. Now the location of the warlord's tomb can't be found, but the grave robbers are still in there. Time is important to us now. Yang Yuming, however, shrugged, shouldn't be able to find it. For one thing, it happened in a hurry, and for another, these guys are old hands. There are defenses against police investigative techniques. Di Liang took off his glasses and sighed. It's really like you said. Grave robbers are getting tougher and tougher these days. Seeing this, Yang Yuming poured a cup of tea and handed it to Di Liang. I think don't be in a hurry first. Let's freshen up. I don't think it's as simple as just the Warring States tomb and the Western Zhou Emperor's tomb this time. These grave robbers have far more information than our archaeological institute. Di Liang took the teacup and gave him a surprised look. Oh? You say? Yang Yuming said, from the information in the live broadcast just now. That so-called heavenly book dragon bone topiary should be real. The man made a slip of the tongue in mentioning that the topo was obtained from a place associated with the word yuan. And he should have seen it with his own eyes, or have full proof that it's not fake. Finally, as Zhang Xian spoke the contents of the yin yang seal, he hurriedly hung up the connection. And it mentions the 3 pockets, the gang of grave robbers trapped in the tomb. Here's a key point I've noticed. He looked at Di Liang and said seriously, you saw it just now. That man has actually been trying to decipher what's on the topography of the Dragon Bone Heavenly Book. But when Zhang Xian deciphered the first layer, the man acted vain. Obviously, he already knows the contents of the first layer. And convinced. Di Liang seemed to have gotten the key to what Yang Yuming had said. Continue. Yang Yuming continued, but when Zhang Xian deciphered the second layer of the secret language. And that man is acting angry. And before hastily hanging up the connection, he also mentioned the Warring States tomb and Uncle Sam's tomb raiding gang. And to say that he was cheated by Uncle Sam. That's enough to show that there's a deep collusion between that man and Uncle Sam's grave robbing gang. There's even a conflict of interest. So, Di Liang took over, so the first layer of secret language that man got was actually given by Uncle Sam. Yang Yuming gave a thumbs up. Dean is brilliant. And this third uncle must have interpreted the yin yang seal as well. And managed to read all or part of the second level of the secret language. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone and tricked that man, while organizing his own grave robbing gang to go to the Warring States tomb. Di Liang nodded. Aha. Makes sense. When he finished he looked at Yang Yuming with slight doubt, but the second layer of the secret language that Zhang Xian has already deciphered it on the air. He recalled the yellow sands of the Thunderfall sky. Heavenly fairy dwelling. Behind. Yang Yuming hemmed and hawed. Dean has a good memory. It just so happens that I only remember the last 2 lines, which seem to be Ghost Buddha's ode to burial, and heaven's authorization of the serpent sperm. Di Liang nodded his head busily. Yes, those are the 2 sentences. The yellow sand is 3,000 zhang in size, the thunder falls on the heavenly immortal abode, the ghosts and Buddhas chant the burial scripture, and the sky grants the snake cypress rice. That Zhang Xian did say that. But what do the 4 quotes here have to do with war graves? You know what? Yang Yuming shook his head with a bitter smile. That I don't know. But that Zhang Xian said that the yin yang seal script is a kind of Taoist rune that's almost been lost. It also means that those who can recognize the yin yang seal must have deep historiography or have unknown information about their historical heritage. Both knowing the yin and yang seals, and not hesitating to conceal the mountain at the cost of breaking with the other side. Spend your energy organizing grave robbers to pinpoint a warlike tomb in the middle of a vast mountain. This can only mean that he deciphered those 4 secret phrases. And based on what's latent in the secret message, the location of the warlord's tomb has been found. Di Liang's eyes instantly widened. So, these 4 secret phrases are actually the coordinates for the location of the Warring States tomb? Yang Yuming gave a thumbs up. Dean is wise. Di Liang took a deep breath. If we can decipher it. Isn't it just ahead of schedule to find the location of the war tomb? Yang Yuming nodded. That's for sure. It's just that it's hard. Di Liang waved his hand. Since you brought it up, let's leave it to you. Can we get it done tonight? Yang Mingyu. Dean, as I said earlier, trying to decipher the. It may take some little-known historical documentation to assist in that. It's kung fu work. No one can pack their bags. Unless those 4 grave robbers come back tonight to link up and say for themselves the meaning of one of the secret words. Otherwise it's designated not to work tonight. Di Liang shook his head. Maybe they've all become dead people. How can they come back to the connection? There's no way out? What about that Zhang Xian? Didn't you get him the title of treasure protector? It's time to use it. Yang Mingyu revealed a surprised look. Use it now? Dean Liang grunted, or else when do you want to wait? With that he looked up at the wall clock. It's 7 o'clock. Director Yang. Yan Yuming immediately stood up straight. Dean, you say? Dean Liang said, trouble you to notify our hospital. No. And the 2 major schools in Yanbei. All associate professors and above, come to our meeting to decipher these 4 secret words. We have a 2-pronged approach, and we must make sure that in the shortest possible time, determine the precise location coordinates of the war tomb. Yang Yuming froze for a moment. Yes. But so many people trying to organize themselves on an ad hoc basis. I'm afraid it will take at least 2 or 3 hours. A lot of these people with titles above the associate professor level are older. Plus it might have been a busy day during the day and I'm afraid they'll be overwhelmed. It backfired. Seeing Dean Liang frown, Yang Yuming added, how about this? Change it to online notification. I'll make a profile and send it to the heads of the faculties and schools to be decoded in groups of faculties and departments. I'll report back to you as soon as there's any progress. Only then did Dean Liang's brows stretch. Well, wait for your good news. I'm going to head back, my boy has a birthday tonight. Live stream. Perhaps the daytime heat had something to do with it, and within an hour of starting the show, the number was already at 200,000 people. That's a full 50,000 over last night's high online count. Follow also broke 4 million. Now his is the real deal. Currently, he is the one who has dominated the list in the area of treasure appreciation popularity. The only thing that was unfortunate was that piece of dragon bone heavenly book topography. It's mysterious, but there's so much secrecy about this stuff, and there's no ticker price for this stuff. So the system only gave an estimate of $200,000. It really left him a bit speechless. But it's good to know that tonight's harvest is a good gift. That adds up to a little over $500,000. In his previous life as an antique dealer, although it is 3 years not open to eat for 3 years. It's not about how laid back the operation is. Instead, it takes 3 years for one to come out. There is a lot of hooking up and a lot of work involved that only those who have experienced it can understand. Contrast that with the last 2 days, when it was too comfortable to make money as an anchor. But traffic is something that comes and goes quickly. Though tonight's show worked out pretty well, too. Especially the topography of the dragon bone heavenly book that the woman who linked up took out. Straight away the popularity shot to the top of the night. But there was no consistently blowing up content, and online numbers began to dwindle. It's now down back to $180,000. And it doesn't even seem to be stabilizing. He saw a sizable portion of the audience in the pop-ups that floated through the live stream. It's all about asking questions about those grave robbers from last night. No more grave robbers tonight? Anchor, Tomb Raider isn't connecting? There's no program tonight, I'm running out ready for an all-nighter, and you're showing me this? It's no fun, want to see grave robbers robbing graves. If you can't, the anchors get scripted, it's exciting anyway. In response, Zhang Xian was also helpless. Why are your people's views so crooked? Always thinking of having grave robbers raid the graves and then connecting to me and broadcasting it live for you to see. For the sake of their own selfish desires, they put the safety of cultural relics at risk. How is this going to work? As soon as he finished speaking, he saw a screen full of pop-ups spraying him. Is this human talk? I've come to see a tomb raiding, and you're giving me the whole protection of cultural relics? You didn't look like this last night when you were teaching grave robbers to rob graves. 2. He couldn't help but blush in his old face. You can't talk nonsense, we're a positive energy live room. Yesterday was just a bummer. Actually, I still hope there are no thieves in the world. Ahem. Listen to the grave robbers hiding in the audience in the live broadcast. Don't ever learn how to rob a grave. Pop up, you're a tomb raiding anchor actually giving us lessons? Slipped, this anchor is so fake. What the hell, I've swiped all of this month's living expenses for you, and you're telling me you're going to crack down on grave robbers? Brothers, withdraw. A colorful dream castle suddenly appeared in the screen on the densely packed pop-up screen. User's long snow white legs sending dream castles x3. The pop-ups were stunned. Who? The pit 2 is still alive? Guys, we have a situation, we can't leave. Awesome, it's actually here, it's the right thing to rest tonight. Holy, the main event has begun. Zhang Xian stared at the familiar ID application connection message and directly determined the connection. A familiar voice rang out, "Hello, hello? Can Hen hear me? We're trapped in an ancient tomb." The live stream exploded. "It's a sound, it's a smell. Is it really him, really alive? Brother is truly a man of God. Zhang Xian. Ahem, yes. Man, you've got a hell of a life. What now?" He had just finished speaking when he saw the camera turn across the room. Inside the dark space, the circle of light from the flashlight illuminated the end of the darkness as if it were day. 7 ancient wooden coffins stained with dark red lacquer lay in a staggered order at the end of the darkness. Eerie horror spreads from the camera. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. Oh, no wonder he's trapped. So it's come across the 7-star doubtful coffin. Chapter 40. Which one of you is the grave robber? Zhang Xian's faint expression directly caused the live broadcast to explode. The number of people online, which had been decreasing, instantly began to rise. The originally disappointed viewers, after seeing the 7 blackened coffins on camera, and Zhang Xian's voice. A feeling of horror and excitement welled up in his heart. 7 stars of doubtful coffins? Sounds like a story. Gimme a break, that's the flavor, mud, watching the anchor live. Can't watch the movies later. Recognizing the 7-star suspicious coffin with a single glance, Brother Xian is simply invincible. Connecting the dots that fast? Words and deeds don't match. Zhou Chang inside the ancient tomb was shocked when he heard Zhang Xian's words, but he was also shocked. 7-star suspicious coffin? He slowly looked towards Zhou Zei, who had a frown on his face. They were trapped here for almost 20 hours. One can be very familiar with these 7 coffins. Even while trapped, they tried to open the coffin several times. But every time, he was stopped by his third uncle, Zhou Zei. The reason given by Uncle San was exactly the same as what Zhang Xian had said. This is the 7-star coffin. It has a hidden mechanism. It must never be opened. Seeing Zhou Zei nodding at him, he then took a deep breath and moved the camera back end. After organizing his thoughts, he said, "Brother Xian, we're stuck here. And food and water are depleted." Just before he finished speaking, he heard Zhang Xian's slightly excited voice ring out. "Crap. I've just said that you've come across the 7-star suspicious coffin, and you don't open it. Designated to be trapped there." Zhou Chang. "Open casket?" Zhang Xian said, "That's right." Terry and the tall, thin man also looked odd. Zhou Zi even squeezed his 2 eyebrows together. Zhang Xian recognized the 7-star coffin at a glance, but still said something like letting them open it. "Is it possible that you only know the name of the 7-star coffin and do not know that the 7-star coffin contains a hidden mechanism?" Seeing Zhou Chang's hands acting at a loss, Zhou Zei then stepped forward and spoke at the cell phone. Cough. "Little brother Zhang. The 7-star coffin is not something to be opened casually. I want to know if there's a way to get out safely without destroying the contents of the tomb." When he finished, there was indeed a silence across the room. Just when he thought his cell phone was meched. However, he suddenly heard Zhang Xian's slightly angry voice come out. "You damn. Playing me, right?" Zhou Zeiqi was shocked. Straight from the booth. The audience, who were full of anticipation, heard Zhang Xian asking the grave robbers to open the coffin. Only to be laughed out right after the conversation was countered by the grave robbers. Grave robbers trying to protect an ancient tomb? Inverted Big Dipper? Brother Xian, it's bad, I'd become a grave robber. This old six, he's straight up confused for Xian. Laughing to death, grave robbers will protect the artifacts, but you, as a treasure protector anchor, let people open the coffin? Did I hear you right? This anchor is too sick. You're tougher than a grave robber, setting fires and opening coffins, you're pretty wild. Professors from the entire college plus the 2 major institutions in Yanbei are working overtime. You go back to your son's birthday instead. This leader is too good to be true. Director's office, Yang Yuming, who had just sent out the information, held his tongue when he remembered what had just happened. He, the chief of staff, is not a big official, but he does a lot of work. Moreover, he asked himself to be capable, and he basically took care of all the big and small things in the institution. But nah, it's been done and the leaders still don't take themselves seriously. If he did not want to give up this hat on his head, he would have quit. No way. Simmer. He picked up the mouse and habitually opened Zhang Xian's livestream. There's no telling how long it will take to break those 4 secret phrases. 3 days is actually the most idealized time for a local police investigation. Pop. He gave himself a slap at the thought. Then slumped back into the chair as if drained of strength. I'm still too young. Thinking that a good performance will give you a chance to go further. I didn't expect to stall such a leader. He gets the credit for doing a good job, and I'm still short of being held accountable for doing a bad job. Ugh. It's too late to repent. He closed his eyes and his brain went into a void. But just then. Instead, a familiar voice suddenly came from the computer speakers, 7-star suspicious coffin. You're trapped by the 7-star doubtful coffin, you can't get out. With a steep start, he jerked his head up and looked at the screen in shock. Only Zhang Xian is connecting with the tomb robber's long snow-white legs. 7 blackened coffins are also faintly visible in the image. I'll go. Connecting the dots again? It took Yan Yumming a long time to come back to his senses, sitting up straight as violently as if on a spring. Staring at the screen frame by frame. The grave robber can come and connect, then he can find out more. Or even if it would dissuade grave robbers. Within an hour, policemen will be able to enter the site of the tomb to survey and protect it. And his mission was accomplished. Just looking at it, his face became strange. Especially seeing that Zhang Xian said the way to leave the ancient tomb was to open the 7-star coffin. But it was the time when the grave robbers asked for a different way that could protect the tomb. He was straight up confused. Holy! Isn't that a slap in my face? He was dumbfounded, and the pop-ups in the broadcast room were saying that Zhang Xian was more like a grave robber. The pop-ups are all flirtatious though. But the impact is real. In the morning, he had just insured a TV station under the name of the museum. Had the TV station give Zhang Xian an issue to publicize the grassroots Huba anchor. But as soon as people start the show at night, they just let the grave robbers go ahead and open the coffin. Instead, it's the grave robber who's been trapped for 20 hours and whose life is in danger at any moment. You have to protect the tomb artifacts regardless of your own safety. Who the hell are the people who protect the artifacts? Besides, punching him in the face is trivial. Once Zhang Xian's behavior is defined as illegal, he must be jointly and severally liable. With the dean's personality, he'll definitely push him out as a scapegoat when the time comes. Bells. Just as he was about to break out in a cold sweat, the phone suddenly rang. He subconsciously picked up the phone. Hello? Immediately, an urgent voice came from the opposite side. This is Dean Liang, the program you proposed. How's it coming along? Yan Yumming had a jolt. The program I proposed. In the ancient tomb. A few people tensed up. Terry was more than a little worried. In a low voice, Third Master. Please stop talking. Zhou Zi still seemed to understand why Zhang Xian was suddenly angry, and was a bit confused at the moment. Zhou Chang, however, came back to his senses. Staring grudgingly at his third uncle, right now Zhang Xian was their only saving grace. If they pissed off Zhang Xian, they would either be trapped to death and be gnawed into bones by the bugs. Either that or you have to call the police and turn yourself in and spend the rest of your life in jail. Did I say something wrong? A trace of a grieved expression actually resurfaced on Zhou Ziyi's face. He just wanted to remind him how he was scolded inexplicably in return. Zhou Chang sighed. Somewhat speechless, he whispered, Third uncle. We are grave robbers, others are anchors. They asked you to open the coffin, but not only did you not listen, you also said not to damage the ancient tomb. So are we grave robbers or an archaeological team? Zhou Zai's eyes widened for a moment. He hadn't thought of this layer. Zhou Zai added, there are so many people in his live broadcast. In case someone makes an issue out of this, it might even send someone in. Ugh. Only then did Zhou Zai realize that he had said the wrong thing, and he could not help but reveal a look of remorse. Terry, who was on the side, also said, Third Master, next time you let your eldest nephew talk and you don't say a word. Zhou Zai looked at the 7 coffins with a helpless face, but you guys don't know. This 7-star coffin is ferocious. Once we trigger the organs inside, we could be killed on the spot. Otherwise, I would have opened it already. Just now, I also wanted to remind little brother Zhang, who knows that I made him misunderstand. When Terry and Zhou Chang heard this, they immediately revealed a look of difficulty as well. They'd forgotten about the organs inside. The tall, thin man who hadn't said anything suddenly said, Third Master. Are you saying that little brother Zhang doesn't know that there's a mechanism inside the 7-star coffin? Chapter 41, You must not threaten me by blowing up an ancient tomb. Jose shook his head, I'm not sure. However, he only talked about the 7-star coffin, but he didn't mention a word about the organs therein. Plus he was so anxious for us to open the coffin. I'm not afraid. The tall, thin man blinked, this is going to be a problem. Several people fell silent. Are you guys done talking yet? Suddenly Zhang Xian's slightly breathless voice broke the silence. The three of them looked at Zhou Chang in shock, ? Zhou Chang glanced at his cell phone and scratched his head, sorry, I forgot to close the mic. 3. Zhou Chang, ahem, Xian, you heard everything? Zhang Xian's face eased for a few moments, and the unintentional conversation of these people had helped him prove a wave. But he also realized a problem from the pop-up just now. A lot of people have actually been staring at him. With over 200 million people on the air, it's the same as exposing yourself to the spotlight. The slightest mishap will be used to make a big deal out of it and discredit it recklessly. Uninformed netizens are also the most easily incited. Water can carry a boat and it can also overturn a boat. As an anchor who wants to be on the air for a long time, any of his rubbing off on the it all has to be divisional. Pop up, a grave robber is really a grave robber, it's us who misunderstood Brother Xian. It all turned Xian's face colored just now, it made me laugh. Brother Xian, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Zhang Xian took a deep breath, no need to apologize, I'm fine. Zhou Chang, Brother Xian isn't angry, is he? Zhang Xian laughed, strange, what am I angry about? Zhou Chang, that's good. Brother Xian, are we going to open the coffin now? Hen? Is it stuck? Zhang Xian's tightly locked brows slowly unfolded, what kind of open coffin? Zhou Chang froze, didn't you just tell us to open the 7-star coffin? Zhang Xian, however, raised his hand, brothers, words can't be spoken carelessly. I didn't ask you to destroy the artifacts. Zhou Chang. The live viewers were also confused. What's going on with the anchor? What's going on? The anchor is angry? Not so much. Ugh, there are 200,000 people in the live room, that size is cute. Master San is so messed up. It's not really good enough for Xian to help them. Yeah, if you fall on someone's sword, there could be 10,000 water armies attacking Xian tomorrow. You can't see it if you want to watch it live from now on. Speechless, it's not Hen's fault, originally Hen could have them. Talking like that is the same as cutting off their own retreat. So annoying, Xian won't hang up, right? Zhou Cheng's voice was tinged with resignation, Brother Xian, what do we do then? Zhang Xian's face sank, turn yourself in. Zhou Chang, huh? Zhang Xian added, the only way out is to turn yourself in. Zhou Chang. The pop-ups instantly exploded. Is this still the Xian I know? Anchor for real? It's over, the anchor has been bought. What's the difference between persuading a thief to turn himself in and persuading a whore to follow her conscience? Brother Xian, you're confused. Ugh. Is it really going to be like this? Qingzhou Net Supervisor Duty Room. Bureau Chen had a strange look on his face, huh? He looked at the two behind him, Lin Shuang and Fang Yukai, didn't you say that you were thrown out by Zhang Xian? It looks pretty effective to me. Look, he's even started urging grave robbers to turn themselves in today. It would make our job a lot easier if they did turn themselves in. Lin Yu, however, was confused. Zhang Xian's attitude during the day and his behavior in the live broadcast room at this moment were completely different. She was a little confused. Fang Yukai, who was on the side, was suddenly surprised, it's still Director Yang who's great. A commendation kudos is much better than us talking. Bureau Chen sniffed but looked at him with a strange face, what? Fang Yukai said, it's like this. Didn't the national television station give Zhang Xian a special commendation report during the day? That's what Director Yang of the museum suggested. This Zhang Xian is just an anchor after all, live broadcasting is all about making money. Now after the national TV coverage, his fans are up by millions. It's not like he's a cutie, on the contrary very smart. He knows where all this traffic is coming from and understands that to stay hot for a long time, what should go on? Director Yang's move is really high. It was only then that Bureau Chen and Lin Yu revealed a look of dawning realization and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Bureau Chen blinked, his expression relaxing a bit, then it looks like we should prepare ahead of time. If these few grave robbers do turn themselves in, we can also respond quickly. The crowd nodded. Inside the ancient tomb. hearing Zhang Xian advise them to surrender with a cold face. The four were confused on the spot. I didn't realize it was so hard to connect to the signal, but one sentence made it this way. Zhou Zi was even more full of self-reproach, probably due to inertia coupled with the sudden connection to the signal. It made him forget the difference between Zhang Xian's identity and theirs. It made him feel that Zhang Xian deserved to help them. Now Zhang Xian's attitude, directly he woke up. It just seems to be too late. He sighed, no food or water. I'm afraid we'll hardly last another 24 hours. The three understood the meaning of Zhou Zi's words, but they all bowed their heads in silence. Surrender! They are really not happy about it. After a long silence, Terry suddenly said, Third Master, I don't know what you think about. I'm just going to die here anyway, and I'm not turning myself in. He looked desperate. I don't want to face high walls and bars for the rest of my life. Zhou Zi didn't say anything. The heart seems to be a little bit upset as well. Just as the leader, if you don't turn yourself in, are you going to watch your brother and nephew die here? He was in a huge tangle. Right at this moment, Zhang Xian's voices rang out again. No surrender? So what do you want? Do you still want to take dynamite and blow up the ancient tomb? I tell you, never go to extremes. Terry froze. Blow up? He looked to the tall, thin man in a trance. Any more explosives? Tall, thin man, there's a dozen more. Pipe down. Terry took a deep breath at once, his gaze brightening slightly. Third Master, why don't we try? Zhou Zi also took a deep breath. Good. Since it's death either way, let's fight. Just then, Zhang Xian's voice sounded again. You can't blow it up. How can you coerce an anchor? If the anchor doesn't help you find the exit, you're going to blow up the tomb. This is naked coercion. That's despicable. The four men froze again. Terry's eyes lit up again. Coercion? Zhou Cheng, mean? Zhou Zi's expression also became strange, but then he suddenly drew in a deep breath. There was actually a glimmer in his eyes. He was seen nodding at the tall, thin man. The tall, thin man instantly comprehended, cleared his throat and shouted, So what, we're mean. If you don't just us, we'll die with this warring state's tomb and the artifacts and antiques inside. Zhang Xian, wow. You guys are so mean. Actually using the anchor's love for cultural relics and national treasures to coerce the anchor. Okay. Since you guys are bent on having your way, then the anchor has no choice but to oblige you. Here, come closer to those 7 coffins and let me see them. Zhou Chang grinned, good. Chapter 42, 7 Murderous Coffins. The 180-degree flip and attitude directly confused the audience in the live broadcast room. Ah, that's a yes? Anchor, a man is invincible when he's cheap, you're already invincible. Awesome, all I can say is impressed. This anchor is so screwed up, I'm laughing my ass off, follow the anchor. Duty room. Durochen's expression was as shocked as if he had seen a ghost. His gaze was fixed dead center on Zhang Xian, who had a serious face. He even saw a hint of fire between Zhang Xian's brows. The guide who just now had righteously exhorted the grave robbers to turn themselves in seemed to have disappeared in an instant. It's... He was too shocked to speak. Lin Yu was also stunned. No. That's okay? Fan Yukai was even more confused, and when he came back to his senses, can't help but give the camera a thumbs up. What a greasy, witty young man. Inside the ancient tomb. Zhang Xian's voice resounded in the ancient tomb, 7 stars of doubtful coffins, there must be one true. It's the ancient method of confusion. Rumor has it that Cao Cao even laid out 72 suspicious graves to hide the real tomb. If you're unlucky enough to open a fake coffin or a fake tomb, you're in for the kill. There's no chance of survival. Zhou Chang, who was walking excitedly, froze when he heard this. Huh? So if we drive wrong, we're not dead? Zhang Xian, of course. Run into the mechanism. Not to mention the 4 of you, even a heavily armed special forces soldier wouldn't be able to get away in one piece. Zhou Cheng's face was once again ugly for a few minutes, and if it wasn't for Zhang Xian's old fan. He even suspected that Zhang Xian was deliberately tricking him. It's just that Terry and the tall, skinny guy are a little sullen about it. Standing still, never wanting to go any further. Brother Xian, you scared them. Zhou Chang was speechless. Zhang Xian, however, let out a laugh. Look at your guts. Didn't I tell you, there must be a real 7-star coffin, just open the real one you find. It's not like I'm asking you to turn on the mechanism. Really? Zhou Chang heard this sigh of relief. The flashlight once again shone to the 7 coffins. And then slowly approached and observed, I see that all 7 coffins seem to be similar. Which one is real? Zhou Zai stared at the backs of the trio. The mind was secretly shocked. It's really me thinking too much. Someone who can even easily unlock the innate bronze Bagua lock. How can you not know the mechanism in the 7-star coffin? With that, he quickly followed the 3. Seeing the camera approaching, Zhang Xian but narrowed his eyes. The 7 coffins looked exactly the same. Even the material of the wood as well as the color of the wood paint is exactly the same. The only difference is that there is a lot of moisture in the tomb and the location of the corroded paint is different. Hen? Which one is real? Zhou Cheng's voice came. Zhang Xian said breathlessly, what's the hurry, I'm watching it. It's not like I have perspective to see what it looks like inside in a second. There's no rush, wait a minute. Although there is no perspective the live stream has a hint feature. Dude, listen to me. Aren't these 7 coffins arranged in a top 4 bottom 3 arrangement? Zhou Chang looked at it, Zhang Xian said, now you shoot me, one by one, starting from the first one in the lower left corner. Don't get the order wrong. Zhou Chang, yes. The camera shakes a few more times, soon revealing a dark red moss covered in rotting coffin. Brother Xian, this is the first one on the lower left. Seems like it's done rotting. Zhang Xian nodded, and his gaze sharpened. Only to see that a hint word did appear above the coffin, he took one look at it and said, murderous coffin. Zhou Chang, huh? Zhang Xian nodded, yes, you heard right. This is a murderous coffin, opening it is going to cause trouble. Forward, the second one. Zhou Chang nodded and moved forward again. This coffin was similar to the last one. The coffins rotted out of the pit and seemed to pinch water. Hen, what about this bite? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes like a ruthless identification machine, murderous coffin. Next. Zhou Chang, oh. Then came the 3rd bite, the 4th, the 5th, and on to the 6th. If this one is still the murderous coffin, then the most one should be the real one, right? Like Zhou Chang, who had been suppressed for a long time, took a long breath, regardless of whether the 6th mouth was true or false. He's all alone in knowing the end result. Zhang Xian nodded, in theory. Hold the camera and don't move. He squinted at it. Only this coffin did not differ much from the 6 before it, and the Q word on it is really the same. This one is also a murderous coffin. He had just finished speaking when he heard a rush of footsteps from inside. It was just dark on the far side of the lens, and he couldn't see it. What's wrong? He asked. And the camera shook. Zhou Cheng's slightly surprised voice came out, third uncle and the others went to see the last bite. And this bite sure isn't quite like the other 6. I could have just shown you this bite straight away. The pop-ups also exclaimed. Brother Xian is great, looking at coffins is faster than looking at oceans. The live stream should be renamed, Live Casket Forensics, 66. That fast? The 7-star coffin, which has been trapping grave robbers all day. Anchor found the real thing in a few minutes? As the camera frame stabilizes. A rustic wooden coffin of quite complete character, with a dark red body appeared in the camera. Unlike the other 6 coffins. This wooden coffin shows no signs of decay. The white light of the flashlight shone on it with an ink-like glossiness. Uncle Sam's excited voice also came from the opposite side, it's so humid here. All the other coffins are rotting, but this one is the only one that shows no signs of decay. If I'm right, this coffin must have been soaked in pine oil before it was made. After sealing the lacquer, the coffin is not only invulnerable to water and fire, but also prevents snakes, insects, and ants from entering. Now that's a Tibetan coffin. That really should be the bite. Zhou Chang sniffed excitedly, Brother Xian. Can this coffin just be opened? He had just finished speaking, but he suddenly noticed that the cup of water in Zhang Xian's hand suddenly slowed down. 2 eyebrows knit together, eyes deadpan on the camera, It seemed like they had found something extraordinary. Hen? What's wrong with you? Zhou Chang was puzzled. The 3 of them, Zhou Zai, who were excited, also looked at Zhang Xian and Zhou Chang's cell phone differently. But then I saw Zhang Xian take a deep breath and his tone was also filled with surprise. This one is also a murderous coffin. And it's extremely vicious. When these words came out, the 4 people's faces changed drastically. Zhou Zaiqi was shocked, or is it fake? Zhou Chang also looked as if he had misheard the words and said incredulously, "Huh? But this is clearly the last bite. How can it also be a murderous coffin?" Chapter 43 Fierce doesn't mean false, so open that fiercest coffin. Not only Zhou Chang, the live broadcast audience also looked dumbfounded. In the beginning, Zhang Xian had clearly said that it was true that there was only one of the 7-star coffins. How come at the end of the day, all 7 of them have become evil coffins? 7 all murderous coffins, so exciting? Grave robbers, I have to die here today, right? Brother Xian isn't scaring them, is he? In the ancient tomb. Terry stared at Zhou Chang's cell phone with an odd expression. No. No bite is real awe? So we're dead? Zhou Chang shook his head, clearly confused. The tall, thin man blinked. All 7 coffins are fake? We shouldn't be that unlucky, should we? What do you say, third master? Several people looked at Zhou Zai, but Zhou Zai seemed to be in a tangle as well. As far as he was concerned, only this one of the 7 coffins could be real. Yet, for some reason, Zhang Xian favored to say that this coffin was also a murderous coffin. And it's still extremely fierce. If it were someone else, he would naturally not believe it. However, the person who spoke was none other than Zhang Xian, who had instructed them along the way. Zhou Chang, brother Xian, you're not supposed to be in us, are you? Zhang Xian, why am I teasing you guys? Zhou Chang sucked in a breath of cool air. Then why are the 7 coffins? Only he hadn't finished. Zhou Zi, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly looked at the last coffin again. No. This coffin. There is indeed a problem. The 3 of them looked at Zhou Zai with surprised faces. Third master, why do you say the same? Is it something you found? Terry looked puzzled. Zhou Zai, however, pointed at the coffin and said, since the 7-star coffin is used to confuse people, then the real coffin can't be as distinctive as this last one. Otherwise, the point is lost. This mouth looks the most like the real thing. But precisely because of this, it is in turn the least likely to be true. The tall and thin man was surprised. Third master has a point. Anyone who can design the 7-star coffin isn't that stupid. He looked once again at the other 6 coffins. Whirling around, he frowned again, but the problem is, if this one coffin is a fake, then the real one should be among the remaining 6. But just now, little brother Zhang said that those 6 were all murderous coffins as well. Really? Lost? These words directly gave Zhou Zai another dry silence. He looked to Terry, but saw Terry shake his head. Don't look at me. I can't even understand what you guys are saying. Zhou Chang also shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. The tall, thin man was speechless, and fished out the detonator from his bag. I think it's better to just blow it up. The 3 men looked shocked. Zhang Xian's voice sounded at the same time. Cough. Brother, why are you so impulsive? I just said that all 7 coffins are murderous. I didn't say that all 7 coffins are fake. Don't move and blow up this and that. This is not good. Tall skinny guy. Terry scratched his head and looked at a surprised Zhou Chang. What does he mean by that? Which one is true? Zhou Chang. I'm a little confused too, but I have a bad feeling about this. Zhou Zai frowned. It's a murderous coffin, can it still not be a fake? Terry, yeah. Zhang Xian in the camera, however, nodded with a serious face. Of course. Fierce is fierce, and false is false. Fierce means dangerous, and false means there are no organs to help you get out of here. That's 2 different things. Zhou Chang looked at the tall and thin man. Do you understand? The tall, thin man nodded, seems to understand. He looked at Zhou Zai somewhat breathlessly. What about you, third uncle? Seeing Zhou Zai shake his head, he looked at Terry again, but saw Terry say, my brain hurts. Zhou Chang looked helpless. Brother Xian, none of them can understand. I don't get it either. Can you speak plainly? Zhang Xian, okay. Then I'll be brief with you. At the beginning of the construction of the tomb, these 7 coffins were indeed, as you might think. 1 bite is real, 6 are fake. Really, there will be the body of the tomb's owner inside, or a mechanism to get out of here. The other 6 ports are filled with organs that can kill people. But don't forget, this is a warring state's tomb over 2,000 years old. What's the concept of 2,000 years? Wood can rot to slag and metal can rust to iron foam. The sea changes, the stars change. 2,000 years is enough time to change a lot of things. Including this 7-star coffin. Zhou Zai looked like he understood something. With a shocked face, he said, "You mean? The real coffin has turned into a murderous coffin?" This statement was made. Zhou Chang and the tall thin man also instantly understood. Both of them sucked in a breath of cold air. Got half a day. It's not that the real coffin is gone, it's just that the real coffin has changed ferociously. Even Terry, who had been in a state of confusion, was wide-eyed. This is trouble. Straight from the booth. The audience watching the live broadcast also sent out surprised pop-ups. Xian is amazing. I dare say that even the expert professors of the Archaeological Institute can't find out the secret of the 7-star coffin in a short period of time. This should indeed give the anchor credit for not only knowing the principles of the 7-star coffin. There is also a need to relate to the changes that have taken place over 2,000 years without sufficient experience that it's simply impossible to figure it out. But where did Xian get the experience at such a young age? These grave robbers have really robbed the graves, even with Xian's help. It's probably going to be accounted for here, too. Zhang Xian blinked, in fact, when he had just seen that the clue word on top of the 7th coffin was extremely fierce. He was pretty surprised too. But then on second thought, I realized the hidden mystery. And the important variable of time. He sighed, "You guys do have quite a bit of bad luck. Even if I were to help you find the real coffin that hides the mechanism to get out of here, unpredictable and vicious things may happen as well." See the silence across the room. Across the screen, Zhang Xian detected the fear in their hearts. Even if they are extremely psychologically strong grave robbers. But after being trapped for more than 20 hours in a state of desperation, going back to something that could potentially cost you your life, no one can stand it. Ugh. After a moment of silence, Zhang Xian sighed, "Or turn yourself in. As for how you will be judged in the future, I dare not say, but there should be a way to get you out. It just might be a little late, but maybe it should be in time." Zhou Chang. "Brother Xian, you said it, or else Uncle San will blow up the ancient tomb again later." None of them are talking, so I'll make the decision this time. Open the coffin. Zhang Xian's eyebrows instantly raised when he heard this, and his entire body instantly sat up. "As you wish." Zhou Chang held up his cell phone and shined it around. "There's not much flashlight power left. Brother Xian, we'll open whichever mouth you say. We all listen to you." Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. "Okay. By the way, did I just say that coffin was the meanest?" Zhou Chang shone the light towards the upper left corner, and the large red coffin appeared in the upper left corner. "Brother Xian, you just said this mouth is extremely aggressive." Zhang Xian nodded. "That's right. Just open this one." Zhou Chang. "Ha,